Damn, you're fast, Rep. Good morning. This is the bad thing about. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Hope you guys are having a great day. We're gonna spread the cheeks of democracy today, and we're gonna watch some gaming news. I hope you guys like the new setup. It still needs a little bit of work. The weather pattern is a little weird, but where is it? There it is. Okay. I should have learned my lesson and put this over here. What level you diving? 8. But I was complaining yesterday about the game, and I think I was mistaken. All right, let's get into the gaming news.
But exclusively on Netflix. Lots of gaming news to go over with, yes, that GTA 6 trailer on Netflix, a new game director for the Assassin's Creed franchise, I got Gamescom updates, and way more. So good that you're joining this Sunday news roundup, and let's go. We're finally getting an extended look at GTA 6 on August 27th, but exclusively on Netflix. Yes, Rockstar and Netflix struck a
Hey, Kate, what's up?
deal where Netflix can air this brand new look at the game 6 hours before it goes live on YouTube and other platforms. So it will be a real event that starts at 3 PM Eastern Time, with Netflix consumer support seemingly confirming that it will at least be 20 minutes long. And the Take-Two CEO also said that it will feel like an actual Netflix show while watching it, which I found interesting. Like, I hope we get some actual raw gameplay, but overall I'm expecting a gameplay overview trailer.
I'm not gonna lie, we did it to ourselves, to the fact that this game is only gonna be on Netflix. Like, we did it to ourselves. Like, don't get me wrong, nobody's gonna not buy this game because of that. But the fact that we gave Rockstar so much power and so much leeway when it came to their games is just...
Like, welcome to Grand
Did it
Theft
to
Auto
yourself.
6, with a focus on the different characters and hopefully some of the open world activities. So Jason Schreier interviewed the Take-Two CEO. Take-Two of course owns Rockstar.
I asked because on PC's processing Spec 2 instances of Windows make it so I have an average on this connection if I dive above 6 due to enemy entities. What the fuck,
And
really?
he also noted that GTA 6 pre-orders beat their internal forecast. So that is of course good news, but it does not necessarily mean that it will also sell then more at launch. It could simply be that more people decided to pre-order the game instead of buying it at the last minute. Take-Two expects net bookings of $8 to $8.2 billion, which around $1.5 billion more than their previous financial year. So
These guys are like, yeah, we're gonna make a crap ton of money, but also, yeah, we expect to make a crap ton of money, and their forecasts, they end up making more money. That's insane.
expect roughly that amount from GTA 6 sales before April 2027, which seems to very undersell what GTA 6 will likely do if you think about the fact that GTA 5 reached $1 billion in revenue in just 3 days, and GTA 6 will almost certainly be bigger. This might also mean that GTA Online will actually release later than we might all think, but that is just speculation on my part. Now, zooming in a bit on the big Netflix reveal, obviously Netflix paid them to have this 6-hour exclusivity.
Oh, also, fuck you, Netflix, for that. Charge $25 a month without ads, and you want me to fucking watch... Oh my god. I hate you.
Window, and I would not be surprised if the fact that the GTA games have been very successful on their games offering likely pushed them to make this deal. And Netflix is now getting a ton of extra exposure for its streaming service, as many mainstream news outlets are also picking up this GTA news. But Rockstar is benefiting big time from this too, as I'm sure there will be a few million Netflix subscribers watching this GTA 6 showcase who otherwise would have not been aware of the game or watched any footage at all. So I can totally see more similar deals like this for other games. My prediction, The Witcher 4. Of course, it already had a Netflix show that was pretty popular, so I can see them do like a big...
Yeah, that Witcher show was trash. The first season was the only good thing about that thing.
gameplay showcase on Netflix, but maybe an Assassin's Creed game in the future as well if the upcoming Netflix show is a success. And you would think that people will rip the gameplay from Netflix immediately and put it on YouTube and other platforms, right? So I'm really curious how this is going to go, and if you wait 20 minutes you can watch it everywhere. But I'll of course have the coverage here on the channel. Let me know what you think of this in the comments down below. But yeah, August 20th.
Me too, it's absurd. It's like using YouTube's non-premium on Roku TV. The motherfucking Roku just bombs you with ads. Dude, for reals! Like, what is it with these companies being so scum? Like, I know what it is. They're preparing for the next administration so that way they can do as many scummy things as they can right now till the FTC actually gets some balls under a new administration. It's fucking stupid. 2004 Rockstar, we made this awesome game. Check it out. Local news blasted it as Valiant Stories. Couldn't keep it in stock. I know, and then this is how they repay us. How dare you, Rockstar? How dare you?
27th is also when Gamescom is in full swing, and now that the biggest gaming convention in the world is getting closer, we have some brand new confirmations. But real quick, of course, GTA 6 getting their big gameplay blowout on the first day of Gamescom, when a ton of other games are launching their trailers and doing previews as well, will really hurt those other games, because everyone's algorithm, or at least for most gamers, It will be full of GTA videos, and a lot of content creators will make GTA content instead of covering the Gamescom games. So yeah, I really think that Rockstar did a big middle finger to all the other games, while if they just waited a week, it would have been fine. Like, that would have been way better for everyone involved. But yeah, we will get a new look at Final Fantasy VII Revelation, the final part of the 7 Remake trilogy, at Jeff Keighley's opening night live on August 25th. We learned that Control Resonant will be playable for the first time.
2015 Rockstar paid for this one-time digital content. It helps us keep servers live, nets billions. I know.
On the show floor, with the game of course launching a month after the event. What you're seeing here,
by the way, it didn't make billions, it made billions. It made $1 billion per each quarter. It made $1 billion. Rockstar Online, GTA Online made $1 billion a quarter, like $500 million every quarter. So every 2 quarters, it made $1 billion.
There is exclusive new IGN first gameplay highlighting a new mission where we go underground into a metro station. This gives me way more of the original Control vibes instead of the outdoor areas that have previously been showcased. Nintendo also confirmed their lineup with a first look at the Switch 2 version of 007 First Light and Modern Warfare 4, which could be interesting to see in terms of how they perform.
I really appreciate the fact that Nintendo is actually taking third party seriously in order to like contend. I think they understand now they can't just contend with their own games, even though they very well could. But if they want to be the people where people play, they need to have third party
on the console. And fun fact, I've actually been playing Splatoon Raiders on...
You don't know what third party is. Third party is like everybody else that doesn't make Nintendo games.
The Switch 2. I've been a Splatoon fan ever since the first game came to Wii U, and this kind of a looter shooter take with the Splatoon gameplay, really fun as like a relaxing game. And by the way, regarding Gamescom, I'll of course go there, cover everything, and give you updates here in these Sunday videos. Now let's go on with more gaming news. Leave a like, that would really help me out, and subscribe, because I post one of these big gaming news roundup videos every Sunday. Now time for quick shots, news stories I will go over quickly, with news that a big Assassin's Creed developer has returned to Ubisoft. Game companies are commenting on the upcoming digital future. We got the big 25th anniversary Ghost Recon updates. But first, EA is now officially a private company. Saudi Arabia's public investment fund, Silver Lake Management, and...
They're gonna fuck this company up. Saudi Arabia is gonna fuck this company up. Everybody thinks that this is a good thing and they're getting rid of the woke. I don't know how these people that are like, oh, the woke in video games infiltrated nerdy culture in general. They're like the scum of the earth. But like, whether you think that or not, like, they're gonna fuck this company up. I don't think I don't foresee this being good. I hope I'm proven wrong, but yeah.
And Jared Kushner's Affinity Partners have successfully bought the company for $55 billion. But some of it is being financed by taking on a significant amount of debt, around $20 billion. And EA has now said that it will target $700 million in annual cost savings. And I thought this was pretty interesting. $100 million of savings will be from adopting artificial intelligence tools, which will likely help write codes for video games and lower operating costs, according to the people. Which seems a bit too ambitious, but it does show how AI is making a huge impact on these companies, or at least they think it will. They also propose an additional $170 million in organizational efficiencies and opportunities to cut costs, which
means they're gonna cut a crap ton of people. 2024 Rockstar. We made GTA 6. Here's the trailer. Non-release 2 years later. $1 million spent in pre-purchasing while pushing back release date 12+ times. Not to mention paywalling the GTA trailer.
means, sadly, mass layoffs. And you could argue that the AI quote does like imply layoffs as well, with rumors now suggesting that EA is looking to sell BioWare, its IPs, and maybe other franchises.
Please Please, EA, sell BioWare, please.
franchises it's not using. Things like Burnout, Need for Speed, and Medal of Honor come to mind for me. But yeah, I totally think BioWare is done, unfortunately, although hopefully someone picks them up, as I totally think there's value in both Dragon Age and especially Mass Effect if handled with care. Of course, a new Mass Effect game is in development. Now, I'll keep you up to date on all the EA updates right here. Assassin's Creed Valhalla director Eric, I don't want to butcher his last name, has returned to Ubisoft and is now a game director for the Assassin's Creed brand. He actually joined Ubisoft in 2005 and worked there for 16 years. He was a lead game designer on Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag and Origins, after which he became the game director.
Okay, that makes me excited. He's the same guy who directed Black Flag. Okay, I'm in. You son of a bitch, I'm in. If you haven't played Assassin's Creed Black Flag, we played it on here. We're going to get back to pirating life very soon. But like Black Flag is the best Assassin's Creed game, hands down, and it's not even close.
On Assassin's Creed Valhalla. He then left for EA to become the game director on the Dead Space remake and later worked as a
2026 Rockstar, we made a new trailer, but you need to pay third-party app, releases 30 minutes later on YouTube. Holy shit. How did they get so bad?
game director on Battlefield
It's
6
our fault,
at
that's
EA
why.
Motive. But yeah, now he's back at Ubisoft as a game director for the Assassin's Creed brand, which is actually kind of awesome, having a game director across all titles who will be responsible for a cohesive level of quality across the franchise. Sounds pretty good to me, and it's overall very interesting how now all the leaders on the Assassin's Creed franchise are from Ubisoft Montreal, are the people behind Black Flag, Origins, and Valhalla, and not from Quebec, from Syndicate, Odyssey, and Shadows. Quebec will of course keep making Assassin's Creed games, but yeah, they will probably have some more interference from Montreal moving forward. But yeah, I think overall this is good news. Let's hope they can keep the momentum going from Black Flag Resynced. It's almost a year and a half away, but physical discs for new games on PlayStation will really start disappearing in January 2028. Sony's now even putting warning.
By the way, if you haven't seen the digital rights thing that I'm doing, make sure you look in my video. There is a link in the description to the video game advocates for your digital rights that you should have and that everybody should have.
Labels on PS5 consoles with a disc drive, warning people who are buying them that there won't really be use for it in 2028. And now many big game publishers were asked about Sony's decision, but none of them really seem worried about it. Capcom this week noted that it won't.
Of course, they don't seem of course they're not worried about it. There's a lot of people, and I hate being snobby. There's a lot of gamers who think that they're going to be able to change the developers and all these, like that Sony isn't speaking for the developers. They absolutely are. Developers don't care because they're still going to make money, because the majority of people who buy video games do not buy digitally. I mean, do not buy physical games. They buy digital. And you can give me like, "Oh, well, this game sold out physically." I'm like, "Yeah." But you know, those third-party games, Call of Duty, all those other games, people buy them digitally. Fortnite is a fully digital game, and I know you're going to be like, "Well, that's not the only..." Yeah, I know. But the majority of the money that is made from video games is made digitally. And that's the truth. And we should be fighting for our digital rights. Make sure you sign the petition that I have in my latest video. Yeah.
Have a significant impact on its sales, as right now 90% of its sales are already digital, which will likely be even more by the time this change happens.
Yep.
And Ubisoft also says that it's not going to be a big deal for them. The Take-Two boss even said that discs don't really make sense for consumers, and he says discs, implying that GTA 6 would have launched on multiple discs, which would have cost them more money to manufacture, while right now we're of course only getting a code in the...
Yeah. Well, while I do agree that it doesn't make sense, it only doesn't make sense because they haven't put... It's essentially what the NVIDIA CEO said about x83 when it comes to programming. That like, "Oh, what are we gonna do? Like, it's an outdated..." Like, that's loser talk. What they're doing is intentional loser talk. They're intentionally not wanting to try new forms of of physical media because it doesn't benefit them. Because they are gonna try to be like, oh yeah, well you have a rental. It's like you don't own it, and so yeah, like it's intentionally done that way. They do that on
Bucks.
purpose.
As you might know, I've also been keeping track of the online discourse, and it really seems to be dying down. So I don't think they will reverse this. Like, more than ever, it seems to be happening. But I still think and I hope that Sony announces some consumer-friendly ways to at least bring your library with you to the next platform, like announce a disc drive for the PS6, or create the digital licenses by putting a game disc in, like Xbox is going to do. And hear me out, so this week we learned that this disc to digital feature will actually be announced very soon. What if at Gamescom someone from Xbox gets on stage and announces this and then also says, on the next Xbox platform we will still be supporting discs? I think that would be huge. That would be like a big middle finger to Sony.
Not gonna lie, they need to do that. And if they don't do that, I don't take Xbox seriously anymore. If they don't get on Gamescom stage and say, hey, we're going to still be supporting physical games for the future, we're working on other physical media that can help gamers play their games across platforms and optimize and also save on manufacturing. And if they don't do that, I'm not going to take them seriously at all. Like, I honestly, at least, at the very least, announce that they're going to support I don't take them seriously. Or at least announce like, hey, we can you can put your disc in and it'll give you digital code in order to give you like a big fuck you to Sony. I'm not gonna take them seriously. I need them to show me something, Xbox. Come on, please.
Something that Xbox needs right now. Ubisoft held a Ghost Recon 25th anniversary showcase this week, revealing some of the things that had already leaked, but they also had a small surprise at the end. So the big thing was the fact that Ghost Recon Wildlands just got an update on current gen consoles, making it run at 4K and 60 FPS. It also adds a ton of quality of life improvements, ton of cosmetics to earn, new difficulty options, and new free content that has you go after some sort of cult leader. And an interesting fact that I want to point out is that this new content was made by Ubisoft Bordeaux, actually the team, or at least some of the directors, who last year worked on the Valley of Memory free content for Assassin's Creed Mirage. So Bordeaux is seemingly becoming more of a support studio for extra content like this, while of course having made Mirage as a lead studio themselves. I was like, okay, hopefully they get to make another Assassin's Creed after this, but they're more in the support role, which is also kinda sad. Going back to Ghost Recon, because they also announced an insider program for players to help with closed test on its next game, which kinda feels like Battlefield Labs, something that really helped Battlefield 6 towards a successful launch. So I totally recommend signing up if you're curious. And while the test will totally be under NDA, I also expect footage to leak from this, which might confirm the first-person perspective and other details. Although I hope that they also do a third-person perspective, that they learned from Avatar at least. Curious to hear your thoughts on the Ghost Recon reveals, and I'll of course keep you up to date here. Time for the rumor roundup, where I look at the biggest leaks and rumors of the week and rate them with stars. 3 meaning I believe it, and 1 means let's take this with a huge grain of salt. Believe it or not, Beyond Good and Evil 2 is still in development and planned for a launch in the next few years, but rumors now suggest that it will get a brand new title and could be
Dude, I've been hearing about that game since the PS3. No shot we hear about that game anytime soon. No shot.
revealed later this year, potentially at the Game Awards. A Switch 2 port is seemingly in the works as well. Like, I totally think it's smart to at least drop the 2 from the title, because I think that will only work against its potential. But overall, I'm really curious if this can still make a splash. I'm surprised it was not cancelled years ago, but also happy, of course, because this could still be a very fun open world game. If it's really going to be announced, though, at the end of the year, it might launch, like, pretty early in 2027. We will have to wait and see. I'm going to give 2 stars. Attack the Backlog is the source, and he got some things right in the past. Let me know if you would still be interested in Beyond Good and Evil 2 in the comments down below. So this coming week, we're getting an 11-minute long...
I'm not. I haven't even played the first one, to be honest with you. I don't even know if it's good or not. I just
trailer
hear
for one of
a lot
my
about it.
most anticipated games for the remainder of the year, Phantom Blade Zero. The video goes live at 7 p.m. Pacific time, so it's actually August 12th in many parts of the world, and after which the pre-orders for the game will finally go live. So they note that this is a all-new trailer, which will feature new story content, characters, combat, and something unexpected. Now people are speculating that that something unexpected is a demo, and while I would love that, I personally would not hold out hope for it. Like, I'm not seeing any real indications that it's going to happen, so I think you're going to set yourself up for disappointment. They should not have teased something, though, like, if they are not going to do a demo, so I hope I'm wrong. Development on the title is complete, by the way, so that's very positive news. They're going to hit that October release date. We also know that a 15 to 20 minute state of play for the game will be happening probably in September. I'll bring you all the news here. Again, I can't wait.
I really want to play Phantom Blade Zero for reals. Like, I really, really, really want to play it. I don't know if you guys seen gameplay of it, but I need it and I want it. And I'm probably going to get it. Hopefully it's not like try hard difficulty, because that shit is annoying. Hold on. Oh my god, reload the gun, sir. I think there's more gaming news. Let's see what's next.
On August 11th, The Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remastered comes to Nintendo Switch 2, and it's always cool to me when such a massive game like this comes to such a teeny tiny device. Obviously, we've gotten Skyrim and The Witcher 3 and 2 incredible open-world Zelda games on the original Switch, but it's still just neat to me that you can take an entire interactive fantasy microcosm and shrink it down and take it on the go like that.
I just think they're neat.
If you'd prefer some fantasy fare that's considerably less serious than Oblivion, there's also Stonewords on PC, which is a roguelike defense game that looks like a mix of Minecraft, Dungeon Defenders, and Deep Rock Galactic. Can you dig it?
Can you dig it?
On the 12th, also on PC, there's Verde, which, as you might have suspected from the title, being the Spanish, Italian, and Portuguese word for green, involves growing some little tiny plants. In fact, a whole little tiny plant city worth of them. On August 13th, you can run through the jungle.
Please give your old graphic card. Wait, what? What do you mean?
With up to 99 other unfortunate sons in Hell Let Loose Vietnam. This features intense 50v50 battles with appropriately asymmetrical gameplay that simulates the radically different tactics and ordnance employed by the factions involved in that particularly hellish conflict. That one's on Xbox Series, PS5, and PC. A day later on those very same platforms, Mafia: The Old Country gets a DLC expansion in Man of Honor, which features 2 new story chapters and some new free ride content for just $10. Considering the deluge of games coming out this fall, dropping a $10 DLC for a game from last year feels a little like entering a rubber dinghy in a jet boat race, but considering that Mafia's got the same parent company as Grand Theft Auto, maybe a rising tide raises all ships after all? Another property that falls under the Take-Two Interactive umbrella is BioShock, and since we haven't had one of those in a while and none are officially on the horizon, you might be interested in Twisted Tower, a spooky stylized FPS set in an abandoned 1950s theme park. That one's just on PC for now. It's also been a second since we got a big, gross, chunky Souls-like, but on August 20th, that changes with Mortal Shell 2. The original Mortal Shell was far from perfect, but it shows some potential and had some killer art direction, and based on the reception to the demo, it sounds like the devs pumped all their XP and money from the first game
Old graphic card belongs to my girlfriend. Sorry.
into the sequel. That one's on Xbox Series, PS5, and PC. Still that day on Switch is Over Requiems, which is an otome dating game in which you play as a high school girl who gets sucked into a tornado and transported to the land of Oz, where she's sentenced to death for having dark hair and dark eyes, and then proceeds to romance the men that she meets on death row. Sure, let's go with it. A day later on PC is Dwarf, a pinball roguelike, which, as the name suggests, is a roguelike featuring pinball, but also pachinko and turn-based combat, and you play as a dwarf pirate riding around in a minecart that looks like
But hey, bro, I know I don't look poor, but I am poor. Just saying.
a little pirate ship. If you enjoyed the chemicals your brain shot out while playing games like Vampire Survivors and Balatro and Ball Pit, this seems like it might elicit a similarly generous dopamine response. If you want to beat the heat, you can chill out in Permafrost, a co-op or solo survival game set in a wintry post-apocalypse which kinda sounds like freeze-dried Subnautica with seasonal depression. Breaking news! Too much stuff is coming out August 27th. For starters, there's Star Wars Zero Company, which is basically Star Wars plus
did you walk
XCOM plus
into?
Mass Effect 2, which looks fantastic, and I'm very much looking forward to
Somebody
it. Meanwhile,
asking me for my old graphics card. That's what you walked into. All right, I already covered this, so we don't need to watch this. Let me go to something else. God damn, that thing's strong. Hi, Shauna. ¿Cómo estás? If anyone's getting the graphics card, it's me. Well, my girlfriend called dibs already, so sorry, guys. Let's see. All right, I'll do it after. I'll put something else after it dies. Yeah, son. You're all. You have to feed the trolls. Make sure you guys like the stream. I would greatly appreciate it. It helps a lot. Let's see. What do we look at?
I've studied your species. You consumed every plant, every animal, and every resource. You were the disaster. And when the system collapsed, you left your home and part of your own family to die. But even then, you ruined everything. Still, Earth evolved. Nature endures. Nature adapts. Now, after destroying your new home, you want to return, but you don't even know what awaits you here. You still have survival instincts. You are persistent. You fight for every step, yet you still lose. The truth is, Earth is no longer your home. You are not welcome here.
Okay, this looks kind of bad, but let's not judge. This way. After this, I need to find proper thing to react to. What the fuck killed me? Oh my god.
And though a great fire was blazing, it did not touch her. Hallelujah.
Oh.
I think Sony's sleeping on this.
What's the sacred symbols? Try and look for the gaming news real quick. Where is it? How did I do, first of all? Oh, 321 kills. Not bad, Josh. Not bad. All right, let's get out of here. Don't judge me. Did I spell that right? Okay. We'll watch him right now, but for right now, let's watch. What did we watch this already?
For a record 6 years now, Squarespace has been helping me turn my dream into reality, and that's what Squarespace does for millions of other people too. Their industry-leading website creation tools help millions of people start new careers, build new businesses, or just get things done. They're offering a special discount to viewers of this channel, so stick around to the end of the video to learn more. Gamers, welcome to release season. Well, it hasn't officially begun yet, but the preview cycle certainly has, which is why this week alone I put out previews for both Star Wars Zero Company, love that, and Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave, love that one even more. Strategy gamers certainly are eating real good right now. Trust me when I tell you though that you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm currently sitting on like 4 other preview builds and 3 review codes with the promise of 3 more arriving next week. Shit is about to get
I really want to play the Star Wars Company, whatever it's called. Hopefully I can get some RAM so that way I can play it on my PC. And it's cheaper on PC. For some reason, it costs $60 to play on the PS5 instead of 50. I mean, yeah, $50. It's cost $60 on PS5 and 50 on Steam, which is stupid.
absolutely nuts. I will not be going outside. I will not be sleeping. I will not rest until all of the video games are reviewed. And then I'm going to rest for like 3 months straight since nothing but GTA 6 is coming out. All right, a huge amount to cover this week, but why don't we start with a story that we ourselves broke on our website this week in videogames.com, and let me tell you, it's pretty crazy. Last week we covered Saber Interactive's announcement of Rideshare Stimulator, a game that was basically like, what if you were an Uber driver and had to listen to crazy passengers spout bullshit while trying not to run red lights? A crazy taxi for the modern era, only crazy in a kind of sad way. Well, things got even sadder when one Stella Sacco, who worked at Saber from July 2023 until July 2024, alleged that Rideshare Stimulator was outsourcing creative to the data centers. Quote, I was lead writer on this one, and Saber replaced me with ChatGPT midway through development. All the passenger voices were AI too. Either they changed direction at some point or they're not disclosing it on Steam, end quote. A bold claim, though it is true at the time of writing, Rideshare Stimulator is not showing the AI tag on Steam, a compulsory disclosure requirement for any game that used generative AI in the game development process. Talking to PC Gamer, a Saber spokesperson provided this response, quote, neither Saber nor Unigen have replaced any writers with AI for Rideshare or any other game. In fact, Saber's staff of writers has tripled since 2023. Rideshare's story was written entirely by real people. The game will also feature an experimental free ride mode that by necessity incorporates AI as the number of passengers in the game is infinite. We are firm believers in using AI tools to improve or enhance gameplay experiences and improve NPC behavior, as we have done since Saber was founded in 2001. As the industry has continued to contract, Saber continues to hire. None of our 3,000 plus employees have to worry about being replaced by AI, end quote. Do note that this response does not deny the allegations of AI use in-game and instead actually acknowledges them by stating that Saber firmly believes that AI enhances gameplay experiences.
I have an unpopular opinion about this. I think that AI is good for gaming. I think that it cuts down on redundancies. That, oh, what the hell? On redundancies that that devs can be working on something else. And yeah, I don't think it should replace humans, but I think it should assist them. Just
Stella Sacco
so.
responded to Saber's comments to PC Gamer saying, quote, "They can say what they want. I was there. I even posted on Facebook about it at the time, and I have
They shouldn't do what they're not denying, which is that they replace somebody with AI. That's fucked up. You shouldn't do that. That should be illegal. Like, not even kidding. It should be illegal.
mentioned it on Blue Sky several times without using the game's title. They took me off the project to use ChatGPT to write the rest of the text, including planned live updates. If they change plans in the intervening years, that's great. But again, I was there, and it was my job to write the game, and then it wasn't once Matt Cart decided using ChatGPT would be great publicity for the game. To be clear, this was an issue of 1 to 2 AI dummy higher-ups at Saber. I have no beef with the Unigen team, end quote. Sacco makes it very clear that her beef is with the people at the top of the pyramid, and given that this is one of those he said, she said scenarios, we thought we'd do the most obvious thing and just ask the CEO directly. So we did. This Week in VideoGames.com reached out for an official response, and I'm really not exaggerating when I say that we had to do a quadruple check on this one just to make sure it was real. You'll understand why when I read it. Saber CEO Matt Cart responded to This Week in VideoGames.com thusly, quote, "Stella who? I had to ask Claude because I have never spoken to her or seen her. We've already said we are using AI for certain parts of the game and will update the Steam page once we finalize the feature set. Let me clarify that the entire story script, were it to win an award, would go to someone who can walk up on stage and receive it. It was always our intention to reveal this until Stella violated her confidentiality clause and revealed this before we were ready. We look at our use of AI in this particular game, which would be a lower price title, as a plus for consumers. As far as Stella is concerned, she was replaced by someone more talented and terminated for a variety
Come on, man.
of reasons a few months later. From what I can gather, she enjoys controversy even more than I do. I would frankly, in retrospect, have been happy to replace her with AI. At least we would be dealing with someone programmed to be honest," end quote. That is a statement from a CEO
God damn, that CEO's stupid to talk like that. Why would you do
of a
that?
company some 3,000 people strong. See what I mean when I say that we weren't sure that this one was real? Stella Sacco responded to the statement on Blue Sky, writing, quote, "I've seen the statement by Matt Karch, the CEO of Saber Entertainment, and all the truly horrendous things he said about me. I think it should be obvious to anyone who reads that statement that he's lashing out because he did not want people to know there was AI use in the game. Everything I said was true. Here's more truth. That statement is remarkably pathetic for the CEO of any company to be making, and combined with the AI use, it will do far more damage to Saber's reputation than it ever could mine. This screed will be many people's first exposure to the Saber brand," end quote. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, it's really tainted the overall reception to Rideshare Stimulator, which earlier was just meant to be a silly little game we might have played for some laughs, but now it's become a lightning rod for issues relating to generative AI, Steam disclosures, and the Saber brand itself. A very silly own goal from Saber at a time when their portfolio is full of things that plenty of people are looking forward to. They didn't need this noise, but at least now we're all clearer about how the company feels about the use of generative AI in their development process.
I honestly don't have a problem with it. I do have a problem if they did replace somebody with AI. That is not cool.
Not for nothing, but the reporting we were able to do here is only possible because of your financial support. Stuff like this is exactly why we started This Week in VideoGames.com and staffed it with experienced, passionate journalists who want to cover this industry from every angle. We just had our 1-year anniversary, and we're very proud of what we've accomplished in just that 1 year, and we're feeling more confident than ever about our future as we continue to chase stories, provide insight, and keep you up to date with everything that's going on. This is actually the last week of our special anniversary sale, so if you do want to grab that discount on an annual membership, then do get in quick. Visit thisweekinvideogames.com to sign up for a free 7-day trial and be quote, Hayes pushed back against this, saying, quote, "We're not," end quote, at the studio. Quote, "It's hard to make a game that is a AAA that's like what we've done before with half the people. And by hard, I mean impossible. It's hard to make a game with our entire departments that are gutted that you need, entire disciplines that are gone," end quote. This comes in direct contrast to id's official statement after the layoffs hit that they are, quote, "still the same id and we're still going to do things," end quote. Studio co-director Hugo Martin said the studio is, quote, "the size we were when we made Doom 2016 and id tech is very much alive and well," end quote. Hayes pushed back against this, saying, quote, "We're not the same id. We're half the same id. Id was the people. What made us special was the people and the relationships we have. So we have fewer than we had before. So are we going to make..."
Look, I agree with him 100% on this issue, especially when it comes to gaming. The reason why games are good and the reason why I'm like, oh yeah, AI is fine, is because you'll never replace the creative mind of a creative mind of a developer or writer or somebody like that. Like, AI is never gonna do that. Like if you think it is, it's not. It's just simply not. Not anytime soon, at least. Not in. I don't think even in my lifetime that it'll happen. Um, I think that that companies need to reevaluate about what they're doing when it comes to cutting people, and just not doing it because you're cutting redundancies, but more doing it because of the fact that, yeah, we have to um you have to um understand it really isn't. How is it impossible though? Like how would it be impossible to not replace somebody and use it as an assistant? Like why? Like if you're gonna implement AI, and I'm talking about like AI to do programming or something, because you can do local AI pretty simply. But because you have a funny sense of humor, thanks. Also check out my videos. Don't just follow, watch. Um yeah, people are the talent. Yes, but it won't do it correctly. We're already seeing people we're already seeing companies who are hiring back people because of the fact that AI couldn't do their jobs. And also people don't want to deal with a machine. And like throughout history, yes, but it doesn't have to eradicate somebody's job that can do it better. AI is not at the point where it can do a human job sufficiently effectively and consistently without making stupid mistakes. And that's the truth. Like, and we're seeing it with CEOs and companies basically having to hire everybody else that they replace AI with because it doesn't work like that. That's not what it's for. It's not made to replace jobs. It's made to assist. And the reason why AI is doing so good and it's doing this whole AI bro kind of thing is because they marketed themselves as like, yeah, we're going to be able to replace jobs, and greedy CEOs have poured a bunch of funding into this that unfortunately we don't have the power to even do. Like in terms of gaming, like you're not going to find a programmer, you're not going to find an AI that does better, cleaner code than a person. You're just not. It's not going to happen. Like it's just it's not. You can make it do like bug finding or anything like that. That would be good, and it would be good to do those kinds of things because bugs in games are a big thing. Physics, all this other thing that we've been using AI of the NPCs. Those are things that we've been using AI for 20 years now. Oh shit. And see what you made me do? And and so like I can see how it'll work, but at the same time it's like it's just pure greed. That's the only reason that it's being used incorrectly.
Something equivalent to a single-player Xbox 360 game because that's the size of the studio we have, end quote. He took some very clear shots at Microsoft higher-ups as well by saying that they, quote, fundamentally don't understand art. They don't understand art.
I've been saying this for years about Microsoft. They have not one creative artistic bone in their body. And it's not their fault. They're a software company trying to be an entertainment company. And they're not good at it. You can say the same thing for PlayStation, but PlayStation started out in entertainment far earlier than Xbox did. And it does a far better job and has made movies that are far better than anything that entertainment wise that Microsoft has tried to attempt. Even Apple's better at art, like by far, than Microsoft. And it's the truth. They just don't understand. They don't understand it. And it's just a culture thing because they're a software company. At the very least, with electronics, you have a sense of entertainment.
Don't understand games, they don't understand that business model, end quote. Massive cojones on this dude for calling it like it is while still being employed by Microsoft, and I'm certainly going to say a little prayer for him tonight when I go to bed because I can't imagine the higher-ups are at all happy about his commentary. Still, he's obviously spot on. Layoffs happen across this industry so often that we can become numb to them, but sometimes a cut happens that is so baffling and so destructive that you cannot but be taken back by the sheer brutality of it. The gutting of id Software is one of those cuts, and it feels like a true shot across the bow, warning that no studio, no legacy, no team, no IP, and no community is safe. I think it's a painfully short-sighted act that Xbox will come to regret, because this isn't the kind of thing that people just forget about and move on from. We didn't forget Tango Gameworks, and we sure as shit ain't gonna forget about this. One of the only pockets of Xbox that seemed untouched by the recent round of layoffs was Blizzard, and there seems to be a reason for that. They're kind of crushing it right now. According to an internal email obtained by Windows Central, Blizzard president Johanna Fares reportedly said that Blizzard was the top performing studio for Xbox last year. The Blizzard president praised the studio's performance, saying, quote, in FY26, Blizzard ended the year as the top performing studio in...
Yes, Blizzard. The reason why Blizzard does so well is because of the fact that it understands who it has. It understands who it's employing. It understands that the art is run by developers. Good ideas are made by developers. The story of a Blizzard making how they took some of their top talent and they made Hearthstone, and they made $1 billion idea. You can say what you want about Hearthstone now, like that it's a piece of trash or whatever, but it made like $1 billion. That's not nothing. And for pennies on the dollar of development. And at one point when they came to I think the story was that the CEO couldn't understand, like there was somebody that couldn't understand, at least inside Microsoft, why you would do that. And it's like, because creative minds come up with creative ideas that make money. And if it weren't for things like that, and if it weren't for companies trying to do like small things, they're not as successful. You can say what you want about PlayStation, but at the very least, they know how to give creative room. And a lot of these companies don't get that. They just think, oh, just throw talent at it and make them make this because they're good at making video games. And the truth is that a lot of these companies just need to do what it is that they, well, not companies, but a lot of these developers need to just do what they're passionate about, and more than likely it'll make you money than it is to throw them at a live service game that they really don't care about.
And this past year has marked our third highest fiscal for top line revenue in Blizzard's history. FY25 and FY26 were our first back-to-back years of growth since FY17, end quote. Fares goes on to give credit to Diablo 4, Lord of Hatred, and Overwatch for driving performance,
I need to go back to
Overwatch,
Diablo.
quote, delivering its strongest quarter since 2022, end quote. She then points to the future of the studio and BlizzCon, saying that the high performance allows the studio to invest in more staff, games, and other initiatives that will, quote, shape Blizzard's future, end quote. As for BlizzCon, Fares hopes, quote, the weekend will reflect the bold and collaborative work of everyone reading this. It's my hope that the event can shine a light on the work underway at Blizzard, and that it can serve as a powerful springboard into a new era of momentum and excitement behind our mission to bring joy and belonging for communities worldwide, end quote. All of this comes on the heels of a massive reshuffle at Xbox, which saw 1,600 layoffs and divestments from 5 studios like Double Fine and Compulsion Games. Blizzard North America seems to have been unaffected by this first round of layoffs, although according to Aftermath, a small number of roles in China were cut during this last round of layoffs. We still have another 1,600 layoffs to go this year though, so it's anyone's guess what ends up happening with Blizzard in the long term. Blizzard makes a hell of a lot of money from their successful live service offerings and MMOs, but you know who's not making money from MMOs? Amazon, and so they're pulling the plug on their MMO publishing business. Amazon has announced that they will return Lost Ark and Throne of Liberty to their developers, a move that aligns with the shuttering of their in-house MMO New World Eternium. Lost Ark will be returned to developer Smilegate to maintain live service operations in early 2027. Smilegate served as publisher in South Korea, while Amazon handled publishing in Europe, North America, Latin America, and Oceania. Reception was positive on launch, and in 2022, Lost Ark achieved Steam's second highest concurrent player count with over 1.3 million players 24 hours after its Western launch. The team wrote that the game, quote, will continue to thrive here and other regions where Smilegate supports the game, end quote. MMORPG Throne of Liberty live service operations will also be returned to its developers, First Park Games, and publisher NC Corporation in Q4 this year. Throne and Liberty released to mixed reviews, including a mixed rating from Austin on our team back in 2024. It reached a peak of 336,000 concurrent players on Steam on its Western launch date. Throne and Liberty's team described the transfer as a, quote, positive outcome for the game's community. Together with NC, we are working closely to support a smooth transition and minimize disruption to your experience, end quote. Announced earlier this year, New World Eternium, Amazon's in-house MMORPG, will shut down in January of 2027. The dev team wrote at the time, quote, "There will be no new content or further server merges for the remainder of the game's life, but we will continue to monitor bugs and performance to ensure the game runs smoothly as things wind down," end quote. Do recall that Amazon also announced the cancellation of a Lord of the Rings MMORPG in May, even though Amazon Game Studios says that it, quote, "continues to explore a compelling new game experience," end quote, set in the Lord of the Rings universe. Me personally, I'm just waiting for that Warhorse Lord of the Rings game because I have 1000% faith in them and about 4% faith in Amazon. The GTA hype train was always going to be huge, but I don't think anyone expected it to be quite this big. Take-Two recently held an earnings call where boss man Strauss Zelnick commented on GTA 6 pre-orders, calling them, quote, "an exceptional start, unprecedented, astonishing. No one's ever seen anything like this before at Take-Two and in the industry," end quote.
Dude, everybody's so ready for GTA 6. I hate Rockstar for what they've been doing lately, but winners get whatever they want. And like the industry's gonna confuse that they have Rockstar leverage when they don't. And they're gonna find that out the hard way. I'm really happy for them, but at the same time, it's like not everybody can do what Rockstar does.
Zelnick did not want to celebrate prematurely though, saying, quote, "The pre-orders are so unprecedented, we don't know how it'll translate into sales. We don't believe in claiming victory before it occurs," end quote. Having a physical disc for your game doesn't seem to have slowed GTA 6 down, because when asked about Sony's decision to stop producing physical discs, he flagged Take-Two's business is, quote, "well over 90% digitally distributed," end quote. Zelnick's hesitance to pop the champagne seems misplaced, especially after an interview with CNBC in which he claimed that most of the pre-orders are for the $100 Ultimate Edition. Quote, "It's actually skewing more to the premium edition, but that might be a reflection again of the fact that the most avid consumers are the ones who are pre-ordering now," end quote. Well, if you lock core parts of your game behind a premium edition paywall, it makes sense that people with FOMO front up that extra cash so as to not miss out on that content. But you already knew that. A quick lightning round to finish off, and Australians are going to miss out on the newest asymmetric horror title, Halloween the Game. Developer Illphonic took to social media to announce that Halloween the Game has been refused classification in Australia, saying, quote, "Despite every effort on our part, the Australian Classifications Board has denied Halloween the Game. The denial was not based on the presence of the iconic slasher, Michael Myers, or the outstanding kills that can be performed in the game, but rather the presence of a controlled substance. Unfortunately, to our disappointment, and certainly yours, this means that we cannot sell the physical or digital product in both Australia and New Zealand," end quote. This aligns with hands-on coverage from horror content creator Slash and Cast, who commented that, quote, "Smoking weed in Halloween allows you to see Michael's pings across the map and can give you an advantage," end quote. Despite some confusion regarding the state of the ban this week,
That's so stupid that they banned it for that reason. You can literally cut people's heads off in game, but yeah, he smokes weed, it's not fine. I have high hopes for GTA 6, however, other than purchase of the base game, I'm not gonna buy shit slop they sell. I used to have GTA Plus for some months until its price got increased not too long after release. I have high hopes too, dude, and I think it's gonna be good, but I know that online is gonna be sloppy toppy. That's what it's gonna be. I hate saying that, but it's the truth.
Classifications Board did confirm to thisweekinvideogames.com that the game is definitely not receiving a rating, which means it will not be sold in Australia. A sad time for horror fans. And weed fans too, I guess. If hypothetically Halloween was to get an 18+ rating in Australia and you wanted to play it on Xbox, you would then have to verify that you're old enough to purchase it, because Xbox is rolling out age verification to games with an R18+ rating in Australia. This is rolling out through August, but Xbox notes, quote, "Games and content you already have are not affected," end quote. This follows Australia's age verification requirements across websites and digital storefronts. Xbox's options for verification include facial age estimation, providing credit card details or an official government ID, as well as email-based age verification, where they essentially look to see how long an email address has been in use and where it's been used. All of these different verification avenues are hosted by third-party proprietors, including Verify My, an email-based verification service that shares your email with, quote, "third-party partners to review sites and apps where you've previously used it, only to verify your age. Your email messages are never read and no copy of your email address is kept," end quote. Yeah, sure. I'm sure we can totally trust that. Absolutely. If I sound a little skeptical, it's because this has given me some deja vu from that time that Discord implemented age verification and 70,000 government IDs were exposed, 68,000 of which were from Australia. Best of luck, Xbox. Devolver Digital wants to go private. The company shared its proposal to investors on August 6th.
I straight up called Rockstar and told them to refund my GTA Plus membership, or
to stop trading on AIM, a sub-market of the London Stock Exchange. Investors will vote on September 8th, which requires 75% shareholder approval to pass and would make Devolver a private company for the first time since 2021. The company detailed its decision saying, quote, "The global video games industry has undergone a period of significant disruption and volatility. Devolver has faced the ongoing challenge of delivering growth in line with market expectations despite these difficult sector conditions, resulting in a valuation disconnect that does not take account of the lifetime and long-tail revenue delivery inherent in the video games business," end quote. Speaking of gamesindustry.biz, a spokesperson summed it up by saying, quote, "Being private will allow the Devolver Digital team, especially the finance, legal, and executive team, to singularly focus on the long-term."
I'm gonna be honest with you. If I ever had a company, I would never go public. I don't like the fact that shareholders can like literally make your company do the dumbest shit in the world, and then be a surprised Pikachu face. And no, well, do the dumbest thing in the world in order to get profit and future and risk the entire future of your company just because you want to get upfront profits, big upfront profits right away. I think public companies need to be reformed in some kind of way because that shit's stupid. And I know that there's laws already, but if not reformed but changed into reformed and changed it like rebolster the FTC essentially in order to like keep companies from doing this because it's insane what they can do sometimes.
Health of the company and less on satisfying the requirements of the public market, which have nothing to do with being a successful video game publisher, end quote. Well said. Eric Baptizat, former Assassin's Creed game director, is back at Ubisoft after a 5-year stint at EA's Motive Studio. Baptizat started at Ubisoft back in 2005 and worked there for almost 16 years, becoming the lead designer on Assassin's Creed Black Flag and Origins, as well as game director on AC Valhalla. In 2021, he moved over to Motive Studio, serving as the game director for the Dead Space remake, while also contributing to Battlefield 6. But Assassin's Creed head of content Jean Gaston announced his title as the brand's game director, saying, quote, "Eric needs no introduction in this universe. 16 years at Ubisoft, key contributions to Black Flag, Origins, and Valhalla as game director, his passion for gameplay craft, and his deep connection to the franchise speak for themselves," end quote. Do remember earlier this year that both Assassin's Creed Hex creative director Clint Hocking and game director Benoit Richer left the studio. No idea if Baptizat is going to be filling the gaps here, but it would certainly make a lot of sense. EA has announced that they've completed the $55 billion private acquisition by investors Saudi Arabian Public Investment Fund, or PIF. The investment firm's...
Did we see this already? I think we saw this already. Thank you. Let's see. They they better refunded you. Shit. All right, I'm out of here. Oh my god. Okay, now I can do it. Let's see.
An extended look premieres on Netflix Thursday, August 27th at 3 p.m. Eastern time. So there'll be a extended premiere of Grand Theft Auto 6. I'm sure they'll get into all of it. Now, for people that are freaking out, and a lot of people are in the inquiries, there is more information, but we'll get to the inquiry first. Ren Quinn wrote in, like many of you did, and said, "Sup, guys. Just saw GTA 6 will have an extended look on Netflix. Thoughts? I find it pretty stingy that they are hiding the reveal gameplay behind a paywall. Why does Rockstar feel the need to do this? Honestly, I feel I couldn't be any less interested in this game just based on how it's currently being treated. Well, I'm sure the game will be great and obviously do well. I almost feel the game deserves to fail. I only feel this way just based on how marketing is going. Crunch somehow prevalent despite years of development, and I've seen
Yeah, I left Call of Duty a long time ago, even before the microtransactions started coming in, but more because it's kind of like the same exact game.
apparently Rockstar will
Hey,
be
Just
willing to
Slayer,
delay
what's
the
up?
game another 6 months if even one mission is not ready. Just seems like a complete disorganized mess. I had never seen that last part of it. They're not delaying the game. But I understand your fear hearing this news, but it will be up, I think, 6 hours later on YouTube, something like that.
That's still not cool, dude. I don't know why a lot of these gaming pundits are like, oh yeah, you can just see it 6 hours later. We shouldn't have to wait 6 hours for a trailer that we already paid $100 for.
Yeah. Right? Yes. Because they say Grand Theft Auto 6 an extended look will also launch on the official Rockstar Games YouTube channel and the Grand Theft Auto 6 site at 9 p.m. Eastern on August 27th. So just wait 6 hours. And by the way, they really had no choice but to do this should they go with Netflix or something, because people would just record it and put it online. So there's really no.
And that is a negative how?
There's no getting around that. I think it's weird for the consumer. I don't think it's weird for them. They want money, and they just got more of it. I wonder how much Netflix paid for that.
Yeah, that is an interesting question.
For a 6 hour exclusive. I wonder. It's a strange one. But anyway, what do you guys think of this? Dustin, let's get your thoughts on the first news item since you've been back.
Yeah, it feels weird. Like, oh, my paid subscription service is premiering a new advertisement for me to watch.
Yeah.
Like, there's something about it that has that enshittification quality to it if you take it on a service level like that. But it is, I mean, the biggest media launch of all time coming up. So it is that big of an event. So it feels a little bit grody, but as you were saying, Colin, it's not a permanent exclusive. They're putting it up on free YouTube and stuff 6 hours later. So that's fine. It just feels like, come on, man. How much money are you already going to make on this game? It's like, yeah, let's get a little Netflix deal for the fucking ad, for the commercial.
I mean, it's amazing on their behalf.
Sure.
That they managed to do that. Like, why Netflix would pay for that is insane.
Well, because it makes sense for them. Like, people are gonna watch. I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna watch it on Netflix purely only because I have Netflix. If I didn't have it, I'd be like, you can suck 2 fat peepees. Like, I ain't paying for that shit.
Here's my thing: is I really want to see this next thing, like this debut that'll have gameplay, and after that, I'll probably go on blackout.
Yeah, same.
I really don't want to see everyone's tiny clips on Twitter during that 6 hours. Like, I just want to be able to watch it. I'm not signing up for Netflix.
I'm not. There's no way I'm doing that. No.
Maybe it'll come out. Maybe September there will be a different show that comes out that I want to watch on Netflix, but probably not. So I'm trying to figure. I'm like, does anyone I know have Netflix? Because like, there's like a principle. It's like I'm not paying for Netflix.
What about your parents?
My parents don't have it.
I don't have it, or I would lend you mine, because I don't care that much. But yeah, I it's funny because I have to get Netflix back. Like Micah and I were talking about this because there's going to be certain NFL games on Netflix, but they're later in the year. So it's too bad that I can't line up a month or whatever. But I'm not doing it. I'm not paying for Netflix for this. There's just no universe. Especially if they really did the ballsy thing and it's like it's only on Netflix.
Honestly, if I didn't have Netflix on for my thingamajig for my phone plan, I probably would never use Netflix. Uh I would legit probably pirate their shows because it really isn't worth it anymore, in my opinion.
I'm like, oh my god, that would be. There's just no universe where they would have done that.
All right, yeah.
I'm getting so cheap with it now that like there's a show like and a few movies that I wanted to watch on the Hulu Disney Plus combo. And then I went, I was like, okay, maybe I'll sign up because I have stuff I want to watch. And it was $20 for the ad-free version. It's like,
insane.
I don't think I want to watch it that bad.
Yeah.
Like $20.
It's a lot. So these subscription services were so. It came up on the show. Like I had Netflix continuously from like 2003 or 4 to 2 years ago.
Right.
And eventually I'm like, I never even used it really. And I was like, well, I just have this because it's like a habit. Because I have this old account I don't want to like cancel. But who cares? I'm not, and I think there's a big difference between $8.99 a month and $25 a month.
Oh, hardcore.
And I'm just not, I'm not like
hardcore difference. There's a hardcore difference between paying that kind of money in this economy. I bought like 8 items in my grocery list this morning on Sam's, and I paid like $110 for all that. And then we still got to do a little bit more shopping at HEB. Maybe like 6 more items, and that's going to be another $50.
Yes.
But like you look at the prices of some of these things and you're like, damn, even Amazon with Amazon Prime. And then there's all these different tiers now of Amazon Prime. And I'm like, fuck this shit.
Yeah.
It's annoying. I hate that there are tiers that you pay for that still give you ads.
Yeah. It's totally unacceptable.
That to me is egregious.
Yeah. Agreed. 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That should be illegal. Just saying it. For you to charge a subscription and still show ads, get the fuck out of here. I'll just wait until someone uploads a copy of the Netflix stream to YouTube, likely live stream, or immediately post, hey, or I would stream it. I think can you stream? I don't know. I would screen share it to my Discord, but I don't know if you can do that. I don't know if that's possible or not.
It's like the show I want.
You have an Aldi's near. I hear they're great and aren't greedy as business. No, I don't have one. I don't think so. We have Costco, but that's pretty far. But I have an HEB right close by. To be honest with you, I think Sam's is a really good deal. Like a lot, like it was $100, but a lot of it is like bulk buying. So like it's gonna last me a lot longer than it actually is. And so like the $100 was worth it, but at the same time, it's like there's a huge difference between $9 and $25 for a subscription service. That is absolutely not worth it in my opinion.
Wanted to watch is Nirvana the band. The show is on Hulu now because I've seen the movie and it's awesome, and I've seen a little bit of the show. And there's part of I'm like, why can't I just buy it? Like I would buy the show. Even if it was $20, which is the same price of the subscription. It's like, I only really want to watch that. And if I can watch that, and then I'll just have nothing after a month. So I'm probably just being cheap is the reality of it. But
I don't think it's being cheap. I think it's being prudent because this stuff adds up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's also just a ridiculous thing that we've grown to accept over a period. Over like it's the kind of the definition of like the frog and
the slow boiling water.
Like, YouTube will copyright strike the trailer if it's not from Rockstar, so leave it to random channels. No, I mean stream it on Discord, like to my viewers, to my Discord, to my server. I want to play some bugs, so I'm gonna play bugs right now. Cause is there any snow planets?
Yeah.
Or like you look around and suddenly like there's ads on my paid subscription service. I remember when I saw that happen. I think Amazon Prime has that, and it's like a default. And I can't remember what show I was watching, but it was a show that I was interested in watching. And I was like, oh, let me put it on, and then the ad came on. I was like, no, and I just haven't watched it. I still have Amazon Prime, by the way, because for packages. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, why the fuck wouldn't you? But like on principle, I'm like, I can't. I don't even want anything to do with this streaming service, really.
Dude, this is going to drive you up a wall because I know you guys don't watch sports, so you would never experience this. Like when you watch a game on Netflix or a game on Amazon or Peacock or whatever, like an NFL game, they're presented like they're TV shows. So you're basically paying for entry, and then there's just commercials every 10 minutes.
Yep.
Like as if you're watching CBS. So they get like 2 bites at the apple, basically, which is there's something truly ingenious about it. And by the way, cable is not dissimilar to that because everyone gets a fraction of your cable bill. That's how it works. And that's why channels disappear from things sometimes because they're like, you're not paying us enough per subscriber, we're leaving. But it's not $20 a subscriber. It's like pennies or tens of cents per subscriber. And then you move on from there. Unless you're like an ESPN, like I remember it's a big deal. Like ESPN gets $3 per subscriber or something like that. Like when you get on your cable bill and so on and so on and so on. So it's funny, like people just want cable back. And the things they describe, it's like, that's cable. But I was all into this too. I got. I was like, this is exactly what I want. This is exactly what I want. And I think sometimes you got to be afraid. Well, it's great for if you know what you want to watch or you're a consumer of the TV and movie culture or whatever, which I'm not. Because then I can see you circulating through all of them. But by the way, I've said this before. This is why I think it's really important that we keep subscription prices on The Last Stand down, even though I think we are giving incredible value. Is like, I want it to be in the amount of money, the average $5 or $10 or whatever, like where you're not even worried about it. Right. That's just the better part a way to do business, as opposed to you looking at your bill every year or every month and being like, what do I need to cut? $5. It's like, that's not really going to do anything for you. But $20.
Yeah, it's a massive expense.
Yeah,
$20 is
and then
like
you multiply that by 7 or whatever
stuff.
Right now, I have,
I
guess I have more subscriptions than I think, because I have Spotify.
Yeah,
I have YouTube. I guess maybe is that
YouTube is such a great deal. YouTube Premium, in my opinion, is such a great deal.
And YouTube is that's all you need.
Yeah,
that's it. That's all you need.
YouTube. I have YouTube, Apple Music. I have Crunchyroll right now, but I don't think Holly's even watching it, so I probably don't need it. Hi. Oh, Crunchyroll.
That was so unnecessary. Oh boy.
Yeah. Oh, you have PlayStation Plus.
Oh, PS Plus. Sure. Okay, there you go. Right.
That's what now we're fucking cooking. Cause you don't care, Colin.
I care. I care.
You don't fucking care. Okay.
I'm going to tell you right now.
No disc, no buy.
Let's look at. That's fine with me. Let's look at what everyone's doing and trying to do in their own little causes. I feel like I've gotten the ball a lot further down the field so far. Like, we'll see what happens. But I care. And by the way, the physical game thing is going to be a big part of my presentation.
Oh.
Because I'm going to present that as the last straw, where there now is nowhere to go. So now you have to do something. Right? Like, it is what it is. But I'm sorry, you did cancel PS Plus, though.
I did.
Oh, Lin Tao must have pissed you off, huh? When she was speaking. I'll tell you what. We'll get into that a little bit later, though. Well, not too much later.
YouTube is peak now streams free movies. One I digitally own makes Netflix feel obsolete for reals. Like some of the movies on Netflix, on YouTube that they offer for free is insane. I'm like, what the fuck? Are you guys okay? Like, how did you get Heat, the movie Heat, as a free fucking movie that we can watch? It's
Chris, do you have Netflix right now?
No, not right now.
So we'll all be watching this on YouTube, I guess, or some bootleg. Oh no, pardon me. Dustin's gonna watch it on. Well, wait. You said you didn't.
I don't.
But then you don't have it, right? So we left.
Make sure you guys like the stream. It helps a lot. Thank you.
There's got to be someone that can help you out.
The full thing will be on Twitter.
Yeah, someone will rip it
at 4K.
The full thing will be on Twitter. Do you understand? Like I last night I watched Spider-Man on Twitter, the new Spider-Man movie. It was all of it was on Twitter. Now, by the way, I should say I did go to the theater and see it.
Right.
I like Spider-Man. I'll go see it. But I saw it again because somebody said "fuck it," Spider-Man brand new
I always
day.
love that. It's always "fuck it." Here's
it's I love that. But I was watching. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll watch it again. Chewed on it a little bit more. You know. So if that's gonna be on Twitter, like this advertisement for GTA has no shot of not being on Twitter. So like I'm not really that worried about it. I'm sure we'll see it immediately. Someone will have a good rip.
Now let me get into something else, guys, that Ren had said. He had said that he's not feeling it based on like the game is currently being treated. And I don't understand. I really don't get it. I got to be honest with you. It's hard for me to agree. I think listen, Take-Two is going to do exactly what it needs to do to sell maximum amount of copies of the game. And I don't think there's any universe where they wouldn't show it to you. So I think that, and let me be clear, by the way, and back off of that and even say, like, I wish that universe did exist. I think that would be fucking dope. If they were like, listen, we're not showing it. Like, you'll go and buy it. And everyone's going to be surprised and delighted, like, at the same time. And I think there's major risks to doing that, but not really.
Yeah.
And actually, you save on all the marketing costs, but they would never do that. Like, they would laugh you out of the room if you suggested that. Of course. So
I wish that they would do that. I don't want to see any more of GTA. I just want to play it.
I say that because people are worried about this thing as if they were not going to show it to you. And I'm like, just be patient. If it's that important for you to see it, just be patient. But also understand that a world where Take-Two and Rockstar were like, yeah, we're just never going to show it to you until it comes out, I think is a fucking amazing timeline that I wish we were on.
Yeah.
So it's hard for me to not, like, I don't know. I guess I'm curious, like, why people think it needs to be shown so badly.
Maybe he means by the way it's treated. Maybe he didn't say this, but like the fact that there's the $80 cheapo version,
right?
The GIMP version, and then
although look, I'm gonna defend Rockstar on this, and I'm gonna get flack for it, but GTA's done that before. The last GTA did it to where you had exclusive missions in the DLC. So like on the $100 special edition. So I don't know what you guys are complaining about. That's a world that you guys were okay with.
No physical version, you know.
Right.
Well, there's no disc version, I should say.
Right.
Maybe that's what he means, but he didn't say that.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you could be right, because I read it as him being like, they just refuse to show it. Like, why are they treating it like this? Why are they ignoring it and whatever? And I'm like, I don't know. I honestly don't know that they really benefit from showing it too much. I actually think it starts to become, I guess I'm just fixated on that whole image they released of the vista, like the bay or whatever, of the ocean side of the map, and there was no reflections for something like the Ferris wheel in the water. Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And people fucking freaked out about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm like, you really shouldn't. You know, like, unless it really is going to be totally perfect. Which
Google is the monopoly of the internet. They own YouTube, told Hollywood about copyright issues. Then soon after, YouTube has been digitally uploading hella movies since the beginning of the film itself. I saw John Wick 3 on YouTube.
maybe it will be. And I'll just
For
reiterate
free,
what I've said
when
a
it was in
million
theaters.
times. Your expectations should be through the roof for this game, and hold it to those expectations as well.
Yeah.
I hope.
I'm excited, man.
Yeah.
I'm excited. It's becoming more and more real. And it's funny because like the expectations for this are so high, as they should be, that like I actually think the possibility that this is going to be disappointing is actually quite possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that
just
is
because
totally
because
possible.
everybody is like, I'm going to be looking at this thing with like a microscope. You know, I'm not going to nitpick the shit out of like, oh, this traffic.
No, yeah, there's a high possibility of it failing only because it's so expensive. And not only that, but like they put this on themselves.
Big light is floating or whatever, but like I'm gonna notice it more than I would if it was like Lego Batman or something. So it's exciting times.
Yeah, you live by the sword, you die by the sword, man. You know, like If it's what I always say about Naughty Dog games. It's like if you set a precedent that people are just going to expect now. That's a good problem and a bad problem.
Yep.
Yeah.
We'll see. I think that I think the game is going to be really impressive. Like I do believe that. I think that it'll be easy to find issues with it because it's a video game and it's an open world video game. But it is my hope that it is substantially more refined than previous Grand Theft Auto games at launch, and I think it will be.
It better
I think
be.
They just took an extraordinary amount of time with it. It seems hard to believe that it won't be. Or then you have to you have to ask, like, what did you do? Certainly you burned a shit ton of money and all this time or whatever, but was it even worth it? Should we have just made this game in 4 years or 5 years? Is it truly the difference maker? And I think that's going to be in the edges of the game.
So when this reveal or whatever it is comes out, we're watching it. Because I know you have this thing about like, oh, it would be cool if they didn't show it. So like there's like a media blackout kind of thing going on potentially.
Yeah, I will.
But
yeah,
I kind of have the feeling that like this is kind of going to be unavoidable. I don't know how you would realistically avoid anything about this game. And Rockstar's pretty good about not spoiling.
You
so
can't.
Like, I think I'm one of these people where it's like, I think
Rockstar did a good job with Red Dead Redemption 1 to like keep it under wraps, and I saw gameplay of it before they even released it. It's just impossible to do so. I've seen gameplay of Grand Theft Auto before Grand Theft Auto 6 before it even came out.
I'm just gonna watch what they put out for it.
In my eyes, a worthy paid DLC was when Call of Duty introduced zombies, but it was a full map story and even Easter eggs made it feel a whole other game. Modern Times is the microtrend. Yeah, kind of like Undead Nightmare with Red Dead Redemption. That shit was amazing.
Because I just don't know how I'm going to avoid it, really.
I will watch this. Yeah. I am curious. Like, I want to see like a mission or like some. I don't mind. I think it would be exciting not to see it, but yeah, like you said, yeah, I think it'll be there. I'm curious about it, but I think, like Dustin said, I think I'll probably avoid, if I can, everything else about it. I think because people have been asking, like, where's the marketing? I'm like, oh my God. Like, I don't know how you don't understand how saturated NFL games, NBA games, like you are in another universe if you don't think they're going to have like, not have like Monday Night Football 1 minute commercials and like, yeah, you'll see.
It's going to be insane. The marketing.
It's not the market yet.
No.
And
the marketing is going to be crazy. It's going to be insane. It usually is. GTA usually has some pretty wild marketing. So it's like, I remember seeing GTA 3 just get the most insane marketing ever. And I saw it almost on every single thing.
It would be a foolish waste of money to do it. No one's even watching TV right now. Like there are the only shared American cultural moments anymore are sports. And that's where you want to be when you're premiering these things. Everything's lining up perfectly for them. So yeah, I say that because I don't know how avoidable some other content will be, but I think, and there's rumors of a state of play in September, and you wonder if it'll be in there too. Because I assume Sony seems to have the market, like a serious marketing deal, and that might be part of it. I mean, though they don't seem to, they do have a marketing deal. So
yeah,
I imagine that will be in there as well. And we might not be able to avoid that when we watch that, but we'll see what happens. An extended look on Netflix. Grand Theft Auto 5. That was supposed to be a PSA, but we marinated. We marinated on that just a little bit. Just a little bit. All right. This actually came out the next story, the day that we published last week, but we should add it to the record. And I think moving forward, I will maybe even delay episodes that come out around stories like this to make sure we capture them, knowing that they were going to happen. But Sony's Q1 26 financials were released, and I brought out some notes about what I think are interesting. I went through all the numbers and stuff just to kind of reduce things for the audience. But there's more to it than that as well, because some stuff happened in the earnings call that really, really illuminated an already fiery situation in the.
Is this a dude from the Discord that has those professional sounding voice clips? No.
In the space.
Wait, what?
And so here are the numbers, if you guys are curious. Q1 runs from April 1st to June 30th. So it's important to remember, as we've talked about since the disc announcement, that the disc announcement happened literally July 1st intentionally to put it at the very beginning of Q2 and give them as much runway as possible, the full 90 days to like let this wash out if it does. And as they said in their financial call, they're not seeing any deleterious effects of the disc situation and any boycotts going on right now, but they only have a month to work with. So we will have a better picture of that. So it's important again to remember this is before right before that time. 1.6 million PS5s were sold in that period, down year over year from 2.5 million. Q4 is typically weakest. So the numbers could theoretically get worse than this if the prices continue to go up. So something to keep in mind, because 1.6 million PS5s is very soft. The total is 93.7 million overall. So they'll get to 100 million easily by the end of the year, with Grand Theft Auto and Wolverine helping to push machines. Games sold 66.1 million, up year over year from 65.9 million. Q1 is typically the weakest for game sales. So these are probably the lowest the numbers will really get. As you can see, the numbers are flat. Digital ratio, this one's for you, Dustin. 82%, down year over year, 1% from 83%. So actually the physical games sold 1% better this quarter than the previous quarter. Monthly active users.
And that's what I mean. And that's with everybody's effort trying to get all the enthusiast gamers trying to get a kind of movement for physical games, and it's just like, guys, like, it's not gonna happen. Like, it's just not it's just not gonna happen.
125 million.
NFL and FIFA IRL have been documented for rigged matches. I saw a clip there where Soccer Ball straight up make a U-turn, and it wasn't the wind. They cut the ball apart. It had servo and wires. Wait, what?
Up year over year from 123 million. It is an all-time high for the quarter. The all-time high for the brand is Q3 25 at 133 million. Here's an interesting little wrinkle, though. Playtime down 4%. So a couple million more users playing, cumulatively 4% less playtime. I don't know what it means. Might not mean anything. Sony has revised its financial results upward because of foreign exchange rates, because the yen continues to struggle. And I actually don't know if you saw the American government, and Trump talked a little bit about it. We kind of stepped in and helped stabilize the yen because it's getting bad. And did you see his little thing about Pearl Harbor?
He's like, Japan's been very good to us, with the exception of Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Fair enough. Operating income booms 37% up because, and this pisses me off, is tariff refunds.
Yeah.
So
cool?
Sony, all corporations that charge tariffs on their imports kept the money, basically.
Yeah.
And this is what I was saying, Chris. It reminds me, because I support protectionism. It's why this needed to go through Congress.
Right.
And why I always felt like it was a stupid idea to try to unilaterally do it, because these things happen and it would be kind of impossible to reimburse the money at the point of sale. You know what I mean? Which makes me feel like not that like robbing Peter to pay Paul or whatever the saying is, but it's like, maybe you should have just had no refunds at all. if it's not going to go back to the people, it's like you're just, so in other words, Sony made money twice.
Right.
They charged you more for the tariffs, and then
and like I said, corporate scams right now, or corporate scams right now are gonna be at an all-time high, and they're gonna try to rip off people right now. PlayStation is suing the people in order to get that kind of money back, because it's like, it doesn't make sense. We're the ones that paid for the extra money. Why is it that you're getting paid twice? And so like, if Shauna can drop the change.org of digital rights, make sure you sign it, please. It's absolutely necessary. I don't think that we're gonna go to Congress or anything, but we need to show that people care about their digital rights and need to do something about it. So, yeah. Thank you. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Pin that in the comment section if you can, Shana.
And they got the tariff money back anyway. It's
Exactly.
kind of like, and it's not their fault. If I were them, I'd be like, this is fucking awesome.
Well, yeah,
You know,
but this is ultimately how tariffs work. It kind of confused me that this was such a point of confusion while the tariff conversation was happening, because like, yeah, the people end up paying for this. Duh. This
Yeah. The reason why there was so much confusion on it during the election is because people were fucking stupid, and nobody explained it, and that was the entire point of why they didn't explain it.
is how this generally works. I was always kind of befuddled that because I saw people shocked by this, and I was like, "What do you mean? This is like quite typical."
Yeah,
and
I'm
like,
not-
why wouldn't you take that? Like, if you're a company, like, okay, I would take it.
Yeah, it's an enormous amount of money. I think it's like, wasn't it like $580 million or something? It's like
Yeah.
for Sony.
Great.
Yeah, because you and I, obviously, you're right. Like, people are like, tariffs are a tax, and I'm like, well, yeah, but it's towards an end, just like any tax, right? And the only way it works is if it sticks. In other words, you can't do it and then take it back. You know,
Exactly.
So that's why I remember even saying at the time, and I know you and I agreed about this, I'm like, this has to go through Congress, because otherwise it becomes too tenuous. And so you need to elect the Congress as it's constituted now would never vote for that, and you need to elect a Congress that would, if that's what you want. I mean, that's just the way it goes. You know, because I believe in what they were trying to do, but this just makes it look so fucking stupid. I mean, like, this in a way has been almost underreported.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's
There's almost no room for something, because this is stupid in a way that like things used to be stupid. Like this is like actually like really mundane in comparison to a lot of the stuff that we're, that's crossing our, like Perez Hilton cutting himself up. Like it's not really as crazy. So like this is the kind of thing that kind of flows under the radar. It's like, oh, the tariffs went the way they would normally go, like duh. And then it kind of gets forgotten, and then the next thing goes up. But like, yeah, I agree. Like I didn't see much. I saw one thing about this.
Yeah,
because
for people that don't understand, like in a basic way, the company passes the tariff cost on. It's like the cost of any good, right? So they owe a bill to the government. And then the government just gave them the money back. So they charged more on the assumption they would have to pay a tax that they no longer have to pay. And
yes.
Yeah. So anyway, like fucking insane. But okay. Anything else here in my notes? Oh, okay. An important thing. They note, quote, "We have secured the quantity of memory necessary to meet our projected sales volume for fiscal year 26. Fiscal year 26 runs from April 1st through March 31st of 2027. So March 31st, 2027, it's over." And this basically says to me, although I don't know that, because they say they secured it. They didn't say the price, but you would assume that the price of PS5 will probably be static through the fiscal year. I mean, that seems to be what they were saying. I don't know for sure. And by the way, I don't know if you guys saw that all memory is already sold, I guess, for next year. Like there is none. So like if you didn't get in, someone wrote in about it actually too, but I don't think I included it, is like if you didn't like get your orders in for these mass purchases, you're not going to get anything. So we'll see how this all goes with PS6 as well. I'm really struggling. I understand how complicated these facilities are that make all these components. That it's not nothing to invest in them. It costs an enormous amount of money, billions of dollars to make them. But you would just think that there would be an impetus to get this going.
Make sure you guys like the stream if you
who's
can.
going
I
to
would
get
really
there
appreciate it. It helps a
to
lot.
start winning? You know what I mean? Like, why is it taking so? I guess we're probably still a year or two out from even really being able to increase manufacturing. I'm like, damn, it must be really that complex. Even running 3 shifts, 365. Like, I don't know. I'm just so surprised that the free market hasn't stepped in yet. Like, it just hasn't. And I wonder, it almost seems collusive in a way where it's like, you guys don't want it to be fixed.
Oh, no.
Why would you want to spend more to increase?
They don't want it fixed, and that's why TCMC has a lot of the patenting to the actual software. I mean, techniques that they have. They're very secretive about it, and there's only like another place on the planet that can even do it. So it's like, yeah, no, they want it like this.
Production when you can lower production and increase prices.
Right. Well, there's that, and I think that there's a risk that if you spend all this money in investing in a new facility, which is billions of dollars, and then suddenly, I don't know, the AI bubble bursts or something, and there isn't as much demand, then that investment was a total waste. So it's like, why risk on the possibility of increasing production when you're already making hand over fist money?
Yeah.
Makes no sense
Yeah.
to invest in a new plant.
Yeah, exactly.
So get used to it. Buy your electronics now.
Colin doesn't care at all. He's texting his DraftKings partners or whatever.
Sorry, Micah was at the supermarket and she said she had a question and she said to answer within the next 5 minutes.
She gave you a time limit.
Yeah, or like, or you have no input. So I'm sorry about that.
That's funny.
So there's, all right. So we got into all of that. We've gotten into, there was one other thing. I'm sorry. Operating income increased as well, offset by, and this is really nothing not a surprise, but an acknowledgement of PlayStation 6. They were saying quote unquote, increased investments for the next generation, end quote. So it's coming, and also quote unquote restructuring costs, which I think is in relation to Bungie and the impairments they're taking on Bungie over time. All right, so there's all of that. The other thing that happened in here, as I said, was during the earnings call. Now, I want to let everyone know, I'm not by any stretch of the imagination a financial expert, obviously. But there's this idea that earnings calls that accompany quarterly results and fiscal results from publicly traded companies only speak on the quarter that they're reporting on. And this is important because people have interpreted some of the comments that I'm about to go into about what is going on with disc production as being like, well, they can't possibly have spoken to that. The disc production thing is in the quarterly results that will happen in mid to late October. And I'm like, no, that's not how it works at all. That's never how it worked. Remember, it was only a few quarters ago that they brought up Ghost of Yotei. Someone asked about Yotei, I believe. And maybe they even brought it up outside of the quarter that it would actually be counted in. They have a fiduciary and legal obligation to tell you the truth in these calls. Now, by the way, they're human, and people are human. And I'm not saying that they do tell the truth. I don't know. All these people could be lying. What I'm telling you is that it's illegal for them to do that. And that if you were an American company, for instance, or an American, a traded company, and you go to the SEC and you get fined and can even be jailed for doing shit like that. And Japan has its own version of the SEC that monitors these things as well. So I just say that because I feel like people just think these guys can just say whatever they want. Now they can couch things in certain language and make things really vague and give themselves wiggle room.
Yeah.
But to act like they just kind of like just come out and say whatever they want is incorrect, which is important. Now, they're asked really multiple questions about discs, and I'll get into this. A reporter from Nikkei, which is one of Japan's major newspapers, asked the following. And some of the questions are about, by the way, many of the questions that they're asking are about the recent earthquake and a lot of the shit that happened to Sony's infrastructure in Japan. So that's like the discs actually weren't the first things being asked about. It was more about that stuff. But the discs were definitely the second thing. The reporter from Nikkei says about the game business, quote, "You're going to end the disc products. I think that you made a comprehensive decision on that, and there was some movement against that. And some of the consumer organizations have criticized you. Some have sued you. How did you come to that decision? And how do you respond to that criticism? Was this a decision that was necessary for the next generation game device? Or was it intended for enhancing the margin? Was that a sales decision?" So great question. And gets into a lot of different things. But obviously they're very well prepared to answer this. As far as so she answers most of the question. Remember, these are two questions put together, one about the earthquake, one about the disc. So she answers a bunch of stuff about the earthquake. And then she gets into the stuff about the disc later. She says, quote, "PS5 ending disc production, the second question. On this point, we announced that January 2028 onwards, we will no longer be manufacturing game discs. 1.5 years ahead, we made this announcement at this time. There are various reasons we made this decision. The biggest being that the digitization of content overall has been progressing. That's the big factor. It's not just for PlayStation, but for all kinds of content. Digitization is progressing. When we think about the future, we put a lot of thought and time. We cautiously considered this. We came to this conclusion. We're going to cautiously move this forward. To this decision, we have received various opinions. People have strong views. We understand that the community has put forth those views to us. Games are loved by many people. It's a form of entertainment that's loved by people. It's connected to people's fond memories in many cases. We understand those emotions. We want to consider that. In the future digital ecosystem, how do we engage the gamers is something that we would like to continue to explore. Thank you very much." Satisfying, Dustin?
No.
By the way, it should be noted that it's stilted and awkward because it is Japanese, translated into English on the fly. I'm always surprised. Sometimes companies do go back, but sometimes they don't. They'll actually retranslate everything. But I have not found a retranslated version of this. So go ahead.
Yeah. So I agree that I guess I'm agreeing with the fact that they're not lying, or at least they're not supposed to be. But in this case, I feel like you can present what you like. You can kind of fudge it, as you were saying, where the digitization progressing of our media landscape, is that a factor? Yes. Is that the number one factor? Is that the most important
No, it's money. It's monopolizing the digital market because they want to control it. It's what PlayStation, it's what Sony does in general. It's what they did with music. They basically own the music industry for the most part when it comes digitally. They also they what else did they do this with? They did this with several other things. They did this with Spider-Man, where they're the ones that get to have a say so on what to do.
Reason for them? No. I don't buy it for a second. All you have to do is look at the money. It's easy. They're looking at how much money they can make on digital only. And yeah, that's it. The complete control of their own marketplace, cutting out the middleman for a lot of people. And I guess this comes back to something to touch real quick, is just that some people say it's like, oh, well, they'll still be doing codes in boxes. To me, as a personal opinion,
thank you, I appreciate
I don't
it.
think that's going to last very long.
Jay,
I think that's an appeasement thing that you do in the beginning, but I could see a lot of third parties being like, nah, we're going to choose not to do that.
Yeah, I think people are underestimating too why they're doing that. I honestly think they're only doing it because they think they're going to get sued. And they do need, it's a matter of how you interpret things and like what you really want, as far as the idea that they should have options to buy games for PlayStation off of PlayStation's own ecosystem or whatever. It's like, I don't necessarily think that that's a compelling argument. I think closed ecosystems should be allowed to exist and you should be allowed to play with them. But I think that they're afraid that they're going to get bodied in certain municipalities, and they can simply say like, well, we are selling games in person, and they can cut the price of those games. And what means more to you, the disc or the idea that you can buy it? If you're making the argument that you want multiple storefronts, well, here you go. And I literally think that their lawyers or their strategists were like, this is something we have to do, because it actually makes no sense when you think about it. Not even from the retailer perspective, but if you're trying to truly cut costs, the major cost of it is still the split with the store. More than the manufacturer of the disc, more than any of that, the shipping of the disc, it's the split with the store, and they are still absorbing that by doing this because they have to, or they feel like they need to. Right. In my opinion, they feel like they need to. So
how many of them are they going to make for stores as well? Like, I don't know. There's too many questions up in the air that I'm like, we'll have to wait and see how much they even follow through on that.
Yeah, they indicate, I'm fascinated by this too, that there's like some indication, if you listen to what they're saying, that they did tell their major retail partners ahead of time, which I was a little surprised about. Well, I'm not surprised because it's a big thing to do and you want to tell them, but I'm surprised that they did it because I was surprised it didn't leak.
Yeah.
Right.
In other words, it's almost like the kind of thing you would imagine they like send to everyone at the same time. Like they send the email and like the corporate correspondence out at the same time that they publish the blog post, because they realize it's why Xbox publishes all their emails on Xbox Wire, because they just know someone's going to leak it to fucking Tom Warren. So why not just do it ourselves? They are asked elsewhere though about the disc production as well, and this is the one that really annoyed people, I think. I love this. It says, quote, Nishida speaking. Can you hear? Yes. I also have two questions. I wish people would just go through this and retranslate. First, well, as we asked about the termination of disc production, at present, for example, are you seeing users and sales going down? Do you have any forecast? Are you saying that you're not in a position to make such forecasts yet? I want to know what you think the impact will be up until 2028. And at this point, a different executive answers, quote, as a result of, well, I'm sorry, let's see. Thank you very much. Quote, about your first question about PlayStation discs. Well, up until 2028, well, at this point in time, we are not seeing any impact on our business as of now. Going forward about the content sales, I think a large part is already digitized. Therefore, as a result of the discontinuation of discs, we don't see that there will be any negative impact on our business. However, as I already said, the users, the players have attachments, and we have to think about how to respond to those feedbacks.
Mm.
This is the one that, kind of set people off a little bit. But I feel like this is where you have to kind of take them at their word, or they're just straight up lying to you, because people are like, well, how would they know yet? And I'm like, you don't think they have like up to the minute data about how everything's going? They would know if people were unsubscribing from PS Plus, if people were stuck, they would definitely know.
Right. Mm-hmm. Well, I think it does feel condescending. I guess the way that they're like, oh, well, they have attachments they're nostalgic for discs. And I think any honest person in this debate will be like,
Yeah, it's not it's not attachments. It's more like we don't trust companies because already, as it is with discs, we really don't get full control over all the games. Like, I think some games that I have, you can't even play them without downloading them from the PlayStation Store first. So like it's already bad as it is. It's even worse now. Like it's like it's gonna be even worse now, like than that. And so that I think that's the so-called attachments that he's talking about in a very condescending way, which is kind of annoying.
well, yeah, of course there's an attachment and a nostalgia to buying physical games, but to simply pin it on just that is categorically false for the people that are really invested in this movement or cause or whatever you want to call it. Is that it's like, no, it's way more than just like the ceremony of getting a disc and driving it home and putting it in. It's about the marketplace. It's about Sony's control. It's about the control over the media that you purchase. So I can see that being annoying. The facts about it being like, oh well, we're not seeing the effects. I totally believe that. I can totally believe that everyone being very loud about this, myself included, represents so small of a minority that it's not making an impact. I totally believe that. It's unfortunate, but it's probably it feels like it's probably the truth.
Yeah, I think I was saying that the unfortunate reality is that there probably was this blip of like, oh, people conspicuously canceling PS Plus, maybe disengaging a little bit, a small number of people. But then I was saying there's something, I don't think they necessarily line this up intentionally, but it's like something like Black Ops coming out. Then you get all of these kind of more casual people. We'll talk about the sales figures later, like massive amount of people playing these games and getting sick. They need PS Plus to play it, and I'm like, it's like the number's probably higher right now than it was before the announcement, which is, so it's hard to fight against things when it feels like it's doing no damage, and it probably isn't. And I agree with you that it does sound condescending, but I really wonder if it's because of the language barrier stuff.
Yeah, that's certainly an aspect.
I mean, the Japanese do communicate in a much more straightforward way, especially in professional settings, no doubt. There is something stilted and weird about the way they talk about everything, so it wouldn't be surprising if they sounded a little off kilter there too. But let's see. Ed H wrote in and said, "Hey CCD, well, those comments from Sony's quarterly statement from Lin Tao suggest that the advocates for physical games have done a shit job of communicating. Sony seems to think the issue is about a nostalgic desire to have a circle of plastic to put in a sleeve on a shelf, rather than anything to do with ownership rights. This could have been a moment that forced walled garden stores to come up with a way to make digital games as good to buy as physical games. Instead, it seems from Lin's comments that Sony is just going to try to figure out ways of upselling us more digital crap to capitalize on a perceived emotional reaction. Slow clap to all involved." I mean, I don't necessarily blame people for this interpretation. I'm not entirely sure that yet I am not entirely sure that the environment of people that are kind of advocating for this stuff right now are doing a very good job of talking about what the future is, which is about digital ownership, of course, and ownership rights. But I think there's a conflict there too, in that like solving the ownership rights situation digitally will make discs useless. And I think that's what people like. Truly, there would be no argument for them at that point, in my opinion. And at that point, then the disc does become a preference. And so I think solving for one actually kind of hurts the other. And I think people are maybe more aware of that than you think. And that's just, and it doesn't,
wait, what?
It doesn't go both ways. They remove all of these kind of more casual people. We'll talk about the sales figures later, like massive amount of people playing these games and getting sick. They need PS Plus to play it, and I'm like, it's like the number's probably higher right now than it was before the announcement, which is, so it's hard to fight against things when it feels like it's doing no damage, and it probably isn't. And I agree with you that it does sound condescending, but I really wonder if it's because of the language barrier stuff.
Yeah, that's certainly an aspect.
I mean, the Japanese do communicate in a much more straightforward way, especially in professional settings, no doubt. there is something stilted and weird about the way they talk about everything. So it wouldn't be surprising if they sounded a little off kilter there too. But let's see. Ed H wrote in and said, "Hey CCD, well, those comments from Sony's quarterly statement from Lin Tao suggest that the advocates for physical games have done a shit job of communicating. Sony seems to think the issue is about a nostalgic desire to have a circle of plastic to put in a sleeve on a shelf, rather than anything to do with ownership rights. This could have been a moment that forced walled garden stores to come up with a way to make digital games as good to buy as physical games. Instead, it seems from Lin's comments that Sony is just going to try to figure out ways of upselling us more digital crap to capitalize on a perceived emotional reaction. Slow clap to all involved." I mean, I don't necessarily blame people for this interpretation. I'm not entirely sure that yet I am not entirely sure that the environment of people that are kind of advocating for this stuff right now are doing a very good job of talking about what the future is, which is about digital ownership, of course, and ownership rights. But I think there's a conflict there too, in that like solving the ownership rights situation digitally will make discs useless. And I think that's what people.
Yep, and that's one of the things that I've been seeing with my petition. Is that a lot of people are like, this doesn't solve the physical issue, and I'm like, bro, it's not. We're not going to solve it. Like, and that's the truth. We're not gonna solve it. The only way to solve this is through digital rights.
Like, truly, there would be no argument for them at that point, in my opinion. And at that point, then the disc does become a preference. And so I think solving for one actually kind of hurts the other. And I think people are maybe more aware of that than you think. And that's just, and it doesn't go both ways. The removal of physical games helps digital advocates. You know what I mean? If that makes any sense anyway.
Yeah. I don't know. This is ultimately, you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me a little bit of like the like the Gamergate thing. Where it's like you could maybe make an argument that like a fraction of the people really were like, yeah, what are you doing giving promotional coverage to games from people that you know and not recusing yourself or whatever? Like there was an ethics argument. But the loud majority of people probably, like the loud majority of people in this instance probably are just nostalgic.
Yep.
Like to the degree that like it splashes outward. Like I think there's a core fundamental like nucleus of people who are aware of like the digital ownership thing and like who do care about it from that perspective. But I do think the splash damage, not damage necessarily, but like the outer layer of that nucleus, I think it is a lot of people kind of, because a lot of the content that I see surrounding this argument is unfortunately kind of caked in nostalgia as a primary kind of focal point, as like, oh, this made me feel like this when I was a kid. And I was like, well, that's not really what the conversation's about. Like, I agree.
So now I gotta go all the way back to get my shit.
It's just unfortunate. Things kind of grow beyond the scope of like the original kind of core idea, and then they become kind of not flanderized necessarily, but a little bit simplified, and that's probably what they're seeing.
Yep. It's funny because I agree. You bring up an interesting point, Chris, too, in that the nostalgia around the product, it does seem to be more fixated around the acquisition of the product, the reception of the product. And I'm like, to me, I have those memories. I remember that a lot of that stuff, and it is great memories.
Yeah, I agree with it.
But a lot of it is about what about the game? You know, like, was it about you opening it on Christmas morning in 1990, or was it about that you liked the game? And for some people, I guess it's a little bit of both, but I wonder if one is driving the other at this point.
I think the serious people are talking about like, this is about ownership, and like I like having this game because I can play it today, and there's no bullshit DRM or whatever. Like, those are the serious people, but I don't want to say they're few and far between, but like, I mean, this argument
oh my god,
huge, you know. So it's incorporating a lot of people who are casual, who are maybe not in the weeds, and they're kind of getting loud online as well, and their arguments are just not as sophisticated. And I don't know, it's unfortunate reality of these types of things online and on the internet. Everything just gets flanderized to fuck.
What is this? I don't know if I know this word. Let me see.
Flanderization.
Flanderization.
It's an old term. It's like it's regarding like Ned Flanders from The Simpsons, how like he originally was like a kind of like a well thought out, kind of fleshed out character, and then over time he kind of becomes simplified to his most base base traits of like he's the Christian guy who goes howdly doodly, and that's like his entire character.
Right.
Howdly doodly.
It's like every character in the late seasons of The Office.
Right. They become
Yeah,
self-aware.
Or many
like-
shows, actually. Many comedy shows, just that's kind of what happens.
It
Yeah.
happens.
Yeah, Larry.
It
That
happens.
happened even with Larry David and the Curb revival stuff.
Yeah.
Too. You become the
always-
self-aware version of you.
It's natural, I think. It just happens. But like online with like movements and stuff, I think it also happens too. Like things like there is an element of nostalgia baked into the physical games conversation, obviously, because it's such a strong emotional core of it. But the real thing is ownership and like having access to these things long after a DRM server goes offline. Dude, like there's so many games that I have right now on PC that I load up and like, oh, Uplay's not around anymore. And it's like, what the hell is this? It's insane. I can't play Splinter Cell Blacklist because there's no Uplay server and I got to download some crazy file. It is annoying. But like the emotional core is usually what resonates more than the real arguments. So
Let's see. Yeah, and I think there is something. Well, I'll get into this argument in a minute. Actually, I'll say what I was about to say because I think it actually goes better with what I was going to say in a moment. But there is one more piece to this, which is that images have leaked now online that I think are fairly clearly real, although it could be debated that they're not. I think they are, though, which is that these notice stickers are being stuck onto PlayStation boxes now, and they say in a bunch of different languages. From January 2028, newly released games on PlayStation will be available for purchase on PlayStation Store and at retailers in digital format only. Discs for games released before January 2028 can continue to be played on this console. So it seems like, they're going around sticking these on now. And so just another acknowledgement that this is the direction they're moving in, and it's kind of an intractable decision, I think. Although I still think it's within the realm of possibility that they turn things around for PS5 specifically. I think PS6 is not going to have physical media. And
Nope.
I got to be honest with you, I'm okay with that.
Same.
Like, and by the way, I think that I still am of the mind, and Dustin, I think we talked about that even when you were on the show, like, I think they said this now so that they don't have to say it for the PS6.
Yep.
So you already just intuitively know it. They didn't want to say, the worst thing that could have happened was them saying it when they announced the console.
True.
It would have dominated the conversation around it, and I think they understood that and they got it out of the way. And so I think they just have to eat shit now.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
they're gonna have to...
My biggest question still, I don't even know what's possible, is just like, are they going to be able to do a disc to digital program like Xbox? Is it possible? I don't know. Is there a unique code on every PS5 game? I know that Pork was looking into this for a bit, but I don't know what his conclusions were. But that's the really frustrating thing for me, is just that there is no indication of like our current libraries.
Yeah. That is one thing that I you can also make the argument though that they're gonna announce that during what even shot me, first of all. Anyhow, you can even make the argument that PlayStation is saving that for the launch of the PS3, which I know they should reassure their fans. Why would you respond to me all the way over there?
Basically starting fresh on like, is all my total investment in disc games on PS5 like, oh well, you can just play those on PS5 and you'll never be able to play them on your PS6.
I just think there's a catch-22 for Sony, and they put themselves in this pincer, of course, but if they put a disc drive on the PS6 to play your PS5 games, then people are going to be like, why can't we just have PS6 discs?
Yep.
Like, that's literally, like, they're just begging for people to do that. So I think they are just kind of in a tough spot. Like, that's their problem.
I was about to say, it's not a tough spot. It's more the fact that, like, this is the way the future is going. Like, this is the way it's gonna go. It's gonna be an all digital future. The problem is trying to get the right advocacy to try to get the rights that we have for our digital rights. And Sony has to navigate that because as a company, they have to maximize profits, which is why I think that public companies need to have a little bit more strictness to it because, oh shit. Because by the FTC or by somebody, because the fact that they can do that, be like, hey, yeah, we're just gonna strip you of your digital rights because of the fact that we want to maximize profits is stupid. Is it? And even though it's a detriment to the company, because eventually it will come back and bite you in the ass.
But if you want to make this transition, I think they're just
Yeah.
eating a lot of shit right now because I feel like they think it'll make it easier later. And I think they're right. But
Yeah,
I don't know if it'll make it better. Different thing entirely. But I think it'll make it easier to communicate. And I think that's like, that's behind this entire thing. I don't know. The one thing that I wanted to say though, and I've been trying to articulate this, and I talked a little bit about this, I think, on the stream, but if I had more time and inclination, I would even make a video about this because I think this is, there's something here. I think this is the outcry, right? About not only the discs, but about PlayStation generally over the last few years.
Yep. PlayStation's been a complete dickhead this generation compared to the PS3 and PS4. Just complete, utter dickheads.
I've been on record as saying that I believe that there is something really weird going on. Like there's something weird in the ether. Something doesn't feel right. Right? Like it doesn't. There's something weird about PlayStation right now.
Yeah, it's super easy. This is super easy to understand what it is. And like I understand that he's trying to analyze it and be objective, but the truth is that Jim Ryan got rid of a lot of the OG people that made PlayStation to what it is today, which is why public traded companies are fucking poisoned sometimes because of the fact that PlayStation operated at a rate where like, yes, we're going to maximize profits and we're going to make a lot of money, but we're also going to experiment on these games. We're also going to give back to the gamer a little bit by having these great deals. We're also going to have these great AAA games that justify some of the actions that we're doing. And we're also going to take care of our first party publishers and not really close them as much as other people. And we're going to focus on the games that we're good at making, which is what our studios are making, is the cinematic story-driven games, linear cinematic story-driven games. And if one day we want to make an open world game, we'll make that too. But it has to come from the developers that they want to do it. And now all those people that used to be there are gone. Those people are not there anymore. This is not the PlayStation that you knew. The PlayStation that you knew is dead. It's gone. And it's probably never coming back again unless they suffer like the way they did with the PS3, which is a very, 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 very slim chance because of the fact that they've cornered the market so much that it doesn't matter anymore. Xbox shit the bed so bad. Nintendo couldn't compete where they just shifted to a whole different platform, which is mobile gaming, mobile handheld gaming. And yeah. So yeah, that's what's weird is that PlayStation is literally it's literally a skinwalker wearing PlayStation's skin. Literally what it is. It's sad, and as a PlayStation fanboy, it is even sadder to admit that, but it's the truth. Yeah, the sooner you understand that, the better, because PlayStation is here to maximize profits. They do not remember about Michael anymore.
And whether it matters or not, whether it tracks for the market or not, is a totally different story or a different series of stories. But what I think I've come to realize is we are seeing the outburst, reasonably so, of a group of people on a console and in the console space that are starting to realize that it's no longer about them.
Nope.
And I was saying recently that I said it on social, I think actually, that I kind of already realized this intuitively in the early to mid PS4 generation, when you started to see like what was doing well. Yep. And how things were going and how things were selling and how people were spending their time. And I remember being blown away over and over and over again during that era, and even in the early Sacred Symbols era, where we would discover like, how much are they selling these things on Fortnite for? What? Like, Madden Ultimate Team cards make what? Like, and you start kind of internalizing this idea. It's like, this can't possibly be true and it be about me. anymore. And I think that people have gone along reasonably so under the idea that, oh no, no matter what kind of casual play goes on this console, it really runs through us. And we kind of determine the direction of things. And I'm like, I don't think so. And I think they're telling you that. And that's a tough fucking pill to swallow. Because I understand that a lot of us were there since the beginning, and people like us are the ones that constructed this place. But they don't really care. And so we either, and you can't. This is why when people were upset when I tweeted this last week, but it's true. It's like when they're talking about exclusive games and how important they are, I'm like, don't you see the inverse relationship between exclusivity and money made? It might not be causal, but it exists. In other words, like, our behavior doesn't move the fucking needle. All of this shit does. They're making more and more and more and more and more money, releasing fewer and fewer and fewer first-party games, many of which don't even sell, like Saros, which was played by a virtually irrelevant number of people. When you consider they have 125 or 130 million monthly active users and 500,000 people played it. And then what you walk away from that is that your behavior matters. Like,
right, yeah.
And I describe it as a level of myopia. It's not an attack. It's not an insult. It sucks for me too. If PlayStation was what I wanted it to be, it wouldn't look like this. But I also admit that my purchasing behavior would mean that PlayStation was making much less money.
Yep.
In my universe.
Mm-hmm.
Does this make any sense to you guys? I really think that there's something here about the PlayStation audience coming to a realization about itself. That, by the way, the Nintendo audience had to come to Jesus moment in the Wii U era. It's like, actually, this is all that exists of you right now. You know, you're not as big as you think. There needs to be way more of you. And I think Sony looks at it that way, and certainly Xbox with their ambitions to reach 1 billion players and shit like that. Like, it's not I hate to say it. It's just an observation. It's not an endorsement.
Yeah, it's not a pleasurable thing to acknowledge or to showcase or to point out.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's true.
The question is, and you brought this up earlier, Colin, is that if the hardcore fan base is starting to make this realization that, like, Sony, obviously they want this to be your home, but they're not catering to you anywhere near as much anymore. Do you decide to nest yourself somewhere else because of that? Which, what I wonder, and people say a million things on this, like, oh, I'm moving to PC now. And certainly there probably are many people that are, or at least saying they are, but obviously Steam Machine is not that device. Because I missed all of that as well while I was gone, is the Steam Machine pricing and stuff like that. But I do wonder that Valve, when they've released products like the Steam Deck and now the Steam Machine, their version of it isn't always the most desirable version of it. But they are launching a platform. In fact, I think Valve doesn't even really care about Steam Machine doing well. Clearly, I mean, they know that they can't. I mean, they want it to do well, but really, it's like a proof. Like, hey, look, we've created an OS that is controller friendly and can run on living room PCs, and we're making that open to any third party manufacturer. Anyone can build a Steam Machine and ship it with Steam OS, and maybe that's not happening right now because Steam Machine just came out, but as the years goes on, and there's third parties making Steam Machines that maybe are way more compelling than the original Steam Machine itself, when people are feeling this neglected from PlayStation, then maybe will they jump over? I don't know. It's hard to say. But I can understand the feeling of, like, PlayStation isn't really doing anything for me right now, or much less. I'm going to move to somewhere where I can kind of find my own people again.
Yeah, I think that this is where a lot of compelling conversation will happen in the years to come. And I can only be so clear with the audience that I personally feel that Sony has major problems in the mid and long term with PlayStation if they don't figure out a certain number of things. And also, they've been victimized by, like every electronics firm, by what is going on with AI and the component crunch. It's important to remember that when we first started talking about PS6 with leakers like Moore's Law, people that had access to a lot of things, the machine was being described as being shockingly cheap. And that was like the entire idea, was it was supposed to be a mass market consumer machine. They just can't do that now. Nothing about the machine, I don't think, has changed. I think that the material reality of expectations of where pricing would be has changed. It's flipped the entire table over for Sony, which I think it would be so interesting to be there and understand what they were really thinking about and talking about, because I think they're going to reemphasize PS5. I think PS5 is going to be around for a really long time. I think when they release the machine is even up in the air, but I think they will release the machine. I think it either has to be, next fall or spring 28. I don't know, man. I don't know. But I will say, like, I just feel like something's off. I feel that I've been doing this for a long time. But again, that's the ironic thing is that's my feeling as a hardcore player. And maybe like my feeling on things just doesn't really matter that much, because they see these numbers and they're like, yeah, none of this really matters. Like when you think about 8 million copies of Black Ops 2 on PS5 in July, it's like, who are those people? Like, it's a lot of people that are not us. Some of them are. Shot Vegas wrote in and said, hey guys, the YouTube channel Damn It Jeff put out a bounty for someone to jailbreak the PS5's current firmware in response to the physical game situation. It reached $35,000 last I saw. What are your thoughts on this as some sort of retaliation tactic against Sony? Thanks for years of great shows for my long commute. It makes the drive much more reasonable. I don't know anything about this scene at all. I just would say that, in my opinion, this stuff exists regardless of what happens and will be going on behind the scenes, where people will justify it however they want, but they're going to do it anyway. It's what I always say about piracy. Like, you don't have to justify your piracy to me. Like, you're stealing regardless of how you want to justify it. Do it or don't. And it's the similar thing here. I think people look at this sort of thing as a challenge too. And I think Sony likewise looks at it as a challenge, not one they necessarily want, but that they have to make their machines more secure. So it might make them more vulnerable, but I feel like they have to be dealing with this stuff all the time. So I don't think anything really changes for them. All right. Next piece of news is just a confirmation that the deal between the Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund and Electronic Arts is closed, and Electronic Arts is now a private company delisted from the stock market and under the majority control of
I agree, B Ford.
They write in a press release, EA does. Electronic Arts, a global leader in interactive entertainment, today announced that its acquisition by PIF, which is the private investment fund, or the public investment fund, pardon me, of Saudi Arabia, Silver Lake, which is an American investment firm, and Affinity Partners, collectively the consortium Affinity is also an American firm, has successfully closed. The consortium's agreement to acquire EA was previously announced on September 9, 2025, and was approved by EA stockholders at the special meeting of stockholders held on December 22nd, 2025. So this is a done deal. People get $210 a share in cash. So some people are going to become very, very wealthy indeed now that this is closed, including many people at the company that either had options or held stock in for other reasons. So a lot of money is going to be changing hands here. But NASDAQ listing is gone, so this is an official thing now. Jason Schreier reported this on Blue Sky. Jason Schreier, the journalist, of course. He says EA officially goes private tonight, meaning EA will no longer trade on the NASDAQ for the first time in 36 years. All stockholders of EA, including many employees, as he says, will receive $210 a share. EA will take on $18 billion in debt, putting it on the hook to pay $1.8 billion a year in interest. I don't know where he gets his $18 billion a year number, because they said that it was $20 billion, plus EA has $2.2 billion in debt outstanding. So their debt is higher than $18 billion. He says EA's annual EBITDA is around $1.5 billion, which should be enough to service the interest payments. So this is they're making enough money after EBITDA is an acronym, EBITDA, for like, well, let me get the exact.
This entire deal is so fucked. It's oh god. I feel bad for. I never thought I would say this, but I feel bad for the people. I don't feel bad for EA as an entity. I feel bad for the people that are there.
Exact nomenclature. So yeah, earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization, a metric used by a company's overall financial performance and core operating profitability by removing the impact of financial decisions, accounting choices, and tax environments. So what he's basically describing is that they're profitable enough to cover the interest payments on the debt, to keep the debt
I care
static.
about the developers that are there.
But the publisher has told debt investors that it will cut, according to Jason, $700 million in annual costs, including $170 million in organizational efficiencies. So layoffs. As Jason says here, I don't think it took a genius to figure that out. I tweeted that out the day before when the deal was just closing, where I was like, oh, the first thing that's going to happen is people are going to get laid off. I mean, that's what happens when these situations occur. EA is going to monetize its games like you've never seen before. And remember, Chris, I was saying this with the college football. You weren't here for this, Dustin, I don't think, but there was a drama with college football 27 and its monetization, and people freaked out enough where EA actually fixed it.
EA doesn't make.
But remember, Chris,
EA doesn't make good games. I have to disagree with that. The Mass Effect series, the Dragon Age series, Dead Space 1, 2, Mirror's Edge, a lot of these other EA games, like Battlefield. I would sincerely have to ask you in a nice, non-condescending way, what the hell are you playing that is not good from EA? I understand they make a lot of bad shit, but yeah, no, EA definitely makes good games. Battlefield just came out.
I pointed out in the letter something interesting where they're like, in the future, when we make change, like in so many words, in the future, when these things happen, we will communicate better.
Right.
In other words, like we won't just drop them in your lap like we did this time, because there's just no universe where they can service
Hey, dude
that
had
debt,
Battlefield
the
6 refunded on Steam after 500 hours.
maintaining
That's
the status
stupid.
quo. And the layoffs will bring fixed costs down, but they're still going to have a big nut to fill, unfortunately. So I have a lot to say about this deal, and I know we've already said a lot about it. I think from my perspective, and I'm curious what you guys think as we kind of put this in the rearview mirror, because it is what it is. I am surprised things like this are legal for multiple reasons. I'm talking about the free market before. And this is just to reiterate for people that don't understand, this is the biggest leveraged buyout in the history of mankind. It's not the biggest leveraged buyout in the history of the gaming industry or in the history of the electronics or space or whatever. It's the biggest ever. And what a leveraged buyout in a basic way, it basically, you're borrowing money instead of acquiring a company for assets. Part of what you're acquiring the company for is borrowed money, and you take that money and strap it to the company. So it's a very dangerous thing. If you read about leverage buyouts that are even much smaller, leverage buyouts have a 1 in 5 chance of just outright failing in bankruptcy within the first decade. It's a very high failure rate, considering how much money is being spent. And a lot of people look at deals like this as ways to kind of take all the meat off the bones and destroy the company. And that happens. And I don't know that they bought EA to do that. In fact, I really doubt they do. And I did, and I feel like they have a plan. But it's such an enormous thing to take a company, to take an entity and 10x its debt. Someone had pointed out, which I thought was fascinating. Apple has 4 times EA's current debt and 50 times its revenue. Like, let that wash over you. Apple has 4 times EA's debt, but 50 times its revenue. So this is a strapped company. And will they figure it out? Maybe. What will happen? I don't know. I think in the short term, the layoffs are obvious, and I think you're going to see a very efficiently run EA that focuses on big things. Like,
Saudi Arabia.
I personally wouldn't, maybe I'm just speaking out of my ass, but I personally wouldn't be surprised if they went to BioWare and they're like, you guys are done. Or they sell BioWare, or they sell Mass Effect, they sell Dragon Age. Because that's the other thing that happens in leverage buyouts and situations like this is like you start paying down the debt by figuring out what you can use and driving revenue by figuring out what this company has that you can use and what you can sell and get rid of. Not only to lower your own fixed costs, but to maybe make some money back on the back end. And the thing is, EA does sit on a lot of shit. And if they're not going to use it, they might as well get rid of it. So, yeah. But moreover, I think you guys might recall that I expressed this pretty vehemently when it was going on. We simply it simply shouldn't be legal for foreign entities to come in and take over American firms like this.
Yep.
And
it should not be legal.
It's not just that the Saudis are doing it and we have, some sort of problem with them, although in a lot of ways we do. And we'll talk about that in a minute. But it's that America is a unique place that creates a lot of amazing stuff. A lot of creative people are here. The biggest tech firms in the world.
Yeah, I don't did it to Pokemon Go? Yep. I hate that foreign companies are able to buy apartments, complexes by the thousands, that they're able to buy houses and bring up prices. I hate that they can buy corporations like EA. Japan doesn't even like Japan has such strict ruling when it comes to like buying any of their companies that they really won't do it.
World are here. Some of the biggest game companies are here. Hollywood and all of the rest in our music industry and all of it. It's all part of the American texture. And we shouldn't spend decades building up these amazing firms to allow foreign entities to come in and poach them. And all of the benefits from them and or run them into the ground. Whatever the outcome is, it's not really beneficial to us. And I'm surprised that in situations like this, talking about more regulation of the market, it's like when a deal like this is on the table, really there should be some sort of play to be like, is there any domestic investors that would be interested in this? If this is like what you want to do, how can we make it so that we're not sacrificing our companies to these outside entities? And I have a big problem with it. I don't like it. So, because I feel like it's just, you can't blame the stockholders for voting overwhelmingly to do this. It's a lot of money.
Yes, you can.
It's an enormous amount.
No, yes, you can. Yes, you can. The whole point of publicly traded organizations is because the shareholders are seen to have to be able to run the company into the right direction, not in the wrong direction. A company is supposed to be about legacy and what you leave behind and how long your company is going to do things in the future. Like, I can't stand this idea of like, yeah, let's maximize profits by fucking our entire company up. Please bleep out the curse words to my editor. Like, that's not healthy for an economic situation. Like, it's just stupid.
Lot of money. But what does it mean for EA? Like, what does it mean for the people that work there and their structure and the games that they play and stuff like that, or games that they make and all the rest? I don't know, man. I know I've talked a lot about this in the past, but it's just weird to me that you're even allowed to really do something like this. And it's people have a problem with the big leverage, which I have a problem with too, but it's more just like, where's the pride in the things that we build? Maybe that's just a naive stance, though.
Yeah. I was going to say that, man, it's crazy that an entity can just take on $80 billion of debt. But then I thought about our government.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, all right.
Yeah. The
no biggie.
Yeah, exactly. It's the American government is in so much debt that it's just fake. Like it can't even be quantified as being real at this point. It's like, okay, yeah, 35 trillion or whatever. It's like, all right, whatever. Like, what do you do with that? What do you want me to do? All right.
Insane.
Jason Polite wrote in and said, hey, CDC. With EA's acquisition by the Saudi PIF being finalized this week, do you think we will see any pushback or boycotts by gamers similar to when SNK was purchased? EA is a bigger name in the US, so this may garner more attention. Also, what are your thoughts on Madden being the only NFL licensed simulation game being owned by a foreign entity? Thanks for all that you guys do, and welcome back, Dustin. I hope fatherhood is treating you well. I don't believe that it is interesting, Chris, you and I talked about this, I think, right? That there were like SNK fighting games that were going to be at Games Done Quick that were thrown out of it, I think, or something like that because of its connection to SNK. So like there are people that are doing stuff. And EA for a lot of core gamers will be much easier to avoid. Like Micah and I were discussing it where I'm like, I'm not really even an EA customer. I bought Plants vs. Zombies. We both did. But I'm like, before that, I guess it was Immortals of Avium was the last EA game I bought. So I can do without EA. I almost don't even really give a shit from that perspective. But I don't think there'll be any serious boycotting of the company, especially because, and you could say the same thing for SNK, and we've said this, is that the Saudis aren't interested in leveraging their control over these, and they're not interested in leveraging social control, which almost makes it worse because they don't really believe in what they say.
Nope.
They just want the money. It actually somehow makes it worse than buying, like if they bought EA and they're like, yeah, we're putting all the players in burqas. You know,
Right.
it's like that would be insane, but at least you had like principles. Here, it's like, no, we're going to buy your shit. We're not going to do anything to it. And
this is what I mean. The shareholders should 100% be blamed. Like, you can't blame them. Yes, you can.
And yeah, we just want the money.
It's just money. It's all money. It'll be money until everything's hollowed out. And then there's no money left. I don't know. What do you even say about a situation like this? I'm with you in the sense that like EA doesn't really. The last EA thing that I was involved with, I guess, was Battlefield, and that was bought for me. So like before that, I don't even remember. You know, the last time, maybe Mass Effect Collection.
Yeah, Mass Effect. Yeah, something Mass Effect. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think you're going to see anything serious about it, especially because like you would imagine that the clientele of like most EA games, which are like I would imagine at this point for volume, these Madden titles or these sports titles, just like, well, those are people who probably don't even know what the hell is going on in the industry anyway, so they'll be fine. In the realm of like boycotts, they won't be fine in the broader spectrum of the fact that like, oh, they're a deeply strapped company at this point, especially. So like, but from the perspective of like, will there be any like big consumer-led boycotts of Madden games? Like, I don't think so.
No,
very doubtfully.
And SNK hasn't really experienced any pushback either. So
no, it's literally it's just that Games Done Quick thing and me. She's like, not really a lot.
Yeah, right.
You could take or leave me. I'm about as important as SNK as every single Saros player is to Sony.
Yeah. You have anything you want to add, Dustin, before we move on? Or are you good?
No, I'm good. It's just annoying.
Yeah, it's too bad. But the stockholders have voted, and it is over. It's done. It's not even really worth worrying about at this point. I will be very interested to see how they employ their strategy and what happens. And I'm rooting for EA because I feel like a lot of people work there and a lot of people care about the product, but it's unclear how it's going to go for them, I think, because I just think that's so much money to owe. Everything's so tumultuous out there. You can't lay off too many people because you still have to make your games. So you can't cut too deeply into the workforce. I don't know. We'll find out. But yeah, it begins with layoffs. I suspect they'll start maybe even spinning things off and whatever. And then, yeah, the monetization stuff. I can't wait to see what kind of bullshit they're going to try to do. And by the way, a lot of their audience is receptive, if not receptive, neutral on it. Like they don't do these things because they don't make money. They make an enormous amount of money.
Exactly.
On this bullshit. And they would argue, I think, if we make a lot of money on it, the market must be able to tolerate it. Like, in other words, we haven't pushed it too far because we haven't bottomed out. And there might be a compelling argument to that as well. We'll see what happens. Do you think they'll do a thing where it would be like, EA Sports, but then it's the Muslim call to prayer?
That'd be awesome. That'd be the coolest thing they'd ever done.
That would be ridiculous. Did you guys, I don't know if you want to talk about this at all. I did want to bring it up. Did you guys see this fiasco around the AI Stellar Blade Blood Rain music video?
Yeah.
What do you guys think? What do you guys think about this? For people that don't know, they really Stellar Blade or Shift Up, the developer, in late July released a music video of called "Wanna Be in Love," and it features Evie, the protagonist from Stellar Blade Blood Rain, but it is AI generated, or at least assisted. I don't know if it's fully AI generated. I assume it is, and people are freaking out about it. There's this idea that South Korean firms are simply much more and society just tolerate AI a lot more than us. And I'm like, that's fine, but this is what happens when cultures mix up. And I wonder how you feel about this. This was one of the first times I had seen something where I was like, I don't know, guys. I don't know why you would do this.
Yeah.
You have so much goodwill, and you don't need to do this.
Well, dude, there was AI stuff in the first trailer for this new Stellar Blade as well. Or at the very least, like examples of AI-assisted texture work in the game. I don't know how much of the trailer was fake or whatever, but I remember there was a sign with like completely fake Korean on it. It was like an approximation of. It was like an approximation of like how I would draw kanji or something.
Right,
you know what
right.
I mean? Like,
Yeah, you ever do that when you're a kid? You try to draw
like
like a Japanese like a fake Japanese character, but it never looks right.
Yeah, it never looks right. But like there was some bits of that in the original Stellar Blade trailer, so I was already kind of put off by this game. And like this one was like, all right, I'm good. This is so weird. Like I just don't care anymore.
Yeah, the video is horrible. What I think is funny about this is that they had a response from the head of Shift Up that was like, Evie, the character at the heart of this video, was created from head to toe by our talented artists and modelers through more than a year of dedicated work. The AI is not crafting her from scratch. It is presenting the character based on the data, designs, and craftsmanship our team created. We would truly appreciate if you could view the work with that understanding in mind. It's like, okay, they're like, oh, no, we created her. But, the artistry of animation and, the layout of the music, no, that's AI. It's like, don't worry. Oh, we just let the computer do all the animation. Okay, I've been thinking about this a lot while I've been gone. Like, because Holly and I have a game now when we're in the car where we see how many AI generated signs we can see as we're driving around. They're everywhere. Yeah. And I had a conversation with my dad where he's like, one way to look at it, which he's no like big AI defender or anything, but he's like, before people would use word art or clip art and stuff, and they let the computer make the flyer more beautiful or more appealing, but it wasn't really their artistry in it. And so this is just kind of the new version of that. And I was like, I can see that. I would still prefer someone trying to shittily put together a menu with that than use AI, but I get it. I get that from a small business perspective that it's like, we can't afford to hire an artist to do something like this. And we want it to look nicer than something, well, in their mind, nicer than what we would do. And to a lot of people, it does look nicer. That's kind of the thing that I've been contemplating is like a lot of people see an AI generated image or a sign or something and they don't think anything of it. Are we the minority? Maybe. But anyway, my point about this is that I was thinking about it. It's like, okay, well, if a farm.
I think people don't care at the same time when it comes to this kind of issue. I think a lot of the people who are most vocal are probably the minority, but at the same time, it's like, I get where they're coming from. But at the same time, it's like, I kind of get it. Like, I get why people don't really care about this.
Farmer wants to sell their corn and they have a stand and they have an AI sign. I can see it, right? But the problem comes in is that when creative companies use AI, and it's like, well, what are you saying about who you are as a team?
Yeah,
and
that's
your
different.
work? That you're offloading what you do. And I know this has been a big point for you, Colin, so I don't want to belabor it too much. But when I see a company like Shift Up that clearly has such insane levels of artistic talent that we saw in Stellar Blade, then be like, okay, we want to make a music video. We're just going to offload half the work, more than half the work, to an AI. It's like, well, what does that say about you guys then? So anyway, that's the only thing that I thought about this. Just like, why? What was the point?
Yeah,
of this,
I don't understand that.
other than making you look bad to your Western audience, which
Yeah, I don't know, man.
The Western audience
really
that they're
weird.
a
Like, I
minority.
think people don't.
Like,
I
their
get,
game isn't
I
really
get
as
the argument about
popular
like
in the
small
United
businesses
States.
or whatever. For the same reason that you said, it's like they're not creative businesses, whatever. It still bothers me, and I'm just like, this is gross. And dude, a lot of the time that AI generated food looks gnarly and disgusting. Like, I don't even know how you could possibly think that looks better. Like, I would much prefer you just took an unflattering photo of the food you do sell. But
yeah,
I don't think people. And again, this is a side effect of people just caring more about bottom line and money than they do about the. I don't know how you would even describe it, the culture or the community that you're fostering, because it's like even just like in film or whatever, it's like, oh, we're not filming on location anymore because we film on you just do green screen in an apartment or AI generate whatever, who cares. Then that has an effect on, okay, well there's usually craft services, and that's a catering for a local restaurant that like gets a ton of business that kind of relies on that economy in the local space, and now that's gone. And so like there's a big little domino kind of thing happening now, just broadly. It's not even just in games or AI or just kind of uniformly. I don't think people are taking notice of, and it's not good. It's not good.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dustin.
No, I was just agreeing. Like, yeah, not good.
I just think that I don't like people's excuse making for Shift Up in the sense that it's like, well, they're a South Korean firm. And like I said, that they're just more tolerant in that society of that stuff. And I'm like, that's cool, but you have an international product and an international audience. And you have to decide how you want to position your product. I actually think we're probably not very important to Stellar Blade's success. I think Stellar Blade's success has a lot to do with South Korea, Japan, and especially China. And
yeah, for sure.
They just might have a different outlook on that. And I understand that, but I'm just put off by this sort of thing because you just, I think you articulated it well too, Dustin. You both did, where it was like, you don't need to do this. No one's asking for this. Right. No one wants this. And you guys are obviously incredibly talented aesthetic artists. You shouldn't want to do this.
Yeah.
You literally should want.
They have so much talent that it's like, for what? Like, my schmuck ass uses AI for my thumbnails is because I have no talent when it comes to making that kind of thing. I honestly don't. I'm a talking head. I play video games. Like, I don't really have artisticness in that sense in me.
To have some level of modicum of control beyond prompting Claude to make your bullshit for you. It'll all come down to people's tolerance for this. It is that simple. And I'm becoming more and more of a believer, as we've said, and I think your dad articulated it well too, is people don't care.
Yeah.
Because I see a lot of that stuff too, like the fucking shitty, you see like a van for like an AC company, an HVAC company, and it's got some AI bullshit. You see some menu at a restaurant, it's got some AI bullshit. You see, it's like, and it all looks the same. AI is starting to kind of look the same. It even has a certain aesthetic to it, very similar to how it's all reducing to a similar style of writing, which is strange.
Well, they didn't do an entire game. They did a music video.
The unforeseen circumstances of doing AI, of finding like what it thinks is the best, most efficient, most universal, whatever. And it's like, yeah, here's this.
The thing too is that it's like there's so many more AI generated images than there are real images now, that a lot of new AI images is being trained on previously created AI images. So it's not even being trained on real shit anymore. So now you're just getting like a complete facsimile You know, I think I saw like some like a rendering of like a chicken nugget that was like bit in half,
These
or like it
guys
was like
just
cut in half,
left
and it
my
looked like
ass.
ramen noodles.
Yeah.
And I was
I
like,
saw
"What
that.
the hell is this, dude? Like, you don't even understand what chicken is anymore."
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
Because it's
I find myself having to delete my Gemini history because Gemini starts not being able to remember and leak memories into something that you're trying to do into the future, like from the past, because it doesn't know how to mitigate it, all that information correctly. So every like month or so, I have to delete all my prompts, all of them, or else they don't work properly anymore.
it's depressing, but I don't know. It is what it is. I'm not that interested in. I'm no longer really interested in this game at all.
Yeah,
like I liked the first Stellar Blade well enough, but like I don't need another one if this is kind of where they're headed.
Yeah, I want to see. That's where I was going with it too. Is that I really like. We all like Stellar Blade, and I think it's a great game. But I want to. I'm going to wait and see. Like, how are you going to react to this? Like, maybe this is maybe they'll just stick to what they've been doing, but maybe they'll be like, yeah, maybe we're wrong, or maybe this is not the right thing for our product, and we need to be more careful about what we're doing. The video on their own YouTube channel has 11,000 thumbs up and 22,000 thumbs down. So some people say these numbers are fake, but I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know why or how they would be fake. Maybe they're like approximations.
Because there's no apps right now that accurately
just a couple more
depict
things.
the likes and dislikes.
We know
dislikes
that
because
the
of the
original
fact
actor
that
was playing Kratos on
YouTube
Amazon's
kinda
God
took
of
that
War
away.
show was Ryan Hurst was injured. He fucked up his bicep while recording or doing the show, and he had to get surgery and all the rest. So they had to figure out what they were going to do, and they decided that they were going to recast, pause production and recast. And they have Dave Bautista, he was a wrestler, right?
Yeah.
And then kind of made the transition over, is going to play Kratos. I thought there was interesting stuff here in this Deadline article that announces it, where he apparently was already, like things just kind of lined up where this works, because they write here, quote, Bautista's extensive background as a decorated
Batista was originally my choice for Kratos. I know my best friend is like, if they do Batista as Kratos, I'm kind of out. And I'm like, I disagree. I think the best person to do Kratos is probably going to be Batista. I did not like the Ryan Hurst casting at all. They should have just done it. They should have just made him they should have just made him Thor, and I think they're probably gonna do that to keep him on, to not waste that casting money. They're probably gonna keep him on for Thor. So like I don't know why they even did this in the first place.
Professional wrestler would allow him to step into a physically demanding role such as Kratos with limited preparation given the tight schedule. What's more, he's coming off shooting a similarly physical fantasy project, the new Highlander movie, which required him to bulk up, end quote. So it seems like they can kind of just use him, and he can kind of just keep the status quo with his own body right now and go ahead. They're also, they also announced, and this is not really a big deal, but just something to note, MP First discovered this, that they are looking to recast both Atreus and Thrud in the second season, but that's because they're getting older in the second season. So I guess the kid that plays Atreus in the first one will still be the same one that was with Ryan Hurst. Something weird about this show at this point. I don't know. I wonder if they didn't we say this a week or two ago, Chris, that I'm like, I wonder if Sony or the production people at Amazon look at this as a way of like, we released these production stills, people weren't really into it, it's kind of a blessing in disguise that we can try again.
I agree.
In a way, you don't want Ryan Hurst to fucking
I wouldn't pass it by
all the rest, but at least we're not committed to this thing that people had problems with.
Yeah, I'm sure there's probably some element of that. I'm sure it's more negative than positive, because they've, it's a lot of money kind of in the drain a little bit. But yeah, I mean, take advantage of it, I guess. I don't know how well that. Well, I like Dave Bautista generally. I think he's actually a pretty good actor, but I don't know. I can't imagine anybody as Kratos. Is the big problem here, really?
Yeah.
I can imagine,
because I think he
Batista's
was like, wasn't the
Kratos.
big thing with Dave Bautista that like he was people really wanted him for Marcus Phoenix for
for Gears,
the Gears movie. I think there's even I think there's even a character model of Dave Bautista that you can equip as Marcus in one of the games. I can't remember which one of them. Maybe the Reloaded, the first time they did the Ultimate Edition, maybe, or something like that. But I remember that from a long time ago. We'll see.
Yeah.
See how it goes.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to this one.
Yeah, me neither.
I feel like he fits the role and the look probably better than the last guy, but okay, I hate to make this comparison, but Colin, I think you were right that maybe Sony has a Sonic movie situation on their hand. That first Sonic that looked horrifying, and now it's like, okay, well, it seemed like they were going to go through with it, but then they had this little opportunity where they're like, well, now we can do it. And so I saw a lot of people saying like this project is doomed now, and I'm like, no, I kind of when things run into production issues like this and they really take the time to, like, if it seems like that there's problems, it's like, no, that means they're probably fixing things that weren't working.
Yeah.
Which doesn't necessarily mean that the end result will be good, but it's showing that they're trying to make it work instead of just
they saw
this opportunity.
From what I've been watching about this show, they shot like half the season, and I'm guessing like I'm not gonna say that they faked the injury. I 100% believe that he got injured, and but it was kind of like a blessing, like he said, is a blessing in disguise because of the fact that it probably wasn't working on set either. Like it probably wasn't a very good compelling performance compared to what he did with Thor in God of War Ragnarok. So they pretty much said, okay, well, this is the time we can recast him. We don't have to say that, oh, it's because Ryan Hurst was not good and because people didn't like him. It's more like it's a better PR move than what Sonic did, because Sonic just was stupid about it. I don't know why they chose that fucking look in the first place. So I see this as a positive. Honestly, I really do see this as a positive, and I think that I'm looking forward to this show. I really am.
It's like, okay,
I'm
well, this wasn't
optimistic
working
about it.
Let's do it. So not that I even really care that much about a God of War live action, but I would say I'm more hopeful with the idea of a Dave Bautista in the role.
Yeah.
I think what's for sure is that the run of kind of good feelings about PlayStation productions has kind of tripped up a little bit, because things started really well. I mean, and things were good. I mean, you had the Uncharted movie, you had The Last of Us HBO season 1 was very well received. Twisted Metal has been very well received, and so on. But then you start getting things like Until Dawn, which was a little softer. Then you get the second season of The Last of Us on HBO, which people weren't crazy about, although I'm sure it did very well. The Horizon stuff at Netflix, that series got canceled because of the showrunner or whatever, and now that's like,
I'm glad that it got canceled. I don't want Netflix anywhere near video games.
With the recasting of Ryan Hurst and as Kratos, and also like, where's the second Uncharted movie? And like it seems like things are, after some good hits, it seems like things are kind of falling back to earth, and I'm to earth. Two more quick pieces of news I wanted to share with you guys. One is that, and I did a little bit of research on this. This is apparently a reliable source of Lego news, BrickTap. They announced that Astrobot will be included with the Lego PS1 that will apparently be released October 1st. It is going to cost $160, and it will be 1,911 pieces. So there's that. I like Astrobot. Actually, someone sent me a little Astrobot toy. You won't be able to see him, but he's back there. I put on my shelf. And then the other thing, we already talked about this, is that Reese Elliott over at Alinea released some data about the sales of Call of Duty. And
I think they're pretty much done with all the meeting news. Ignore the politics, or is it just full of excellent surprises?
Eurogamer have released a detailed preview.
All right, I'm going to use the restroom real quick, guys. I'll be right back. We can watch this after. For now, watch this. I'll be right back.
And number 5, it's Mortal Shell 2, the sequel to the 2020 Souls-like that, I mean, it was almost there. I liked Mortal Shell 1. I wanted it to be just a bit more, and it really seems like they're trying to do that. Mortal Shell, not quite a perfect 7. This one has the potential to be that, and maybe even something more. So the original game did have a clever hook. You don't pick a build. You kind of inhabit fallen warriors. You possess them. I don't really know exactly what you call it, but they're called shells. They all have their own stats and play style. The sequel's taking that idea and apparently just expanding on everything, especially the world. This one is set in an interconnected open world. The Steam page says it expands the formula with better combat, better weapon design, more upgrade options, and much more emphasis on exploration, which I don't know if people understand how much of the Dark Souls formula rests on good exploration. I know a lot of people love the combat, but so much of what makes a good Souls game is the exploration. So it's good that's getting some emphasis here. There is a sort of beta demo available, but I'm actually going to hold off till launch. I'd prefer not to play it in beta version. All impressions have pointed towards it being quite a bit better than the first game, which is cool because, again, I like the first game. Mortal Shell 2 is coming to PS5, Xbox Series, and PC on August 20th. And number 4 is Pax Autocratica, kind of a combination between a colony sim and a roguelite FPS, I guess. The whole pitch, basically, you build a totalitarian state, you shape the fears and loyalties of your citizens, and then engage in first-person battles. I'm not completely sure how that's going to play out, but I like the idea of the base building, the citizen management, all that kind of stuff, along with sort of like bullet hell FPS stuff. But going into the management stuff, you can actually mold your citizens through fear, propaganda, surveillance, punishment, etc. You can also go for comfort and prosperity if you really want. Citizens can be terrified or grateful and loyal, or rebellion may breed. It sounds like a very interesting game. Pax Autocratica is coming to PC only on August 10th. There is a demo. I haven't played it. I don't have any experience with it, but I'm very intrigued. And number 3 is Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls, a 4v4 tag fighting game from Arc System Works. And I mean, I don't know how you could not want this if you like Marvel vs. Capcom, or want a Marvel fighting game, or like tag team fighting games. It's just like what looks like the ideal of that. It's also obviously got the fantastic Arc System Works anime look going for it. Guilty Gear are some crazy looking games, and frankly, this is just a fantastic version of Marvel as far as I'm concerned. Arc System Works actually collaborated with PlayStation Studios for this. I think PlayStation Studios is publishing. In any case, it's a PlayStation exclusive other than PC, obviously. So you'll be able to get it on PS5 and PC on August 6th. I will be getting it. And number 2, it's Beast of Reincarnation, coming to us from Game Freak, the Pokemon folks. This is a really interesting game purely based on that. It is a not Pokemon game from these guys. You control Emma, who's a warrior, and you have a dog companion named Ku. It is not a wholesome pet the dog and grow turnips kind of game. It's more of a post-apocalyptic Japan cursed warrior mystical dog type of game. At least that's the best description I have for it. It's an RPG, of course, action RPG to be specific. I actually think this is a pretty great looking game. I have pretty high hopes for it. Like, you would never expect this out of Game Freak, but also we've never really had a major Game Freak release outside of Pokemon for quite a while. At least not that I'm aware of. I could be wrong. Does it matter? No, because this looks great. This one's landing on PS5, Xbox Series, and PC August 4th. And finally, at number 1, it's Hell Let Loose Vietnam. a 50 versus 50 game. If you're aware of Hell Let Loose, that's not new. What is new is that this is a standalone Vietnam War era Hell Let Loose game. Like, completely different setting, completely different asymmetrical warfare stuff going on. Like, the two sides in the Vietnam War are not just like two contenders doing the same kind of war. World War II it couldn't be more different from Vietnam. So I think that's a super interesting thing to do. It's actually not a game that is like taking the place of the World War II game either. You got mountains and jungles, waterways, and you're either the U.S. Armed Forces or the North Vietnamese Army. So this is honestly going to be a completely insane game, in my opinion. Hell Let Loose, World War II, great game, super interesting. This is a totally different thing that they're tackling with the Hell Let Loose formula, and I'm just so interested to see if it works. Because if it does, it could be way more interesting, actually. Hell Let Loose Vietnam is landing on PS5, Xbox Series, and PC August 13th. I do have bonus games for you coming up. Firstly, Mafia: The Old Country, Man of Honor, a story expansion for Mafia: The Old Country. It's got 2 new story chapters and extra free ride content. Basically, another chance to return to the old school organized crime drama. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. I really enjoy Mafia: The Old Country. I think it's a very good take on that series. That's launching on PS5, Xbox Series, and PC August 14th. Next, we've got Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 2. That includes Metal Gear Solid 4, Guns of the Patriots, Peace Walker, and Ghost Babel, which, I mean, most people are looking at as Metal Gear Solid 4 finally escaping the PS3. Yes, you can play it through emulation, but no, this looks like a much more stable, turn it on and play situation. That's coming to PS5, Xbox Series, Nintendo Switch, and Switch 2, as well as PC on August 27th. Next, we've got Madden NFL 27 launching for basically everything. They have a new engine this year. I don't know exactly to what extent that is going to make a difference, but they built the franchise mode about much more reactive player personalities, so you're going to have to deal with that. We'll see if that's a good thing or not when Madden NFL 27 launches on PS5, Xbox Series, Nintendo Switch 2, and PC August 13th. Next is Big Walk, coming to us from House, the studio behind Untitled Goose Game, a game that's actually focused on teamwork. It's a puzzle game. I've seen it billed as a friendship test disguised as a cute adventure, so we'll see if that pans out. I loved Untitled Goose Game, so I'll give it a shot, sight unseen, honestly. Big Walk's coming to Steam, Nintendo Switch 2, and PS5 on August 4th. And finally, Rivage, a sci-fi puzzle adventure set aboard a space station where you wake up alone, trapped in a weird phenomenon. There's puzzles built around gravity, magnets, a lot of crew logs, maybe a Dead Space type situation, but without the horrible mishmash zombies. I mean, I obviously love the horrible mishmash zombies, but that's not what this is. A lot of that is what this is, but not the zombie part. Rivage is coming to PS5, Xbox Series, and PC August 13th. What are you playing this month? Leave us a comment. Let us know what you think. If you like this video, click like. If you're not subscribed, now's a great time to do so. We upload brand new videos every day of the week. Best way to see them first is, of course, a subscription, so click subscribe. Don't forget to enable notifications, and as always, we thank you very much for watching this video. I'm Falcon. Join the 1% Club. That's how you get the Falcon Show exclusively every weekend. We'll see you next time right here on Game Ranks.
All right, let's watch the DSA lady on Bad Faith. Oh my God, what a combo. What a nightmare combo.
From DSA Positions. I totally agree that you need to be very cautious with revolutionary energy. I think it would be great if we were able to move more quickly toward, at the very least, having a very hostile bloc.
They're saying vote for Kamala Harris. She's tirelessly working for a ceasefire. And this is the DSA candidate.
Yeah, I really do not like.
All right, we're gonna skip ahead here.
In particular, so we'll splice in a clip, but eliminate the Senate.
So we're going to put up on the screen a few of the things that are part of your platform, and I want to ask you, just give me sort of a true or false on these. Abolish the Senate.
True.
Okay. Replace the presidency and Supreme Court as we now know them.
Yep.
Abolish ICE.
Absolutely.
Abolish borders and give amnesty to anyone currently in the U.S. illegally.
As a long-term plan, yep.
Defund the panic.
You can see her whole demeanor shift. You know, the other ones are bad, but that one is like really bad. Like really, really, really bad. The other ones are bad, but like that one's really bad. And you can see her demeanor like, okay, yes, as a long-term, yes, yes.
Gone.
Absolutely.
Abolish prisons, at least in large part.
Yeah, again, that as part of a long-term program, yeah.
It's just amazing, man.
Okay, so no prisons. Government or public ownership of most large corporations.
Yeah, absolutely.
Prosecute Israeli war criminals. There are a lot of these big ticket items. Defund the police, I think, was in the list, that have been alternately sort of defended by the left and or had distance placed between them and various candidates as they are sort of confronted with the gauntlet of DSA agenda items. So first, I want to ask you what you make of how various either DSA candidates explicitly or left-aligned candidates like Abdul Al-Sayed have responded as folks have tried to tie them to the DSA agenda items that you just went through.
Yeah, so this is all part of our new program. It's called Workers Deserve More, which is actually, it's a rewrite of our—
It's good branding, I'll give them that. It's good branding, smart branding for them.
Program that we released 2 years ago. And
their whole thing, guys, is like, and they really believe this, they think that if they just raise class consciousness, expose more of the proletariat to the contradictions of capitalism, that they will be persuaded to their perspective. And so like that, to that end, like workers deserve more. I mean, you can see what they're doing with the wording there. It's like a very obvious kind of strategy there.
And we're socialists. Like, ask 10 socialists, get 20 opinions, right? And 19 of them are mine. So it's not actually surprising that people are like, yeah, I don't agree with this part or that part. I do think obviously the politicians are doing some real politic. That's what elections often do. I hope that we can organize those folks into either being a little more ready to defend the platform, or, if they're like not on the same page, like, let's see if we can get them there. Because if we can't get people who are already proudly identifying as democratic socialists on board with prison abolition, then that's another front of work to do.
Well, this has been my crucible over the last basically 5 years since 2020 and since this podcast began, which is that my frustration isn't that I have, centrist Dems on or conservatives on who don't defund. It's that I'll have leftists on who, by and large, don't defend defund. And absent having someone like Alex Vitale or Alex Karat-Katsanis on, most progressives, whether they be explicitly socialist or DSA or whatever, find themselves making what they frame as like a political argument and a pragmatic argument and a populist argument against some of these policies that in very recent history were very popular. And there seems to be a disconnect between understanding that their unwillingness to explain and defend these policies bears a relationship to how much less popular they've become over the years, and also a failure to acknowledge the moral stance that is underpinning these policies, whether or not they think it's a politically advantageous course of action.
Like, I just can't even process. Like, I legitimately try to put myself in the mind of other people to understand their perspective, even if I disagree. Some days I'm better at that than other days, but I don't understand how someone like Brianna Joy Gray could come to the conclusion that her movement would be more popular if more leftists were out there defending policy proposals like defund the police. Why would she believe that? How could you possibly, after everything that we've seen in terms of how politics have played out over the last 6 years, how could you believe that? How could you believe that you could? The issue is that we didn't have more leftists going into more spaces and more forcefully defend defund the police. Does she seriously believe that? How? Why? Why would you believe that?
So one of the main concerns that I have had as someone who used to be a card-carrying member of the DSA and who is obviously firmly on the left is whether or not having DSA-aligned candidates publicly distance themselves from DSA positions is a problem for the left messaging. Are they doing the work of further sort of alienating the public from what I believe are fundamentally good and correct positions?
Yeah, I mean, that's a very open and kind of frequently brought up question in DSA. What are red lines? Where do we say, this is a hard stance versus where we're willing to work with you on this? I don't have like universal answers. A lot of where we've sort of landed is on this somewhat kind of horizontalist, like, okay, well, people are still absolutely allowed to, have their own. It will always be an organization where everybody's allowed to have their own opinions. How much you have to defend the platform or a set of opinions as somebody who is running for office is more of an open question. And I definitely think that I think we're in a short video era, and I think there is a lot of fear of being clipped, and you see why, right? Like I did that.
She's feeling the heat, guys. She's been clipped like in 4 different media appearances. Like this woman is a fucking absolute shit show, and she's still up here doing media appearances. Like I don't know how to explain this beyond hubris. Sebastian with $5. My point with the LGBTQ argument is the DSA gave up that fight saying Kamala would have been the same as Trump. Their feigned advocacy is a disguise. But I'm not them, and neither is Jola. Jola was not in that camp either. So I understand what you're saying if it's coming from a particular type of person. But
Fox interview, and she was like, let's do yes or no, and like read to me from our website, and I was like, yes, it says that on our website, that's why I'm saying yes. Like literally yes.
Yes, but also it doesn't just say it on the website. It's an organization that, that to your point, decided that this was a platform that they agree with.
Yes, and it was a broad cross tendency within the organization, which is famously multi-tendency.
But to be clear, I mean, do you agree? I mean, I would say I agreed with everything. I mean, I don't remember off the top of my head every single thing that was brought up in that clip, but I don't recall having any points of disagreement.
Totally.
So I do think that. So do you also agree? Can we say that first and foremost
on everything on that platform? No question.
Okay, because I'm not putting this.
And maybe even more on some of the points.
Okay,
right? Like
so this is my
no question.
This is my concern. I think that there's like this weird hesitancy that even you and I are.
There's this interesting kind of push and pull, right? Because she's going in some spaces that she goes into. The goal is to hide her power level and disguise what her actual beliefs are by packaging them with vapid economic populist stuff. And then she goes into this space, bad faith. And it's completely the opposite dynamic. Here, she's trying to keep up with Brianna Joy Gray's radicalism. Like, oh, I can't look like I'm not radical. It's like there's a competition. It's like you got to be more radical, and don't punch left against the radical. Like, oh God, you can't have her be thinking that I'm not radical. Did I say gay? I don't think I said gay, did I? And then she, and then next week she'll go on, I don't know, MSNBC, and it's like, that's not something that we're trying to do at this time. No, and it's like, there's this interesting kind of, she's like, and it's just so obvious what she's doing, which is what I find so insulting. It's like, do you think we're fucking morons, lady? Like, she has 130,000 tweets, you guys. She has 130,000 tweets where she is not hiding her power level at all. And she doesn't think that people are going to find these tweets. She doesn't like, how do you not understand what is happening right now?
Exemplifying in our conversation right now, where we hop to, well, yeah, like the whole org voted on this. It's not just me. Well, that's
like, I think she's in way over her head. That's what I think. I think this lady is in way over her head.
But
and maybe doesn't really fully understand that right now.
The org says, but the candidates can make their own decisions. That to me, it tacitly is again doing the thing of putting distance between, like, it seems like a criticism of the platform. And my concern is that, like, to your point about abolishing the Senate, hell yeah, like, what was it, like Dick Durbin or somebody who was like, whose whole thing was abolishing the Senate? This isn't some left-wing fringe plan. There was a time, not too distant memory.
No, not the politics.
And number 5, it's Mortal Shell 2.
I accidentally put politics. I accidentally put
Eurogamer have
politics.
released a
And my
detailed
editor, if you're
preview
watching
of the
that, make
upcoming
sure you
Star
cut
Wars
that
Zero
higher
Company. The game is
politics part out. Thank
described
you.
as a turn-based tactics game, much like XCOM, and in fact some of the former XCOM developers are working on
No
the game. For
politics
Star
in this
Wars
fucking
fans,
live,
the game
Josh.
appears to take place at the tail
It's
end
your
of
fault
Clone
for taking
Wars,
forever.
or just as the Republic is becoming the Empire.
Politics.
Star Wars Zero Company will be releasing on PlayStation 5.
I didn't. It auto-played the politics. Because I was in there too long.
Xbox Series X and
Well,
S
it's
and
your fault
PC
for
on
not
the
checking
27th
how
of August 2026. Have you played an XCOM style game before? An update about whether Grand Theft Auto 6 will be released on disc. During the latest earnings call from Take-Two, the Take-Two CEO Strauss Zelnick confirmed that GTA 6 has seen more than $1.4 billion in pre-orders and reaffirmed why the game will not be releasing on disc. Initially, he said that the game is too big, so it might not be viable to release a game on disc anyway. He also stated that if the game is released physically, most likely it will be a code in the box situation. He also dispelled rumors that the reason not to release the game on disc was to avoid leaks. What do you reckon the install size of Grand Theft Auto 6 will be? Gameplay has been released for the story expansion of Mafia: The Old Country. The gameplay video was narrated by the design director, and he gave an outline of the premise of the story of the expansion, spoke about the different activities, the new weapons, and more. The expansion will be called Man of Honor, and it will be releasing on the 14th of August 2026. Have you played Mafia: The Old Country? Some of the features of the upcoming DLC of Dragon's Dogma 2 have been discussed. During a Q&A session with the director and producer of the game from Capcom, they explained that the DLC will include a hard mode tailored to gamers who are close to the level cap, and also they've been testing a 60 FPS mode on PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X. Apparently they've been testing the 60 FPS mode extensively for more than 6 months now. The Dark Arisen DLC of Dragon's Dogma 2 will be releasing on the 9th of October 2026. Have you played Dragon's Dogma 2? They have released a brief behind the scenes look at the upcoming Stranger Than Heaven. The behind the scenes look shows some of the development work, the motion capture, and how everyone is working collaboratively on the project. Stranger Than Heaven will be releasing on Xbox Series X and S, PC via Steam and PlayStation 5 on the 15th of January 2027. Which Yakuza or Like a Dragon game do you like the most? There's been an update about the potential Kratos for the God of War live action TV series. PlayStation also released a full panel for the upcoming God of War Le Fay that happened at the San Diego Comic-Con. According to articles on Variety and Deadline, Amazon is now in talks with Dave Bautista to take on the role as Kratos. Originally it was going to be played by an actor called Ryan Hurst, but he tore his bicep on set and he won't be able to come back anytime soon. As a result, Amazon and PlayStation are recasting the role. Which God of War game do you like the most? The developers of Lies of P have released a full behind-the-scenes look at the development of the game. They spoke about the collaboration of different departments to make sure that the developers didn't lose sight of the overall vision of the game, and how the different developers were able to give detailed and honest feedback about the game as well. They spoke about the inspiration from other successful Souls like on Lies of P, and after the success of Lies of P, they want to make sure they bring the same level of experience to make the best action game possible in the next game. When we know what the next game is, I'll be sure to mention it on the gaming news. Have you played Lies of P? IGN have released a preview of Swords of Legends as part of their IGN First series. Swords of Legends is a Wushu-inspired Souls-like that is a reboot of a classic Chinese RPG series. The game features a unique mechanic where previously defeated bosses can help you in combat. IGN did note that there were some technical hiccups with the demo that was made available to them, especially for things like parry timing, but hopefully these will be fixed ahead of launch. Are you interested in a game like Swords of Legends? It's going to be an extended look at Final Fantasy VII Revelation during opening night live. The game was first revealed during the Summer Game Fest, and the director of the game, Naoki Hamaguchi, has had several interviews with a lot of different publications. The new gameplay deep dive will be presented by Naoki Hamaguchi himself on the 25th of August 2026 at 11 AM PT, which is 7 PM for us in the UK. When we get more information about Final Fantasy VII Revelation, including a release date, I'll be sure to mention it on the gaming news. What would you like to see be included in the third chapter that wasn't in Remake or Rebirth? PlayStation have announced a complete edition for Ghost of Yotei. The complete edition will include a story expansion titled Echoes of Sekigahara, an up to 4-player online co-op mode called Legends, and a new single-player survival mode called Most Wanted. The complete edition will be launching on the 1st of October 2026 on PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 5 Pro. Have you played either Ghost of Yotei or Ghost of Tsushima?
No.
awareness and use every tool at your disposal. Beyond the expanded weaponry and gear customization, there's also a new specialist, a fully customizable class where you can mix and match major and minor abilities of other classes. That sounds like it'll probably be overpowered. I guess we'll see. Multiple dedicated horde maps. You'll battle through escalating waves of xenomorphs and other deadly enemies, earning increasingly valuable rewards the longer you survive. This looks and sounds awesome. The first game, like I said, was well received. Can't wait to check this out. Aliens Fireteam Elite 2 will be launching on August 25th, coming to PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. Star Wars XCOM, Star Wars XCOM, Star Wars XCOM. That is it. That's the game pitch. Put me down for 10 copies, bro. Of course, I'm talking about Star Wars Zero Company, the new single-player turn-based...
I want this game so bad!
...tactics game set in the Star Wars universe during the twilight of the Clone Wars. And holy crap, man, I can't wait. I was a massive fan of the original XCOM. It's such a great turn-based strategy game, and Zero Company looks to just be that, plus the Star Wars setting and some more narrative stuff, which whatever. Now, adding to my anticipation here is the studio developing the game. Bit Reactor is made up of a ton of former Firaxis developers, Firaxis being the studio that made the original XCOM. So yeah, man, I am just praying that they deliver here and this turns out great, because the premise alone is exactly something I would love. Now, as of now, we got a few glimpses of gameplay in action via some early trailers, and it's all looking pretty cool. We've seen and know the fact that it's gonna have a full narrative story campaign where we step in the shoes of Hawks, a former Republic officer who now leads Zero Company as they are recruited for an operation that pits them against an emerging threat that will consume the galaxy if left unchecked. Of course it will. We will command a roster of operatives in tactical operations, investigations, and other missions through the cinematic story. Early trailers show a nice variety of locations, dialogue, and cutscenes. Then, of course, there's the combat. It's the turn-based combat. You move through, you set up, and then you go in order between you and the enemies attacking back and forth. We'll have to strategize and adapt to what they call an ever-shifting battlefield. The operatives that we recruit come in a variety of archetypes. There's things like scoundrels, astromechs, and Jedi, and each have their own arsenal of tactical abilities to choose from. There will also be squad synergy skills that we'll have to try to line up, and then in addition to recruiting original operatives, we can custom make characters, tailoring their appearances, loadouts, and abilities. Looks great. Star Wars XCOM, again, sign me up. I'll take 10 copies. Zero Company, set to release on August 27th for PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. Okay, so those are the new game releases that I'm most anticipating this month, but there's actually quite a few big playtests that I think you should know about. Gears of War E-Day has a multiplayer beta running from August 6th to 10th. Now, those are the early access dates, which will be available to anyone who has Game Pass Ultimate or who pre-orders the game. And then on the following weekend, they will have an open beta where absolutely anybody can play. Now, beyond that, we actually don't have a ton of detail on exactly what the beta will include, other than the fact that it's multiplayer focused. Presumably that means it'll come with a couple of maps and competitive modes. There will be more details available really soon, but as of this recording, there was nothing else revealed. We just know multiplayer playtest, so if you want to check it out, you'll have the chance very soon. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4 also has an open beta from August 28th to September 1st. There's going to be a pre-order early access a week prior, starting on the 21st. Now, the test is going to include multiple maps, a wide selection of brand new operators, 19 different weapons, and multiple modes from search and destroy to the brand new kill block, along with training mobility course. So this is a great chance, of course, to check out the next yearly installment of Call of Duty, help you decide if it's something you'd like to buy this year. In general, these open betas are fantastic for that reason alone. FromSoft Software's next big game, the Switch 2 exclusive Dusk Bloods, has a closed network test running from August 21st to the 23rd. Looks like you will
And number 8, it is Dusk Fade, the return of form of game I miss, the sort of PS2 era looking platformer. But this is a 3D action platformer. You're going through a clock tower that you intend to rescue your sister from. Also, it's plunged the world into eternal night, so very classic platforming setup if you ask me. Dusk Fade also really reeks of Jak and Daxter or Ratchet and Clank. It's got that vibe. You've got some pretty good looking platforming with combat, with dashing, grappling, gliding. The levels look cool, but it doesn't just look like it's some kind of nostalgia trap. Yes, the Steam page has a preview quote calling it the spiritual successor to Jak and Daxter, but it also looks like its own thing. Let's be serious here. I think there's a lot of potential here. There's a demo. I haven't been able to spend more than a few minutes with it, so I can't really give you a decent impression of that. It looks great, though. It's something that I'm going to be playing without question. It's going to be landing on PS5, Xbox Series, Switch 2, and PC August 13th. And number 7 is the Sinking City 2. Frogware is bringing us to Arkham, a different city, in the 1920s. It is, of course, a sinking city being swallowed by a supernatural flood, and of course, it's infested with eldritch monsters as well. The first game was much more of a detective game, and this game looks more like a full survival horror game. More combat, a little more resource pressure, and a lot of atmosphere and dread. Frogwares also has positioned this game as a standalone story, so you don't need to have played the first game to understand what's going on. I would recommend the first game, though. I like the first game. I'm very interested to see where they go with this as a survival horror experience. I'm having a feeling that they're very much thinking Alan Wake 2, which I'm there for. Sinking City 2 lands on PS5, Xbox Series, and PC August 18th. And number 6 is Star Wars Zero Company, basically Star Wars XCOM. This is a single-player turn-based tactics game from Bit Reactor, which is published by EA and is set during the twilight of the Clone Wars. You play as a former Republic officer, you have a squad called Zero Company following you around, and there's an original cinematic story going on. The setup's really, really clearly in the tactical strategy lane. I don't think that there's going to be anything here that just totally sets the genre on fire. It's just that it's Star Wars, which I do think is more than enough reason to have a game like this. I've wanted basically a Star Wars XCOM for as long as I can remember, and I am super excited to play Star Wars Zero Company when it comes out for PS5, Xbox Series, and PC August 27th. And number 5, it's Mortal Shell 2, the sequel to the 2020 Souls-like that, I mean, it was almost there. I liked Mortal Shell 1. I wanted it to be just a bit more, and it really seems like they're trying to do that. Mortal Shell, not quite a perfect 7. This one has the potential to be that, and maybe even something more. So the original game did have a clever hook. You don't pick a build. You kind of inhabit fallen warriors. You possess them. I don't really know exactly what you call it, but they're called shells. They all have their own stats and play style. The sequel's taking that idea and apparently just expanding on everything, especially the world. This one is set in an interconnected open world. The Steam page says it expands the formula with better combat, better weapon design, more upgrade options, and much more emphasis on exploration, which I don't know if people understand how much of the Dark Souls formula rests on good exploration. I know a lot of people love the combat, but so much of what makes a good Souls game is the exploration. So it's good that's getting some emphasis here. There is a sort of beta demo available, but I'm actually going to hold off till launch. I'd prefer not to play it in beta version. All impressions have pointed towards it being quite a bit better than the first game, which is cool because, again, I like the first game. Mortal Shell 2 is coming to PS5, Xbox Series, and PC on August 20th. And number 4 is Pax Autocratica, kind of a combination between a colony sim and a roguelite FPS, I guess. The whole pitch, basically, you build a totalitarian state, you shape the fears and loyalties of your citizens, and then engage in first-person battles. I'm not completely sure how that's going to play out, but I like the idea of the base building, the citizen management, all that kind of stuff, along with sort of like bullet hell FPS stuff. But going into the management stuff, you can actually mold your citizens through fear, propaganda, surveillance, punishment, etc. You can also go for comfort and prosperity if you really want. Citizens can be terrified or grateful and loyal, or rebellion may breed. It sounds like a very interesting game. Pax Autocratica is coming to PC only on August 10th. There is demo. I haven't played it. I don't have any experience with it, but I'm very intrigued. And number 3 is Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls, a 4v4 tag fighting game from Arc System Works. And I mean, I don't know how you could not want this if you like Marvel vs. Capcom, or want a Marvel fighting game, or like tag team fighting games. It's just like what looks like the ideal of that. It's also obviously got the fantastic Arc System Works anime look going for it. Guilty Gear are some crazy looking games, and frankly, this is just a fantastic version of Marvel as far as I'm concerned. Arc System Works actually collaborated with PlayStation Studios for this. I think PlayStation Studios is publishing. In any case, it's a PlayStation exclusive other than PC, obviously. So you'll be able to get it on PS5 and PC on August 6th. I will be getting it. And number 2, it's Beast of Reincarnation, coming to us from Game Freak, the Pokemon folks. This is a really interesting game purely based on that. It is a not Pokemon game from these guys. You control Emma, who's a warrior, and you have a dog companion named Ku. It is not a wholesome pet the dog and grow turnips kind of game. It's more of a post-apocalyptic Japan cursed warrior mystical dog type of game. At least that's the best description I have for it. It's an RPG, of course, action RPG to be specific. I actually think this is a pretty great looking game. I have pretty high hopes for it. Like, you would never expect this out of Game Freak, but also we've never really had a major Game Freak release outside of Pokemon for quite a while. At least not that I'm aware of. I could be wrong. Does it matter? No, because this looks great. This one's landing on PS5, Xbox Series, and PC August 4th. And finally, at number 1, it's Hell Let Loose Vietnam. A 50 versus 50 game. If you're aware of Hell Let Loose, that's not new. What is new is that this is a standalone Vietnam War era Hell Let Loose game. Like, completely different setting, completely different asymmetrical warfare stuff going on. Like, the two sides in the Vietnam War are not just like two contenders doing the same kind of war. World War II it couldn't be more different from Vietnam. So I think that's a super interesting thing to do. It's actually not a game that is like taking the place of the World War II game either. You got mountains and jungles, waterways, and you're either the U.S. Armed Forces or the North Vietnamese Army. So this is honestly going to be a completely insane game, in my opinion. Hell Let Loose, World War II, great game, super interesting. This is a totally different thing that they're tackling with the Hell Let Loose formula, and I'm just so interested to see if it works. Because if it does, it could be way more interesting, actually. Hell Let Loose Vietnam is landing on PS5, Xbox Series, and PC August 13th. I do have bonus games for you coming up. Firstly, Mafia the Old Country, Man of Honor, a story expansion for Mafia the Old Country. It's got 2 new story chapters and extra free ride content. Basically, another chance to return to the old school organized crime drama. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. I really enjoy Mafia the Old Country. I think it's a very good take on that series. That's launching on PS5, Xbox Series, and PC August 14th. Next, we've got Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 2. That includes Metal Gear Solid 4, Guns of the Patriots, Peace Walker, and Ghost Babel, which, I mean, most people are looking at as Metal Gear Solid 4 finally escaping the PS3. Yes, you can play it through emulation, but no, this looks like a much more stable, turn it on and play situation. That's coming to PS5, Xbox Series, Nintendo Switch, and Switch 2, as well as PC on August 27th. Next, we've got Madden NFL 27 launching for basically everything. They have a new engine this year. I don't know exactly to what extent that is going to make a difference, but they built the franchise mode about much more reactive player personalities, so you're going to have to deal with that. We'll see if that's a good thing or not when Madden NFL 27 launches on PS5, Xbox Series, Nintendo Switch 2, and PC August 13th. Next is Big Walk coming to us from House
Alright.
House, the studio behind Untitled
I think I'm gonna
Goose
switch
Game, a
games.
game that's actually focused on teamwork.
Only
it's
because,
a puzzle game. I've seen it billed as
I
a
have
friendship
food now,
test
but I still wanna
disguised
keep
as a
streaming for at least
cute
some-
adventure. So we'll see
another
if
hour or
that
two.
pans out. I loved Untitled
So,
Goose Game, so I'll give it a shot. Sight unseen, honestly. Big Walk's coming to Steam, Nintendo Switch 2, and PS5 on August 4th. And finally, Rivage, a sci-fi puzzle adventure set aboard a space station where you wake up alone, trapped in a weird phenomenon. There's puzzles built around gravity, magnets, a lot of crew logs, maybe a Dead Space type situation, but without the horrible mishmash zombies. I mean, I obviously love the horrible mishmash zombies, but that's not what this is. A lot of that is what this is, but not the zombie part. Rivage is coming to PS5, Xbox Series, and PC August 13th. What are you playing this month? Leave us a comment. Let us know what you think. If you like this video, click like. If you're not subscribed, now's a great time to do so. We upload
Prime your jetpacks because today we're going to the cloud. Right, the data center crisis, the memory crisis, that stuff will not relent. Console prices are going way, way up, and the fear is there's almost no limit, not even $1,000. But with every crisis comes opportunity, and hardware manufacturers think that streaming is the new thing. You know, there's better tech, better access, and far lower buy-in prices. And whatever your concerns may be about ownership or performance, those are good concerns, the push towards this tech is coming. And as we will soon see, in some places, it is literally falling apart with hours-long waits and awful experiences. But before we get to the shitty time that our Aussie friends are having with cloud gaming, Xbox's new CEO, Asha Sharma, enters the picture. She wants to entertain more than 1 billion players a day. You can't do that with just selling consoles, and they never intended to do that. Cloud was actually called out as a focus early in her tenure. And remember who Xbox answers to. Microsoft. And Microsoft closed their fiscal year this week with amazing news. Microsoft Cloud at $59.3 billion for the quarter, up 27% year on year, and Azure growing 43%, all while Xbox content and service revenue is down by 10%, and hardware sales are also down. It's all looking grim for Xbox. But what you need to know is that Microsoft are a cloud company that happens to sell consoles. So, it's no surprise that Xbox just rolled out a test for a free cloud streaming tier, where you can watch 2 minutes of adverts and then get to play a game that you already own for an hour. And that's on top of Game Pass streaming for both your own games and the whole subscription
Holy shit,
library.
that's evil.
But Xbox aren't doing anything particularly new here. It is a similar pitch as, of course, Nvidia's with the GeForce Now ad-supported tier, even
But let me
right
finish
down
my
to the
pizza
ads
first.
being 2 minutes.
But
And the
let me-
target audience seems similar.
me,
People with big libraries of
eat my
games who
pizza
want better
first.
performance away from their home console. Now, Xbox specifically call out the more than 50 million Xbox One owners who are now going to be able to play modern games, quote, without
me finish my
needing to
pizza
purchase
first.
new hardware right away. They're saying that they're
Yeah.
expanding that benefit to regions where consoles are, quote, harder to find or less affordable. So what we see is Xbox's
Oh, I
ideal
thought you said,
business
"Do you want
scenario
ice
is
cream?"
one where a library of purchases is divorced from owning a console. All your games are up there somewhere, floating about. Which, of course, may sound a little bit familiar to a story we covered earlier this year. There's a specific thrill in racing a real person and winning by just a split second, and that is what today's sponsor Matix turns into a game, where you are doing fast mental duels against real players, where you're solving, reacting, and trying to stay accurate, whilst somebody else on the other end is doing the exact same against you. And it's wild how well it clicks. You get in a roll, you feel unstoppable, but maybe then you make a properly silly mistake under pressure and immediately want another round, because obviously that one where you made a silly mistake didn't count. And that core fun loop is the whole game. Now, Maddox jewels run across maths, memory, puzzle, and logic, so whenever one of them humbles you, there's also 3 more where you can go to restore a little bit of your competitive dignity. But seriously, in our very doom-scrolly world, the likes of Maddox there to keep you sharp and actually have some healthy phone use is absolutely killer.
Okay.
And you can actually download Maddox for free on the App
okay.
Store or the Google Play Store. People, their gaming platform just...
Okay.
The GOG games that you'd be able to buy through Amazon. And we pointed out at the time that this meant that for some people, their gaming platform just disappeared because they bought those GOG games to do in the Luna streaming, but then the Luna streaming dropped it and now they wouldn't have hardware to play the game. Wild. Though since that story, it's became even clearer that Amazon wants to target an entirely different audience than Xbox. Speaking to The Game Business, Amazon's general manager for games, Jeffrey Gattis, explained that our business is more about reaching more players and expanding the market, not trying to get people to give up their consoles or gaming PCs. And you know what? Yeah, he's really not going to do that when the sorts of things they're releasing over at Amazon are the Snoop Dogg AI slop courtroom game, and of course its amazing successor, the Arnold Schwarzenegger slop chatbot game. Who plays the...
That's real, huh? I know.
Are they even humans?
I mean, if you want
What's
to,
going
really
on?
care.
It's very strange. But what it does mean for me and others in the UK, or you guys in the US, is that you can now run these Luna games through Prime Video. You don't even need a controller, you can just use the phone app. And the whole pitch is that it's a library that runs from Indiana Jones and the Great Circle to, yes, Courtroom Chaos starring Snoop Dogg. You can play the Snoop Dogg game and you can pour yourself a glass of Cali Red, of course also from the Snoopage Dog, because life is slop. Now, the better side of that is, you know, party games, tie-in things, I guess the type of market that Netflix games has went for. And Gaddis frames the audience as the more than 2 billion people who play games but don't have dedicated hardware to play games on. Basically the types of people who never needed a console and were never really interested in getting a console, though of course, like doubly so now because of the current prices. And he actually thinks that
Yeah,
those
I've been trying to get a
rising
console for
prices
Tiffany
are a big
forever now.
opportunity
It's too expensive.
for Luna
It's
and
too
of course
much.
for cloud gaming in general. Here's what he just said. We saw the Steam machine opening at $1,000. We heard rumors about consoles because of the RAM crisis pushing up to over $1,000 in Gen 10. So I do think you get to a point at which more people will be in the consideration set for a cloud gaming solution just because of the sheer cost of buying dedicated hardware. Now, as much as I clowned on him because
It's all
his
soft.
division are doing the Snoop Slop game, he does have a point
I
there,
literally,
doesn't he?
my face
And based on
literally
the raw
collapsed
numbers,
in it.
he may be kind of right, but the question is what
My
you'd
face
be
collapsed
trading
in it.
away in that future. You see, underneath all of this, Xbox and Amazon are kind of making the same pitch. It's that you, Mr. or Mrs. Gamer, want to play the newest games, but you don't want to shell out for a modern console. Well, good news. We have a solution, because it's not like those consoles are ever going to get cheaper, especially because we're buying all the RAM, throwing it into our data centers.
no,
and so in that world, which they are helping to create, a
Basically
Game
gonna
Pass
collapse into
subscription or a
something
Luna
else.
subscription gets you access to a library, and hey, with Luna, you don't even need a controller. But the trade-off is so
Your
very
mother.
steep, and we just got a perfect example that fell mere days after these announcements. As if, of course, people who bought GOG games being rug pulled isn't enough. But it's this. Cloud gaming went down for Xbox just as Halo Campaign Evolved Advanced Access launched. Lamau. But it's not just them. PlayStation Network was down for chunks of the last weekend. Very good for their whole disc debacle. And in both cases, streaming games just literally wouldn't be an option. But at least for most people, they could still play video games offline on the dedicated hardware that they own. If cloud gaming was your only way to play, obviously you would be stuck. But as much as they're annoying, outages are not constant. Though, even outside of an outage, well, there are issues. If you live in, say, an area without reliable fiber broadband, well, you know you can barely download a game in a reasonable amount of time, let alone get decent latency on your button presses. And yes, it is the case that the distribution of internet services is far better in the US now than it may have been, I don't know, 10 years ago, when the OECD found that only 26.4% of the population had fixed fiber in 2024. The US is doing more fiber rollouts, but it is still heavily centralized to metropolitan areas and generally locked behind way more pricey subscription packages. But what's interesting from Gaddis is he acknowledges all of this. He's actually very aware that people have tried cloud gaming in the past and bounced off it. And so, that is actually part of their plan. Here's what he said. So now, it's almost like you have to rebuild trust in people who had a bad cloud experience 5 years ago. Yeah, he's absolutely right, but there's also the trust issue given how, of course, Stadia went down. And in a fundamental way, the gap they're trying to breach here is similar to Prime Video against DVDs and Blu-rays or the devices that play them. You could get better picture quality and no risk of hitching or pixelation if you dug out a disc, went through a bunch of menus and hit the play button. Or you could just search Prime Video and hit play. It's the typical thing of trading quality for convenience, and sadly, as far as film and TV go for most people, well, the ship has sailed, and discs are a thing of the past. That makes me sad. Own a Blu-ray collection. Blu-rays are amazing. Bitrates matter. All your shit will look way better. Trust me. And in a way, you can trust some things that Gaddis has said, and that's because of something I haven't told you yet. He was Xbox's general manager of gaming platforms and subscriptions until June 2025, so he is acutely familiar with Xbox's strategy of cloud as a console replacement or a console supplement, and that means he knows why it hasn't worked out. And what's good for us is he explained why to IGN. Quote, I was at Xbox when we were pushing out xCloud. I think part of the problem is cloud gaming was sort of positioned at core gamers as you didn't need a console. There were marketing campaigns around no console required. And in many ways, I think the core gamer who's invested in a console, has invested in a $3,000 graphics card, not only is committed to the hardware, they love the hardware. They love the fidelity. So what we basically get in that is big cloud gaming man acknowledging what's obvious to us, that we don't really need a cloud gaming solution for anything other than traveling, and even framed the whole cloud market so far as being, quote, a solution in search of a problem. He said that with the games business a while ago. But what's now changed is the problem has actually appeared. It's the memory crisis. It's all the data center stuff, that raising dedicated hardware. Gaddis basically argues that now cloud gaming is becoming viable as a distribution method and a place where people can get a higher fidelity experience that could actually compete. And you know what? He may in some instances be right. If you have amazing internet, but you are stuck on ancient hardware that can barely run games, maybe cloud could be a better...
This is a perfect example of what I mean. Like, it's not that the problem isn't that they're gonna do cloud gaming. The problem is that they're not honest in what they're trying to say. What they're trying to say is like, hey, like, we don't really care about the enthusiasts as much as we used to. It's you guys that got us here, but at the same time, the people who are going to be using cloud gaming are casual players. And that's not a bad thing. That, like, I get it. I get the why they're doing it. Like, a perfect example was like my friend wanted to play Inzod, which, by the way, we might play on stream because it looks really fun. And she couldn't because her laptop is really messed up. Prices are all-time high. And so basically I told her to try out NVIDIA's GeForce Now or whatever it's called. And it's perfect for her because she's a casual gamer. She plays video games and it works for her, and it does what she wants it to do. And like, I don't mind the fact that they're trying to make money. I mind the fact that they're trying to make it seem like stop trying to double speak. Just say what you mean. You don't care about the enthusiast anymore. And you don't care because your bottom line is that casual gamers are a bigger venture for you in the future. And like, I get it from a business perspective, but I would respect it more and be less annoyed if you would just be honest.
Experience? But as we will soon see, not necessarily, because a bunch of people in Australia have had a pretty awful time of it. If you looked at the NVIDIA GeForce Now subreddit anytime the last few weeks, you would have seen a wave of complaints. You see, the service just launched fully in India, and servers were absolutely slammed. There were long queues to get onto cloud PCs, and on the free tiers, some people reported, get this, up to 3 or 4 hours. Effectively, Nvidia just doesn't have the capacity in that region to serve everyone from launch. Now, to a degree, they can simply just spin up more machines, but there's a hard limit there based on geography and capacity. And speaking of geography, Australia is pretty far away. They're used to having server problems with games, but in Australia, there's a service that's provided through a regional cloud operator called Pentanet, and their players have reported high queue times for months. And they point to the claim that the entire country is now running through one server location. That's with the closure of the AU West option basically leaving players facing big latency issues. They're having a really shitty time of it. Now, in India, Nvidia provides the service directly, but in Australia, they do it through a local partner. But in both of those cases, there is a fundamental underlying issue, and that is of scale. There is not enough hardware to meet the demand.
So imagine how insecure that is. Imagine if somebody, I'm just going to throw out a name, some digital terrorist wants to go and hack that server. It essentially takes the whole system down. Not essentially, it does. And we've seen this happen with Amazon, where all their services just go down, and we have to just deal with it.
Demand at a respectable quality. Now, they could scale up as they expand availability, but how do you get access to more cloud hardware? Well, you need more, GPUs and stuff. And where's all the HBM going to now? Not gaming cards. And what that basically means is Gen AI is going to muscle out the likes
I hear
of,
the
say,
second game is underrated.
cloud gaming.
I feel bad
And
that I
that means
haven't
that Gaddis may even end up being wrong sheerly because of capacity and us being compute limited at the minute. So what it basically means is that in this amazing future where cloud gaming gives everyone access to the best video games, well, you're still not insulated from the data center crisis. It's just the location of the problem is now remote in a data center that cannot serve everyone who needs to be served. So, I guess, regardless of what way you go, you end up having a worse gaming experience. Obviously, then, cloud gaming is not a solution to all of gaming's problems.
All the flock cameras and everything too, going full Internet of Things. Yeah, I love Watch Dogs 2. Legion was a big flop though. Legion looks so fun, from the way they showed it off, and I'm like, what the hell happened? That game looks like it had a lot of potential, and I don't know
absolutely increase.
I honestly don't know what the hell they were
And I
doing.
guess it is true that with expensive hardware, if it's in a data center, it will get closer to 100% utilization than, say, well, what it will if it's just sitting in your or I's computer, which is turned off. Now, I know that's not something that us who, enjoy owning our own GPU want to hear, but it will be driving a lot of the unit economics that are, well, pushing that hardware further and further away from us. But ultimately where we'll get is that
I'm about to buy 16 gigabytes of RAM for my PC, and it's going to cost me $250. That I really can't afford, but I need for my PC in order to stream and do all the stuff that I want to do. It's insane.
Gaming may be a serviceable workaround in some markets, but right now it is a small but growing part of the overall gaming market. It's not enough to be a replacement though, no matter how much these companies would love that to be the case. And if any of them try to push it as one, well, they will likely find those limits very quickly, as of course people in India with the new rollout have experienced, and then as people in Australia with an existing rollout are continuing to experience. And if I had a final message, it would be this. If you want to sell people on the new technology thing, you need to make it work for them. You need to make it be good for them. You need people to have a positive association with it.
Yeah, I think they went too futuristic. People get some used RAM, can probably get offer up to 100 if I hunt for it. If you hunt for it, but still super expensive. Yeah, I was gonna think about doing that, but I need the specific RAM for my PC, in order for it to not have any conflicts. Because I got RAM before it went up in price. I got 16 gigabytes, and unfortunately, I didn't see that I bought one that was faster and a different brand than what I had. So now I'm just trying to match them up so I don't have any issues anymore.
The way that things are being done right now is quite the opposite of that. That risks fundamentally breaking the relationship between the people who make games, who obviously are controlled by the big publishers and who are limited by, say, these hardware constraints, and of course, us as gamers. And what that risks is any compute-intensive hobby just kind of going kaput. Because as much as watching TikToks or YouTube Shorts does take up some compute, it is vastly, vastly less. And to the human brain, it's extremely addicting. Or say, the mobile games. If the types of things we like are going to do sustainably well in the future and are not going to lose to the more dark and vicious sides of the attention economy, something is going to have to change here. And I don't know what it is. What I do know is that in general, indie games don't require all the RAM and compute in the universe. So at the very least, that part of gaming will be more safe. I would love to know how you have been impacted.
I'm doing it right now. I can't stream and play Fortnite because my, I just don't have enough RAM for it. So what I have to do is play an indie game in order for me to like be able to react and play at the same time. And yeah, like it just won't do it. I just don't do it, Captain. Like
by
my
the
computer
story
just
though, and for a continuation of it, and I think it's a fun one because we do get to have a bit of a chuckle at Tim Sweeney. Watch this video next.
Hello folks, today is Friday, July 24th, 2026. As usual, my name is Jake Baldino, here to talk about all the video game news that has been going on this week. And I think it's worth just jumping into an interesting point I've seen circulating, because to catch up from last week, we talked about Xbox and Bethesda coming out and finally, like, officially confirming that they're working on stuff we kind of knew. We now know Fallout 5 is officially in the works. It's probably going to be a really long time. And also, we know that Obsidian is working on a new Fallout game. This is a match made in heaven for a lot of people because, of course, if you don't know, Obsidian made Fallout New Vegas. And the circulating rumor right now, the suggestion is that...
hands down the best Fallout. No questions asked.
Josh Sawyer from Obsidian is going to be leading up this new game, who of course has helped craft many great RPGs at Obsidian, from, yes, Fallout New Vegas to cooler, weirder things like Pentiment, which I really enjoyed. And so he did an interview recently. Rock Paper Shotgun pointed this out. I think this is interesting. You can at least think a little bit in terms of what their approach might be for this next Fallout game. I'll link this piece in the description down below, but it essentially dives into the fact that Sawyer's approach here for a lot of games, and he references their previous games and like Pillars of Eternity and stuff like that, is that a lot of players approach RPGs thinking that their character is built different. Their character build, will champion everyone else, and they can just power through and they can become all powerful and kill gods and do all this cool stuff. But he likes to approach RPGs where you hit roadblocks and you have to make hard decisions. He said that he wants you to feel like, and I quote, sense of agony when you're making RPG decisions. And honestly, I think that holds with Obsidian and his work prior, and of course, with Fallout New Vegas. People really loved Fallout New Vegas for the branching storylines, the RPG choices, the decision-making, the faction stuff, all that. So I'm really hoping that this approach is really going to...
You hear about the PS5 emulator? No. Tell me, please.
To come over to
or link me to a video
this next
so I can
Obsidian
react to
Fallout
it.
game is going to be. Partially, I think it's an easy bet, with how companies play it safe, for them to greenlight just something called Fallout New Vegas 2. But it could be something completely different. And the other interesting bit of news here, the more newsy part of this, is it came out, according to Windows Insider's Jez Corden, what they may have been making on prior to Xbox coming in, kicking the door down and saying, hey, get to work on a new Fallout. Apparently, and like Obsidian's been working on various RPGs, right? Avowed, you have Outer Worlds 2, similar feeling games, but apparently they were also working on something that this report suggests was kind of Fallout-like. Like it just had those vibes, that feeling, very, quote, Fallout-y in nature, to the point where there were debates at the upper levels of Xbox game studios about whether whether or not it should be made in Unreal or Creation Engine. Jez Corden was told
Should've
that,
probably
quote,
shielded up on that
Obsidian's
one.
previous project wasn't officially Fallout, at least in part because Todd Howard wanted to be involved, but apparently it goes on to say he was working on too many other things. And it's another interesting report I'll link in.
Todd Howard is such a fucking tool. I'm sorry. If I ever meet him and
Description
that
down below, too.
comment ever
Me,
comes
it
up,
generally reads
you can tell him, you can tell her I said it. Like
they are always working on and incubating a bunch of different projects at once, and they were being a little cute with this one, making something that was Fallout-like. We don't know exactly what that means. There's some speculation out there that it was more of like a Western, like a cowboy Western style RPG. Maybe that makes sense, like why it would feel a little similar, a little rustic to a Fallout. But I wonder if it was them essentially doing it, knowing that
some people made a PS5 emulator in response to Sony going digital only. Only working game so far is Astro, but they're trying to get it perfect. PS5 hardware is a lot like PC hardware. Yes, it should be easy to do. Well, not easy, but like relatively straightforward is what I meant, because no way in hell that's going to be easy.
there was a possibility that they could get a Fallout game in the works
Well, I'm dead.
at some point, because the report also suggests that, quote, Obsidian is obviously very cognizant of fans' longtime hopes for them to return to the genre. And from what I've heard, and I've talked about this before, it is a thing that people are at Obsidian and Xbox are very aware of and have talked about in the past in some other ways, shapes, or forms. So there you have it. I'm only bringing up this news. I found it interesting because I think this is going to be it. I don't think we're going to hear a lot of anything about Fallout 5 or Obsidian's Fallout for quite some time. So I just wanted to kind of give this information.
I am going to laugh so hard. I already laughed hard that Microsoft basically is telling Bethesda how to operate more efficiently, and do what the fans want. Essentially, is like more of their core games, and I'm gonna find it funny if they start running better than they used to, because it'll just confirm everything that I know about Bethesda, and it's the fact that they're just a messy company. They're a messy company with giant intellectual properties. That's what they are.
Out there, so maybe you can kind of look into and kind of feel where things might be going, because if it's anything like Elder Scrolls or a lot of games recently, although Obsidian has been churning out games much quicker, but if it's anything like Bethesda, it's like they're going to announce these and then we're not going to hear about them for years. Next up, there's a headline that dropped this morning. Ubisoft is kind of defending PlayStation's move to all digital and ditching physical video game discs. This comes from head of Ubisoft, Yves Guillemot himself, who did a Q&A after like an investor earnings call type thing, where someone just straight up asked him, like, do you see what PlayStation is doing as a positive or a negative? This is what he said. Quote, what we saw on the...
I was talking about this a little while ago, Diz, and one of the things that I noticed when it comes to that is that, like, it's not just gaming companies that are like that, it's any company. Once shareholders get a hold of it, a company gets so big that they're like, man, let's just sell it no matter who we sell it to, what they're going to do with it. No, we're going to push these things through that we're going to approve that aren't really good for the future of the company, but like, we're going to get a crap ton of profits. And you know what? I don't blame them for wanting profits, but at the same time, it's like, at what cost?
There's also some pressure for the future on the cost of machines, and being able to be only digital will help to have a more accessible machine, I would think. As you said, there are pluses and minuses, but I think it will not disturb the industry too much. That's really the big quote here. Shout out to Video Games Chronicle for getting that. That will be linked in the description down below. Corporation got, like, what do you expect? I don't know. It's Ubisoft. Ubisoft often has a quote like this, and of course the head of a corporation isn't going to think it's a big deal. Where I do think it's interesting is that he thinks that it's going to help console sales. Like, I get his point that he said, like, on PC it helped grow the market, like, obviously.
No, he's being sly, and he's saying it's going to help console sales fill his pocket because they get a bigger share and they don't have to give up the 30% that they usually do.
PC has been doing much better, but where he says, the pressure for future cost of machines, being able to only go digital will help to have a more accessible machine, I would think. I don't think that's going to be the case, because if we've seen with, you know, the state of a lot of things from COVID to now, you know, regardless of circumstances, when corporations have an opportunity to raise prices and get away with it, and it seems like people will still buy those, at least to a point, those prices aren't going to go back down. And we've talked about this already a lot, but like with physical games and Sony essentially assuming full control of that, I don't think they're passing anything good onto the consumer. They're going to make so much more money going completely digital. I hope, but I don't think it's going to lead to better games, and I certainly don't think it's going to lead to a more affordable console. We've already had console generations, like we had the PS5 now, that has the optional disc drive. And like, yeah, cool, it shaves off $50 here and there, but I don't think the corporations are thinking of that as a boon at all. Call me cynical, but I definitely just thought this was worth acknowledging, as once again, and people have called me out saying I'm not talking about this, but I've mentioned it in every video since it's happened. I think that PlayStation should be deeply scrutinized here for switching to all digital. Even if you personally are a digital only person and you like embrace.
One of the things that I will say about I'm gonna say about the gaming community is that the gaming community thinks that it's just one giant community of like enthusiasts of the hardcore, and the truth is that no. Your games got taken over by casuals who play Fortnite, who only play Fortnite or Call of Duty or like Madden and stuff like that. And to be fair, it was taken over a long time ago because that's where a lot of the profit comes from. It used to be that like, oh yeah, like $20 million for this game, 20 million sales for this game is like really good. But now that games are getting bigger, like that profit margin, they want it more. Not only that, but like that. It's not enough that they don't make, like I said, the most money in entertainment right now, not gambling, and so like I get them wanting more money, but it's pure greed at this point. And the reason why I say that is because of the fact that, again, they make so much money, it's ridiculous. It's stupid how much money they make.
Racing the future, yes, but I think in terms of consumer protections,
but it is kind of the gaming community's fault for doing the way for their buying practices. The fact that you buy these games because you're afraid of FOMO is the reason why this happens. And it's like, I'm right there in there with you.
Account security, price control, there's a lot more into it that should be discussed, and I'm glad players are still talking about it. Now, before we keep going, this video is sponsored.
They didn't say that they were going to focus on live service games, but more that they're still going to focus on their first party games, but they do want a live service game because like they want a big one, and they're pretty much got one with Helldivers, because Helldivers has like 150,000 players right now playing. So yeah.
By Falcon Northwest. If you haven't heard by now, Falcon Northwest is the PC building company that we've been working with for a long time now. I've been using their machines for years. I build my own PCs. I'm very picky. I don't usually trust pre-builts, but Falcon Northwest won me over with their quality, their customer service, and their legacy, man. This is the company that created the gaming PC. They've been around since 1992. If you don't believe me, like look at these ads. Like this is crazy old school. We're talking Fallout, Half-Life, more. And it shows that they've been around since before any of the big guys. You go direct through them and you get exactly what you want. Laptops, PCs, full tower, rack mount, they got you covered, but lately I've been using this. The Falcon Northwest Tiki here, look at this. This is like the size of a console. It packs a punch, but it is quiet and cool, and it looks cool thanks to their custom designed cases. For years, I've also been using their Talon. Their full-size tower has plenty of room in it. Also has a very sweet case. So if you're looking for something high-end, custom, but built with old-school sensibilities, I know the state of gaming hardware right now. The way I look at this is if you're gonna buy it right. Go all in. Speccing it out is easy, buying it is easy, and also getting support on it is easy. So if you want to check out Falcon Northwest and learn more, all you got to do is click the link in the description down below or head to falconnorthwest.com. Again, that's falconnorthwest.com. Tell them I sent you. It helps the show. Check them out, and big thanks to them for sponsoring this video. Also, speaking of Ubisoft, Assassin's Creed Hex had some small leaks, potentially. You know, take these with a grain of salt. We don't know if they're officially legit or anything like that, but someone who has gotten some things right in the past has suggested early 1600s, Würzburg, Germany, for this witch trials focused game. There was an image leak. Apparently, I can't even show it here, but of a main character looking kind of like a Mael from Expedition 33. A lot of people have likened similarities with that. There's also some interesting leaks floating around about story stuff that I won't talk about because that's a little spoilery, but the leak does suggest that it is going to be a full-priced game. Like, they are going for like the $70 tier US dollars, and they suggested 2027, but that's all we really got. I just wanted to point it out and link it in a description for you. Because me personally, I love Assassin's Creed. I'm always curious to see where the franchise is going to go. Despite me not liking the last couple of games, I think Hex has potential. Just for me personally, it's like my type of thing. Cool, spooky witch stuff. Interesting. I don't know. But we'll see where that goes. In other news, Gamescom is next month in Germany. Speaking of Germany, I'm not going this year, unfortunately. It's a pretty expensive trip for me, but hopefully I can go again soon. But it's a great, massive gaming convention with a lot of stuff. And of
I'm going
course,
to be
it's all
covering
kicked off by Jeff Keighley himself doing a big live presentation where we often get some new game reveals and stuff like that. It's not usually as big as Summer Game Fest or Game Awards, but there's always something interesting to take away from it if you're a hardcore player and you're looking for something. So Gamescom opening night live is going to go live August 25th, that presentation. And one thing we do know officially now is that we're going to get our first look at the Witcher 3 DLC, the long-rumored and now long-awaited thing I'm very excited to play. That's where we're going to be getting our first look from CD Projekt Red. Very curious to hear how that's going to go. Next up, just some new game announcements and some trailers and stuff like that, some stuff worth looking at. The first, the World Cup thing has wrapped up, and now we have EA Sports FC 27. This was like #1 on trending for gaming. It's a big deal in terms of game launches. I'm sure it's going to have a ton of microtransactions. I don't play these games, but I wanted to point it out because it did make a big splash. We're just not in that world. We're not in that audience. Also, Recreation 2 has officially been announced. A new studio is working on this, and it is once again people who have worked on the Burnout games, and they're going for a kind of spiritual successor thing. Some previews have dropped this week. IGN did the big one, and I think it's worth checking out. And I like cool, weird racing games, and I hope they do something good with this one. Also, we got a story trailer for Insomniac's Marvel Wolverine game. They show a lot of cool villains, a lot of cool stuff. It's all story focused, so we don't see any gameplay, but it looks gorgeous. There's a lot going on. The only thing, and I said this in the last Friday show, is Logan's face
Burnout was
without
legit,
the mask
I agree.
on. His face looks weird. He's just kind of got that like uncanny Insomniac Games looking face. I don't know, something about it just feels kind of weird.
Insomniac
Small complaint.
looking
Otherwise,
face.
I'm looking forward to like cutting someone's heads off with my claws. I can't do the voice. Sorry. Also, from Comic-Con, San Diego Comic-Con is going on right now. Another thing I wish I could go to at some point in my life, maybe. But we also got the cool opening animated cinematic for Marvel Tokun Fighting Souls, which is dropping soon. And it's a cool animation. It is super anime, super stylized, but I love their design of Captain
That game's
America.
gonna be
It's weird.
awesome, and I'm
Tony
never
Stark
gonna play it
Iron Man
because I
looks great.
suck at
It's
those
just cool
type
stuff.
of fighting
Also,
games.
check this out.
If it was a 1v1 fighting game,
stuff like this more on the show,
for
and I'm
sure.
trying to get back into that linking weird stuff. Here we have the Video Game History Foundation unearthing some gameplay of the original version of Conquer. Not Conquer's Bad Fur Day. It was originally supposed to be a kid-friendly game called Conquer's Quest, and now we have this unreleased E3 1997 gameplay to check out. You can essentially see the genesis of the Conquer games. And speaking of Conquer, Xbox did announce a new kind of approach to some backwards compatibility stuff.
I tried it
specifically with
once,
PC,
and then I never went
making
back to it.
easier to backwards play some of your old Xbox games on PC. And one of the most notable games, there's like Fusion Frenzy, Crimson Skies, games absolutely
How is it?
worth playing.
Is it a good game?
And of course, Conquer, the remake of the Nintendo 64 one, Live and Reloaded. Games I think everyone should experience, even with this convoluted backwards compat thing. Either way, it's cool Xbox is doing this. They have a lot of other things they have to do, but I like that they're doing this. And either way, just a good reason to play Conquer. Also, this isn't an advertisement or anything, but the Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 2 is dropping soon. So I guess like as a promotional thing, they are putting Metal Gear Solid, the original, free to play on Steam this weekend. Again, not an ad, not sponsored, but I just like, hey, now you have no excuse. Whether you've not downloaded it or played it on something else, you can probably easily squeeze in and finish the entire Metal Gear Solid for this free trial period, and you definitely should. It's my favorite game of all time, so I just wanted to use my platform and say that. And if you like Metal Gear, maybe you don't finish the free trial, you can check it out, of course. You can get potentially a physical version. You can get one of these guys right here, sealed. Or if you like it, you can get this version, or maybe even this version, right? Or maybe this version, Or if you like it that much, you can get this
It's
version.
super sweaty now because not enough new players are coming in, but I've been playing it for 10 years. I'm just an addict. I got to the top 10 in the world and haven't played in a bit though.
Or this version. And if you're really crazy, you can get this version or maybe even this version. Either way, I like physical games, clearly, but I like Metal Gear Solid, and you should play it. That's the end of this. Speaking of old games that people are calling Unk now that I like, Final Fantasy X recently celebrated an anniversary. It's a great game. I loved it back in the day. I still love it now. It's some of the best from the franchise, arguably. And also, it just released on Switch 2. The HD remaster is pretty similar to Switch 1, some things here and there, but it's out on Switch 2. And in terms of other new game releases, we have Extremely Hard Game. This was revealed at Summer Game Fest. It's like a fun cooperative chicken egg challenge thing. I'm actually really into this. Also, Splatoon Raiders on Switch 2. Not my thing at all, but I checked out some reviews, and a friend of the show, SkillUp, liked it, interestingly enough, so maybe it's good. Also, Halo Campaign Evolved. If you want to pay more, you get like the early access version now. The main thing is out next week.
This was 3 weeks ago. This is old. All right, let's watch this.
You know, as a lifelong Halo fan, I really wish it didn't turn out this way, but at the very least, there's a lot we're going to learn in this video, and a lot that helps to explain why the hell things have been the way that they are. Now, if you played Halo back in your Xbox 360, and you checked in with Campaign Evolved, you probably thought, oh wow, these graphics are great, there's some nice quality of life features, and maybe you were happy enough, which is totally fair. But if you're a Halo fan, someone who knows the series in depth, you likely had quite a different experience. What did they do to the Magnum, for one? Why do none of the cutscenes feel right? Now that's one that more than just Halo fans will feel. Something in those cutscenes is just wrong. And then, well, your ears will start to say, where's the music? And if you try to listen, you will hear some of it, but it will be very low in the mix. A mix that is so muddy that it all just feels like mush. Which is absolutely mad. I mean, this is Halo. The music should be front and center. Now, it would be very easy to just chalk this all up to Halo Studios just getting it wrong again. And sure, there's some of that, but the more we investigated, well, the more there turned out to be other things as well. But the broad theme of development organization, be it called Halo Studios or 343 Industries under Microsoft, struggling to fill in for Bungie, well, that's still on theme. They are still searching for a coherent take on what Halo actually is, and if you take a look at the prequel missions, which were the new bits of content they made, you'll absolutely know that they weren't able to find it. Now, if this was just a bit of a disappointment, then that's all the story would be. The 63% user score on Steam would really be about right, you know? It's fine, it's not great, it's probably not worth its full price, and for a lot of players, that is really the story with this game. A game that we now believe has not sold particularly well. But thanks to some staffing changes made just days after launch, we can start to unpick how this keeps on happening. And part of this is going to shock you. It's not that they're still struggling to get Halo right. It's that 343 Industries was founded nearly 20 years ago in 2007. Halo Studios is a rebrand for 343, so fundamentally, this is 2 decades of a studio organization just struggling to get it right. Our story kicks off barely a week after Campaign Evolved launch, when staff started announcing their departures on LinkedIn. Rebs Gaming spotted this first, and then outlets like Insider Gamer picked up the story. One of them was a producer called Nick Treatman, 6.5 years spent in the franchise, and as he put it, 6.5 years dodging pretty much just as many layoffs at the company. Pretty rough. Another, Paul Morris, had a peak 2010 software engineering job title of Scrum Master. Of course, he's not going to be the master of Scrums anymore because he's laid off after 2 years on the job. These people are not executives, they're not new hires, they're basically the kind of middle-rung people that a studio actually runs on, the sorts of people that really form a lot of the headcount. And we see that a week after shipping, they were gone. Now, your first thought was probably the same as mine and my team's, right? It's just layoffs again. Maybe it's Xbox's CEO, Asha Sharma's big 1,600 more job cuts that are going to be coming over the coming months. Surely it's that. No, it's actually not that. You see, an unofficial source told GamesBeat that there was no layoff here. it was just a typical contractor shuffle. And that's a story that's been following 343 and Halo Studios for quite some time. Now, we've got no official statement from Xbox in this story, but if you go to Moby Games and you check the credits for Campaign Evolved, you do see that Traitman, Morris, and around 50 other people have the same words after their name. Aquint LLC. Now, Aquint are a staffing contractor, and after a lot of digging around, we found no evidence of any non-Aquint staff being let go. So, that would mean that this looks like Microsoft's quite well-documented contractor policies doing exactly what they're designed to do. The game shipped, the deal's ended, the people are gone, and it's technically not a layoff. Yeah, I mean, it really isn't a layoff, but it is part of a development practice that has obviously hurt Halo over time. But where the story gets even more interesting is if you do something that almost everyone skips, which is just read the full credits for Campaign Evolved. Because if you do that, you'll know that, well, Halo Studios could get rid of a lot of people before they would ever need to do something called a layoff. And that raises a better question.
I would disagree. I think Bungie fucked them over pretty badly. Bungie has been poorly mismanaged for years. For years they've been mismanaged. And it just goes to show you with company, it's not a coincidence that every company they go to, they mess up every single time. At the end of the day, Bungie was just poorly misused, and I feel bad for the people working there.
Than just asking who's left. And that
Mismanaged,
question is,
not misused.
well, who actually made this game? 26 companies. That is how many are credited on Halo Campaign Evolved, and Aquint are just one of those companies. There's loads of them. Now, some of them are internal Xbox studios, others are translation houses. That's expected, but there's also the likes of Keywords and Virtuos, which are massive contracting companies. And between just those 10 groups, there were 10 studios who worked on this project, and that's covering QA, lighting, art, mocap, audio, cinematics, really the whole lot. Now, you may be looking at this and connecting the dots. It all seems a bit messy, so surely this is why Campaign Evolved feels wrong. It was farmed out to hundreds of external staff and then shoved out the door. Except that fully believing that would be falling into the Warcraft 3 Reforged trap. You see, when that game shipped, very broken, outsourced art assets ended up taking a lot of the blame. Personally, I think those assets made the game look a little bit more like Raid Shadow Legends, but really with Reforged, as we would later find out, so much of it was on Blizzard's end. Project management, scope management, that sort of thing, and how Blizzard just got it all wrong. And of course, plenty of successful games are made with outsourced teams. It is extremely standard these days, and in a way, those outsourcing services do provide something the industry really needs, because if you can only make your game with people that you can full-time hire in your company, then we're very much back to the older days of boom bust. At the very least, with outsourcing houses, well, you can have a bunch of developers, and then the people running the outsourcing house can just go and get as many contracts as they can, which could be good for stability. Obviously, though, for the people at Aquint, that was not the case. But what we've overall learned and came to understand is it's really the people, the organization directing all of this effort, that's really where the fault lands. And when you start to piece together all the stories around this game, it sure looks like Campaign Evolved is the same deal. Here's the best example, probably. You may remember Glenn Israel from last year. He was an art director and very much a Halo Studios employee, though by the time most of us became aware of him, he was very much not a Halo Studios employee anymore. In a wider complaint about studio leadership, he pointed to a specific event in August 2025. Quote, "The catastrophic mismanagement of Halo Campaign Evolved." That's his post, and it's when his art team was pulled off an unannounced project and reassigned. And the good news for us as reporters is that more recent reports do suggest a little more of what that mismanagement may have looked like. Rebs Gaming has done a lot of deep diving in this and has alleged that Abstraction Games, an established co-development studio, was removed from the project halfway through. The studio isn't actually in the credits, but you can see individual staff at that studio appearing in the special thanks for the game. You may not know this, but quite often the special thanks segment of the credits, well, sometimes they are special thanks, though sometimes they're just used to brush things under the rug. Now, Rebs Gaming sources say that Abstraction were on Campaign Evolved until October last year at the very latest, and they were doing technical level design stuff. That means scripting encounters, AI, that kind of thing. And then they were removed entirely, and most of their work ended up, well, going with them. and that meant that the remaining staff in the project had to go and pick up the pieces. And by the same accounts, the outsourced cinematic team didn't have it great, but at least did have it slightly better. They struggled, but they did actually ship for launch. Obviously, though, the cinematics are...
This is just...
I would say the cinematics feel like...
This is what I mean by Microsoft has no idea what art is. They have no idea how to manage art or any kind of entertainment. They just don't. This move right here is the fundamental reason of why Xbox is behind and why they're struggling with their consoles and their gaming business. This encapsulates it fully.
They were done by like an AI coding agent, maybe like an older one, and I'm not alleging this. I don't think it's what was actually done. But it's the sort of thing where when you're putting together a cinematic, right, there's all of those little minutiae of timing, of a character's facial expression. Those things that if you were perhaps completely project manager pilled, you could see as just being nice little bits of polish at the end. But of course, from a player's perspective, when they're trying to engage in the art that they're being presented with, well, if all of the characters seem like they're weird aliens, well, all the human characters, that's probably not good, and that is what happened. Now, in both of those instances with the cinematics people and the other team, Rebs' sources described the same pattern going on. Leadership with impossible expectations, a hostile environment, and no real support for their developers. Now, part of this comes down to how ambitious their tech plan was. You see, back in October 2024, 343 Industries rebranded as Halo Studios, and they announced a full move to Unreal Engine for their next game. Woohoo! Now, this would lead to multiple teams and multiple games. Halo was going to be back, and one of those games was Campaign Evolved. Now, going off the LinkedIn profiles that Rebs dug through, some of Abstraction were on it as early as 2023. And that is right when the studio's leadership was rotated out. Here's the thing with this story, right? Campaign Evolved is not a full Unreal project. It is actually still Halo's old Blam engine with Unreal basically doing a lot of like the visual design stuff, basically. And you can kind of see the logic here, because it's very similar to the Oblivion remaster that was started on back in 2021, and it was really the exact same pitch. It still is Oblivion, but we're going to do all of our visuals through Unreal. And hey, game looked pretty great, and the potato faces of the Oblivion characters just looked so much more entertaining. What a great time, and of course, that game sold really well. So why did the same thing not happen for Halo? I mean, especially Halo Combat Evolved. It's a game that already had been remade once, and that in many ways isn't as complicated as a huge Bethesda RPG. Well, the difference seems to be what leadership expected and how little support they gave. According to Rebs' sources, assets couldn't just be ported across. No, they basically had to be remade in Unreal, and that ate up a huge amount of time and effort. Leadership got the scope wrong, they got the timeline wrong, and they, well, just pressed on anyway. Whatever that would take. They pulled teams from other projects, they cancelled work, and that was all because, more than anything else, getting Campaign Evolved out the door at all feels like a bit of a compromise. So, that's how Campaign Evolved got made. And the frustrating bit is you can actually see at places the great game that exists within it. I really do think that a few more months, a few more passes, maybe re-recording some voice lines, redoing those cinematics, a bunch of little things like that, could have made this a truly worthy remake. But instead, well, we got what we got, which is the guts of a great remake, but none of the polishing or just finishing off of the project that would actually make it great. So, why the hell did they just not delay it? So that it would come out when it's good, and so that the story around this game could be way more similar to the one around Oblivion. People weren't saying that the Oblivion remaster was kind of like the Resi 4 remake. It was so much, I guess, I don't want to say elevated, but so much work had went into it, I guess to the point where it really was a new game. No, it was the same old Oblivion, just in Unreal. I mean, the template was there. It was done by an Xbox studio working with the likes of Virtuos, who of course worked on this game as well. So why did nobody think to move the date? Well, I'm sure they did, but obviously those who thought that got shot down. From what we can tell, Halo Campaign Evolved
The reason why is because of the shifting in leadership in Xbox I don't think people understand how much that destabilizes a company when it comes to, like, how do you say, I don't think, like, to destabilize on how, like, who's working there, how things are running. It just completely changes the scene, because the new CEO that's gonna come in is gonna have their own agenda and their own timeline that they want to do, not knowing that this timeline is already convoluted as it is. So it's not a surprise that Halo Campaign Evolved, the remake, it doesn't look good in certain areas, cutscenes, voice scenes. And there's a reason for it, and the reason being is because A, Microsoft doesn't understand art, and B, it they are just too internally messy. It sucks, but it's the truth.
Basically had to come out this year. More than that, it had to come out in this exact window. Xbox's 25th anniversary couldn't pass without a visit from Mr. John Halo himself. And with Grand Theft Auto pushing Call of Duty backwards, and of course Fable forwards, the whole year would have just otherwise been resting on Forza and Gears of War.
I'm playing Slay the
That would not
Spire.
be good enough because, of course, we do need the quarterly line to go up. And if the line would be going up, say, in 2 quarters' time rather than right now, oh dear, we may have to demonstrate some discipline by cutting more of our studios. You know how it goes. And because of all that, hundreds of outsourced developers and internal staff were pushed to make the date for this game. And a crazy thing is some of this is even in the public, because this game didn't go gold until 9 days before launch, and it still shipped the way that it did. That tells us that it was a monumental sprint to the finish line, and one that really didn't need to happen. From all we can tell, development seems to have began in 2023. So, 3 years to make one campaign again. That's it. Not an impossible ask. We've seen it be done. Now, yeah, there is more to it. There's 4-player co-op, there's the new prequel missions, less said about them the better, but the point is that the scope of this game wasn't insane, and based on everything we know from other development studios and other projects, it really should have been possible in time. But it appears somewhere along the way, a choice was made. And that was that no matter how leadership got the game to this point that we're in right now, the date would be hit. Whatever could be shipped would just have to be enough, even if it couldn't be finished. I mean, there was no one who would look at those cinematics that look like they're done by AI or maybe an alien. An alien would make more sense. You know, aliens would have different body language, a different sense of timing, right? That would almost make more sense. But no, it was obviously something far more terrestrial. Mismanagement. And the people who learned the hardest lessons shipping this game, well, a week after launch, their contracts ended. And that means that whatever this whole effort taught humans, well, Halo Studios doesn't really get to keep that. It doesn't get to keep much of the experience that was gained making this. And that says something fairly goddamn bleak about Halo's future. When Campaign Evolved was announced, the read of things is fairly simple, right? Infinite was there, could carry multiplayer. Campaign Evolved would let Halo Studios just get a grip on the franchise under the sort of new tech mandate, right? Moving everything to Unreal. Assets from Campaign Evolved could feed into the next game, people would learn new things, and the prequel missions would be a chance to compare and contrast, to see, you know, can we make content that can actually play side by side along stuff we know is good, because it's the original Combat Evolved. But no, that obviously didn't work. And for me, this is the black pill on Halo. I'm a lifelong Halo fan, but honestly, it's time to let John sleep. No more. It may as well be dead to me now. This has been so continually mismanaged that I don't even see the point in caring about Halo anymore. And for me to say that is kind of insane, given where Halo was, given what energy was there, say, in 2007 with Halo 3 launch night, you know? No, it's gone. They've lost it, clearly. And it's those prequel missions that are the clearest example. For a lot of longtime fans, me included, they really are the worst thing, like, there. It's so strange. Like, we like Johnson, but him and Chief, well, Skill Up put it as, like, they're sort of buddy cop or, you know, buddy comedy characters in some of their timing and stuff. which is just not Halo. It's not those characters. And if you're doing Halo CE, you know, something where you've got a clear blueprint of what good looks like, and you manage to mess up the tone, you manage to mess up the characterizations, well, that just speaks volumes. The one slice of new content in this game was the weakest by far. And that leaves me with two readings, neither of which are comforting. Either the people steering the franchise simply do not get it, or the people actually making it do get it, and the structure above means that, well, everything ships as a first draft. Because nothing gets the time it needs to become a second draft, or hell, even something that you could call, you know, V1 final dash 2 dash final, really, I mean it this time, which I think is how a lot of classic game dev ended up going. And the rest of the game really does tell the same story. Little things like getting the Magnum wrong, breaking the combat model of the game by changing the assault rifle to the point where it's effective at completely different ranges to where it was in the first game. That's really bizarre. Now, I'm not necessarily someone who sees Sprint in Halo and just has a heart attack or something, but think about it. If you have Sprint, then surely that will just make the traditional AR, a more closer sort of range weapon, be, you know, a little bit more useful, but still firmly within its niche. But no, what do? You add in Sprint, and then you change one of the core weapons in the game such that it's really good at like mid-range and close range. Just those weird decisions that don't seem to make sense. The cutscenes, many other things. And what's weird is none of those problems feel unsolvable. They do not. It just feels like work that
I feel bad for this for Halo. Mostly because Halo doesn't deserve this. It is a great franchise that deserves all the love that it can get, but it seems like Microsoft just doesn't know how to manage, again, entertainment.
needed one more pass, maybe two more passes. But that was never going to happen, because the people making this game were never given the time, obviously. Now, should they have needed as much time to do this project? I would say almost certainly not. But then again, when we take a look at, say, the mismanagement, when we take a look at what Glenn Israel was saying, I mean, it's hardly a surprise that a lot less than 3 years of, good quality work emerged from this 3-year development process. Now, the game does mostly work, and 6 in 10 Steam reviewers are fine with it, it seems. But we do know that other things were cancelled to get this out the door. There's Project Ecker, which was seemingly Tatanka. That stuff was fully killed in the name of moving warm bodies onto this project. We of course know that Halo Infinite has pretty much been stopped. Now, the hope, clearly, from maybe the bigger decision makers here, is that Xbox would be able to do what Capcom is able to do. Flashy, amazing quality remakes that allow them to build their franchise back up for younger audiences, as they did so successfully with Resident Evil. And I just saw some numbers earlier that
indie devs
a really
are carrying by
large
far when
portion
it comes
of
to fun
I think
factor.
Resi Requiem's audience base was, well, young enough that they're probably not original Resi fans. That shows that this model goddamn works, but you actually have to commit to it and do it right. And that's something that Microsoft appears to be structurally incapable of doing. Halo Campaign Evolved has not created the kind of excitement that it needed to, and it doesn't seem clear to me that Halo Studios will become any more competent at being Halo Studios. Stepping back then, it's obvious that between the contractor issues, the leadership problems, there is just no solid foundation to build from here, which is why I'm happily taking my Halo Black Pill. That's it for John. Let the man rest. I've got no doubt that within this project there was loads of talented, passionate individuals, but I just think they were obviously not able to overcome the nightmare, the enduring nightmare that Halo development has been and seemingly somehow still is. Halo was the game everyone else copied, and now the studio built to carry it can't even copy itself. That's my real verdict. After 19 years of reboots, rebrands, rotated leadership, and all of that, Microsoft still can't be trusted with Halo. The anniversary gave them the perfect moment to prove otherwise, and instead they proved, well, all of our worries and suspicions. by shipping this game when it wasn't ready. Microsoft, man. That's it for the video. After the kind of grim mood of this one, you may enjoy bad things.
I've beaten it already, but this is part 2, and it's still in I think early development.
Well, pack it up, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a fun ride. The games industry is telling us we don't want physical games anymore. In fact, they're saying that all of the buying trends are going 90% that of digital, and there's just not a physical market out there anymore. And in today's video, I want to break down why Nintendo is proving this entire conversation online completely wrong. And it's not even necessarily just from first-party Nintendo games that we do know sell pretty close to a 50-50 digital physical split, and that is even post Nintendo launching the discounted digital versions of the games. But there's actually a couple multi-platform Switch 2 titles that have launched as of recently that are currently being scalped with their physical editions, and that is while you are reading headlines like Capcom and Square Enix essentially claiming that 90+% of all their game sales are indeed digital. But when you dive into some of the numbers and you look at certain markets that maybe were supported a little bit better with physical games having a much higher physical adoption rate, closer to that of 50-50 with select games, and then markets where physical options were vastly undersupplied, you do see a higher digital split versus physical. And there are also some very interesting ways that they are counting certain game releases specifically on Nintendo Switch 2 that will push that digital number higher on paper. And is this something that is kind of becoming a unified behind the scenes thing between third-party publishers? And
Yes.
we have the recent announcement from Sony that physical game production is ending for them in 2028 and going forward, presumably with the kickoff window of the PS6. Are these companies kind of in lockstep with each other, trying to paint the picture that nobody wants physical games, when in all reality we may have data to prove that not only is it still pretty close to 50-50, but that when adequately supplied to the marketplace, big games are sometimes performing better on their physical version, especially when their content is complete in box, and meaning you don't have to do additional downloads to grab it, to the point where people are paying an extreme premium to pick up some of these things. So we're going to break down all of the data in detail and hopefully come to the conclusion on whether or not these companies are kind of in lockstep with each other, trying to paint this picture of the physical era of games ending, and why they might be doing that. I think you know the answer, but before we do that, make sure you like, subscribe, and turn on your bell notification to join Sunbro Nation if you're new here. And I want to first kick it off with quickly bringing you up to speed with what's happening within the physical gaming market right now, because you're probably well familiar with the fact at this point that Sony has indeed announced their intentions to discontinue physical gaming discs as an option as of January of 2028, and that has really spurred on this entire conversation, even with third-party publishers such as Square Enix, Capcom, and many others online commenting on the situation. Take-Two as well being in this conversation, essentially saying, hey, most of our business is digital. We're not really worried about physical options going away. When their investors are asking them what kind of impact is this going to have on your bottom line, they're painting the picture that really physical game sales are not a high priority for them, and they would want you to believe that people just are not interested in picking up physical. And I just want to preface this video by saying I am not in any way, shape, or form not acknowledging that digital is taking over as the primary purchase option for a lot of gamers out there, and there is a convenience conversation to be had there about not having to leave your home or order something to your doorstep, but rather having it available, preloaded, and ready to start playing at midnight if you're ready to go into a game. I get the convenience of digital. People are building out their digital libraries. It's expanding as an option. But when you take away an entire used market that can kind of keep prices in check from some of these major storefront providers like Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo, you need that resale market sometimes to incentivize them to not just keep their games at a locked-in high price point. And you would understand that if they did have all the power and there was no resale market, then they would be making a lot more revenue at the end of the day. And I want you to keep in mind while we're looking at some of this data, because the first part of this video is indeed us unpacking the data that's out there and some of the statements from these companies. As you can first see over from Push Square, this article which says, with digital game sales at 90%, Capcom appears unfazed by Sony's disc-free future. And you have, in its latest financial report, the Japanese company was asked what impact it expects in the mid to long term on the contraction of physical games.
For the most
answer
part,
is very to the point.
negligible.
Approximately 90% of our unit sales are digital, Capcom says. We do not anticipate a significant impact at this time. That is very much in the Same mindset and wheelhouse of what Sony is doing when they're saying they hear consumers, they hear all the feedback, but they are going to cautiously proceed into this new direction, and they're going to, you know, kind of just weather the storm online, if you will. They're not backing down. They're saying they hear gamers' emotions and they understand, but they're just going to try to figure out a way to connect with them in this all digital age, and they're really not looking back as having physical as an option. Well, you then have headlines like this that call all of that into question, besides the fact that that is a very blanket statement just to say 90% of your content is going out digitally when you know a large portion of it is sold as digital only when it comes to the options of how it's available. But you first have here Resident Evil Requiem physical sales are beating digital in major markets, and the exact breakdown comes to us from Genki, where you can see where that headline came from. Resident Evil Requiem physical versus digital ratio in various regions via Chris Dring, and you have in the US 22% physical, 78% digital. So that's obviously a pretty low split when it comes to physical. But let's look at the other markets, and we're going to come back to this. Japan, 51% physical, 49% digital. We know that the Japan market does indeed really value physical games compared to a lot of other markets in the world. But you also have France, 55% physical, 45% digital. It is indeed selling better physically than digitally. UK was a 40 split for physical, 60 digital, and Australia 43% physical, 57% digital. And you might ask, well, why is everybody in the US not picking up Resident Evil Requiem when it comes to the physical release? Well, you have headlines like this, and I remember this when the game came out. US physical copies of Resident Evil Requiem are pretty much sold out. You have multiple articles being written out about this. Resident Evil Requiem physical copies sold out in the US. You have physical copies are sold out at Amazon, Best Buy, GameStop, Walmart. Xbox fully gone. PS5 Standard Edition is only available at Walmart limited. Switch 2 copies are available on Amazon, but priced above MSRP.
I understand the argument. I get it that there's some copies out there that sell more than better than, but you're missing the plot. If you think that this justifies having physical to a corporation, you're missing the plot. You are not the people they are going digital for. They're going for the casual gamers, not for the hardcore gamers. Casual gamers make the majority of their business. Hardcore gamers are what made their business in the first place. Hardcore gamers are no longer the focus of PlayStation. That's what it is. That's what basically the gaming community paid for. And yeah, so no, this is not indicative of like, oh yeah, the hardcore gamer is like dictating the market. It's not. It's the casual gamer that is, and it's been like that for a bit.
Deluxe Steelbook Edition is completely sold out. Digital editions are widely still available and cheaper on PC. Release date February 27th. You get the idea there. One, you have this 90% blanket statement that Capcom's putting out there confidently, like they're not going to be impacted by physical going away as an option, but then you don't supply major markets like the US with enough physical sales to even come close to meeting demand, to the point where the resale market's actually driving the price of these physical copies up. Not to mention the fact that we know that Resident Evil Requiem performed very well from a sales perspective on Nintendo Switch 2, and Capcom has straight up said that they count their game key card sales from the Switch 2 as digital sales. So we have that in Capcom's own words. So an entire platform that you were putting this game out for as a physical product that is released as a key card also goes into your digital buckets when you're talking about this with investors. I'd be willing to bet a lot of people did go out and pick up Resident Evil Requiem physically for their Switch 2s, but that all falls under the digital bucket for Capcom, besides the number of games that they released that just never saw a physical option. So 90% is just not a truthful number. You then have Square Enix coming into this equation. Square Enix says 90% of its game sales are now digital. And you have a similar situation. We won't deep dive the entire rabbit hole, but you have Adventures of Elliot, which actually sold very well on the Nintendo Switch 2. You have, with a majority, 57% of sales coming from the Switch 2 version. This game performed very well on the Switch 2, but it's another game that is a game key card, and to be fair, I don't know that we have the exact breakdown of if Square Enix counts key cards the same way as Capcom does as digital sales or not. I do not believe that that data is concrete and out there. If it is, definitely let me know in the comments below. But I would not be surprised if they are doing something similar where key cards count as digital for them as well, and they also want to paint this broader picture. And you also have posts like this going around. Adventures of Elliot not in stores, not seeing any stock anywhere. And this is even a smaller in scope and scale game that did just have kind of a following blow up online. It's kind of like a Legend of Zelda gameplay type of loop, but with some Final Fantasy type of storytelling in there. I mean, this really hit home with a lot of people and was a quality game and reviewed very well. People wanted to go out and find the physical copy, a similar situation where they are not supplying enough stock to meet demand. Now, part of this conversation could fall under the expectation from these publishers and developers that, you know, it's probably not going to sell that well in physical, so we don't want to take the risk on spending a lot of money producing a bunch of physical copies and then they don't sell. That is one aspect of this, and that is definitely a reality, at least part of the being charitable part of the conversation for these companies' mindsets. You don't want to take too large of a risk, print a bunch of physical copies, then they don't sell on store shelves and they're just sitting there collecting dust, and you ultimately lost out on revenue because of it. But when there is a consistent release after release trend with physical copies being sold out on games and you cannot find them, and we talked about this with Pokopia and various other Nintendo first party releases, even Nintendo not producing enough of the physical demand to meet the market needs out there, I think there's a conversation to be had about whether or not these developers and publishers, especially ones like Capcom and Square Enix that are saying 90% of their sales are digital and just making it a blanket statement for investors to paint the picture that physical is dead as an option. Are they strategically doing this to push more people to just go the digital route? Of course they are. Because obviously they're going to make more revenue off of that customer.
Okay, of course they are. Like, just gonna skip this. Of course they are.
Arc Raiders has another update out, but the update itself is not the real story. The real story is what Embark may be trying to signal with it, because right now Phantom Targets feels less like a meaningful content drop and more like the first breadcrumb in a staged rollout that could be pointing towards something bigger later this year. And for this game, that distinction matters. Players are not waiting for one more small objective chain. They are waiting to see whether Arc Raiders is finally building towards something substantial enough to bring people back and keep them there. That is why even a minor live service beat gets judged less on what it is and more on what it suggests. If Embark puts out a tiny project with limited rewards and vague lore framing, the obvious question is whether this is filler or the start of a proper lead-in. If it is filler, sentiment keeps sliding. If it is setup, the small scale is easier to tolerate, as long as the payoff comes soon. And the wording around this rollout is what makes it interesting. What has gone live now is being framed as a project. And in Arc Raiders, that usually means objective chains, map-specific tasks, some progression rewards, and not much in the way of major sandbox change. But the second phase is tied to an August 18th update and is being linked to a Phantom Targets event. That difference matters. A project sounds like admin work. An event sounds like something more playable, something you can actually feel in a run rather than just tick off in a menu. Now, to be clear, there is not enough here yet to overstate any of this. That is the trap live service communities fall into all the time. A bit of cryptic art, some lore text, a few tasks, and players convince themselves a major feature or encounter is right around the corner. Then it turns out to be another limited checklist, and the disappointment gets worse because the hype was community built. So the smart read is not that Phantom Targets is some huge content answer. The smart read is that Embark may be laying track in stages, and this first stage is more about framing than payoff. The official setup leans into that. The in-game context points to strange surveillance data, unknown signal sources, antenna repairs, and unusual Arc behavior. That does two things. It gives the project a fiction wrapper so it feels like more than random chores, and it creates room for escalation later. If the current objective is to help monitor strange activity and triangulate signals, then the obvious narrative structure is that a later phase reveals what those signals are, or changes something in the world once enough groundwork is done. That is not confirmation of major new content. It is just the clearest way to read the structure they appear to be using. The visual side hints at a similar direction, but only barely. The promo art and project board seem to suggest environmental threats or alternate ways of dealing with enemies. There are references that appear to point toward fire, energy, storm-like hazards, or unconventional kill conditions, but none of that is strong enough to treat as hard evidence of some big new mechanic. A lot of it is vague, small, or too unclear to support major claims. That matters because this is exactly where communities start talking themselves into believing more than what is actually on the table. What players can say with confidence is much more limited. The first active step in this rollout is a constrained objective chain on specific maps. The opening task focuses on upgrading antennas found at cargo elevators, and that tells you this is still operating in familiar Arc Raiders territory. Directed interaction, location-based progression, and rewards tied more to utility and account progression than to major new experiences. It is not nothing, but it is also not the kind of update that changes the conversation around the game on its own. And that leads to the second problem. Even small content has to function cleanly if you want players to trust the bigger plan behind it. One of the early reactions was confusion around the antenna interaction itself. At first glance, it reportedly looked like it was not working. The feedback was unclear, the interaction appeared broken, and even if progress was still counting in the background, that first impression is damaging. When your update is already light on substance, the core interaction cannot afford to feel bugged, unreadable, or unfinished. That may sound minor, but in live service shooters, small issues shape the entire mood around a patch. If players log in for a limited project and the first thing they hit is an objective that seems unresponsive, the conversation stops being about mystery, build-up, or future payoff. It becomes another discussion about rough edges, weak feedback, and whether the game is polished enough to support a larger audience. For Arc Raiders, that is a serious issue, because this is not a game sitting on endless goodwill. It needs every update, even minor ones, to feel intentional and polished enough to justify asking players to stay invested. So the early evidence paints a pretty clear picture. Phantom Targets Part 1 is not a major content answer by itself. It looks like a restrained setup piece built around lore breadcrumbs, map tasks, and hints about stranger arc behavior to come. The split structure of the rollout, the difference between project and event wording, and the attempt to seed mystery through signals and surveillance all point towards something more than a random throwaway objective chain. The problem is that Point Toward is doing a lot of heavy lifting right now, and Arc Raiders is reaching the point where implication of match is tiny. The community is increasingly treating October like a checkpoint, maybe even a verdict. Not necessarily because Embark has framed it that way, but because players are doing the math for themselves. If August is mostly setup, and if the second half of Phantom Targets is still only a modest event layer, then the next truly meaningful update has to carry real weight. It has to show that the time between beats was spent on systems, encounters, progression, or world changes that materially improve the game. If it does not, the risk is not just disappointment, it is narrative collapse. And that is always the more dangerous thing for a multiplayer shooter. Once the prevailing community story becomes, "This is just more filler," it becomes incredibly hard to reverse. Returning players stop returning. Curious outsiders stop checking.
If there's one company that can come back and make this game again, I mean, we've seen companies do comebacks, like when it comes to No Man's Sky. We've seen it with other games as well before, with like Cyberpunk. We've seen it before. It's not that it can't happen, it's just that I don't know if they can. They're a tiny company.
Existing players become more cynical with every tease. Even good additions get filtered through suspicion. Arc Raiders does not need every update to be huge, but it does need a credible chain of escalation. Right now, Phantom Targets looks less like a destination and more like a test of whether Embark can convince people that a destination actually exists. So this is where the conversation becomes more important than the project itself. If you judge Phantom Targets only on what players can do right now, it looks very small. A limited objective chain, some map-specific interactions, some targeted enemy kill conditions later on, and rewards that feel more like progression padding than a genuine reason to reinstall. That on its own is not enough to move sentiment. And that pressure window is the real story. Arc Raiders does not have the luxury of endless low-stakes filler. When a game is still trying to lock in trust, identity, and momentum, every small update gets read as a signal. Players are not just asking whether this project is fun, they are asking what it says about Embark's plan. Is this a warm-up for something bigger, or is this what the content strategy actually looks like when the game needs a stronger hook? That is why the wording matters so much. Calling this first phase a project sets expectations low. It tells players to expect tasks, rewards, some narrative framing, maybe a small mechanical twist. But tying the second phase to an event changes the standard immediately. Events suggest there should be something more tangible. Maybe a new layer of interaction, maybe altered enemy behavior, maybe environmental changes, maybe a stronger world state shift. Not guaranteed, but enough that players are going to read August 18th as more than just another checklist. And, to be fair, there is a reasonable defense of this slower rollout. Not every live service beat has to be a giant content dump. Small projects can be useful if they are laying groundwork. They can test readability, push players into different spaces, introduce mechanics in controlled ways, and set up a better payoff later. If Embark is using this board as a breadcrumb system, feeding in surveillance anomalies, antenna repairs, and strange arc behavior before a bigger reveal, that is not a bad strategy. In some ways, it is smarter than overspending on a throwaway event that means nothing a week later. But that defense only works if the payoff actually lands. That is the catch.
Hola,
If the
bonita.
build-up
I'm
makes
doing
sense in
good. How are you
hindsight,
doing?
players will forgive how light this first stage feels. If August and then October connect the dots with real substance, people will look back at Phantom Targets as the beginning of a larger arc. If not, then it becomes exactly the kind of busy work players have no patience for anymore. A small
get
board
married
of
yet?
chores, vague lore text, unclear interactions, modest rewards, and another stretch of time burned without meaningfully changing how the game feels to play. That is also why the roughness of the antenna interaction matters more than it seems. On paper, it is a tiny issue. In practice, it hits a nerve. When the central interaction of a mini update looks broken or gives weak feedback,
yet.
it damages
I
confidence
thought you were
fast.
last time I
People
talked to
stop
you, you were
talking
getting
about the
married like in a
mystery
month
and
or
start
two.
talking about polish.
But
And that is
congratulations,
dangerous for a game
regardless.
that needs
Message
players to
me
believe the bigger update
soon.
is worth waiting for.
Well,
If
if
the
you want to.
tease feels unreadable, the promise behind the tease starts to feel shaky too. So what should players actually watch next? First, whether August 18th adds anything you can truly feel in a run, not just another objective line. Second, whether the Phantom Targets board evolves in a visible and readable way, instead of hiding its most interesting ideas behind vague presentation. And third, whether Embark starts showing enough confidence in the direction that players can understand where this is going, without having to reverse engineer every hint from a project page. Because that is the line Arc Raiders is walking now. Mystery can build tension, but too much mystery starts to look
Do
like
I
a
have
lack
you
of
on
substance. Teasing
Bella?
can create momentum, but too much teasing starts to feel like stalling. And live service patience
feel
is
like we
not
need to
infinite, especially with shooter players who have seen this pattern before. So for now, Phantom Targets looks less like a major update and more like a pressure test. A test of player patience, a test of Embark's communication through gameplay,
I'll
and a test
message
of
you
whether
my
these smaller
thingamajig.
beats can still hold attention if they are clearly leading somewhere. August 18th now matters far more than this first drop, and October matters more than both of them combined. If Embark turns this into a proper escalation, people will give them credit for pacing it out. If they do not, this will be remembered as another warning sign that the game kept asking for time without giving players enough reason to believe. And that is the part they really cannot afford to get wrong now.
Yep.
If Embark turns this into a proper escalation, people will give them credit for pacing it out. If they do not, this will be remembered as another warning sign that the game kept asking for time without giving players enough reason to believe. And that is the part they really cannot afford to get wrong now.
Text me. Or call me. I'm about to get off. Alright guys, thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow. Early as well. I hope you guys have a great day. Thank you guys for being here. And remember, you're pretty good.